Can't stop me, I'm unbeatable, I'm unbeatable, I'm unbeatable.
I am unbeatable. Couple minutes on the score. Every time they want to clash, the winners kicking through the door. I am unbeatable. Hunters running out of stock, and we're running out the clock. I fail once, never stop. I am unbeatable. I am unbeatable. I am unbeatable, yeah. I am unbeatable. I am unbeatable, yeah. I am unbeatable. I am unbeatable, yeah. I am unbeatable. I am unbeatable, yeah.
Welcome to the British Basketball League Trophy Final Four. We are live from the Utilita Arena, Birmingham, and it's all come down to this. Who will be lifting the trophy tomorrow evening? Having battled through the group stages, London, Caledonia, Cheshire and Leicester all have a chance of etching their name on this famous trophy.
British Basketball League Trophy. Only one of them will remain undefeated at the end of this game.
Let's go.
Deep range three. Look at this. Circus shot in. Now, are you kidding me? And again, they finish it up. Good night to everybody. In 7 down a few months ago. Sharma. Making Sharma down the lane. It's there again. Oh, my goodness. Jordan Taylor, Mr. Kryptonite. Throws it down with two hands. Just simply unstoppable from Aaron Wright. Oh, my goodness, the beast. Here's McKenzie, and he lays it in.
What makes us winners is really something inside you. I don't think that it can be taught.
It's such a big game, a lot on the line.
We know how much we put in to get to this moment. It would mean everything. 5,
4,
3,
2, 1, the Final Four. It's game time.
And first up, it's London versus Caledonia, and it's a hell of a matchup. League-leading London Lions breeze through the group stages and have an eye on a second consecutive treble. Head coach Petar Bozic has a star-studded roster, making huge strides in Europe and looking dominant in the championship. Defending trophy champions, Caledonia currently sits second in the league. The Gladiators showed their battling spirit, winning their final 2 games in the group stages to secure a place in the Final Four. They have beaten London already this season, and head coach Gareth Murray, his roster possesses a potent blend of youth and experience. And we have our own potent blend of youth and experience right here in the studio. The fresh-faced former London Lion and GB International Ovi Soko, and a baller who's notched up 500 appearances for the Sheffield Sharks and won that trophy back in 2013. Everyone's favourite Silver Fox is, of course, Mr. Mike Tuck. But Ovi, what a matchup we have here today. In the league, 1 and 2. But when it comes down to this semi-final is anyone's game, and it's who wants it more, surely.
It is who wants it more. You know, when it comes to trophy time, when it comes to tournament time, we love to see the best of the best. And 1 and 2, these are the 2 best teams that the British Basketball League has to offer at the moment. So it should be an exciting matchup.
It should be. 2013, when you lifted that trophy, Mike, first of all, what did it mean to you and how important is it for these teams today?
Oh, well, I mean, it's memories for a lifetime, isn't it? It's something that no one can take away from you. And, you know, those memories I'll cherish for the rest of my life. And for these guys now, such a huge moment coming up to them, you know, middle of the season, first chance for silverware here. Bragging rights are on the line.
Yeah, it sets the tone for sure. But for London, they were last in action on Wednesday. But we can take a look now, Ovi, at their starting lineup today to see what they're going on with. Take us through.
Yeah, new resident to the starting lineup, Mo Solowade. He's been struggling a little bit with injuries this season, but when he's been in the lineup, he's been very effective. Gabe Olaseni, big man in the middle, regular. Matt and Connor Morgan, 2 scorers, snipers from outside. And then you got Phillips at the point guard position, the chef that stirs the pot.
Stirs the pot indeed. Let's see what he can cook up today. But what about the Gladiators, the defending champions, Mike?
Yeah, the defending champions here. And, you know, in the middle spot, we got Ali Hodgetts, the captain of the team. Pharaoh Ali Hodgetts. Patrick Whelan, Princeton Onwaz, the guy who's leading them in scoring through the group stage, Paliza, and newcomer Mike Bothwell.
Okay, well, our match commentators today, they are courtside. They are ready. Todd Harris and Azania Stewart. And Azania, what should we be expecting from them today?
Well, first of all, super excited to be here. The energy is starting to build, Jeanette. You know, both of these teams are at the top of the table. Like you said, London Lions #1 and Caledonia #2. Caledonia is one of 3 teams teams that have beaten London Lions. I saw a really lovely quote from Pharaoh Alahodges earlier today talking about the pressure and stepping up from the responsibilities as they are the defending champions of the trophy.
All right, with that being said, what are the keys to victory? Let's start with Caledonia.
Well, the keys for me, definitely, they've got to slow down the pace of the London Lions. They're explosive. They've also got to make sure they execute and then also just have fun with it. But listen, if they want to defend their trophy, they got to go through London Lions.
All right, let's talk about those London Lions. They are solid.
Yeah, I think London Lions, for me, I love the post players. As I was a post player before, they've got to establish Gabe Olasheni and then also Josh Sharma. Then that opens up the court for the shooters, but that speed. Matt Morgan is fast and furious.
Well, a man that knows a little something about winning this trophy. He's done it 3 times. Drew Lasker. Drew, what do you think about this version of Pride of Lions?
Well, Todd, this will be the Caledonia Gladiators' first look at Matt Morgan, and good luck because he has world-class speed. Well, let me give him cushion and give him the 3. Nope, can't do that because he's the league best three-point per shooter. But if you want to wrap him up when he's going to the basket, can't do that either because he's a 90% free throw shooter. And if you think about doubling him, he'll just throw the ball up in the air, and that's when this fella right here, Josh Sharma, will come and swing on the rim. And also defensively, he's a pest. So the guys in the first 8 rows, they might get them a gift tonight. I don't have any answers for these guys. So, Jeanette, maybe Mike and Ovi has something for you.
Drew, you've always got the answers. What are you talking about? But, Ovi, since September, Matt Morgan has been part of the MVP conversation. What is that about?
I mean, he's a blockbuster show. He's a scorer. He's been a scorer every single place he's been. He was in Lamar, and he's brought that scoring ability here. His game is predicated around the ability to shoot the 3, but here what we see is that it opens other elements of his game up. Here, getting to his right hand and able to really use advantage, take advantage of his athleticism. Here, he draws 2 guys. He pumps the brakes just for a split second, and then he gets downhill, beating both guys. So, I mean, when you have a dynamic scorer like this, it just really opens things up for your bigs. It opens things up for the other shooters. And, yeah, he's just been an absolutely incredible piece for the London Lions. Great pickup this year.
Let's see how he goes today. But for Mike, if you like your basketball sky high, then you'll probably want to catch a flight of Air Sharma. Josh Sharma, what is he on? What a star this season.
Absolutely incredible signing. Good to see him back in a London Lions jersey this season. And this is a guy that plays above the rim. We talked about it there. He's a screener, he's a roller, and he's a lob threat for any team in this league. And here we kind of see setting a little brush screen, on-ball screen here. Like I said, great job of getting his teammates open. When that happens, the defense has to step up. And here, quick find on the roll, and he finishes above the rim. And that is his bread and butter right there. Big body, but not only that, he can play on both ends of the floor. Here we see defender gets beat to the baseline. He has the ability to step across on the help side defense, set up the wall, and get the block shot. This guy averages 1.7 blocks a game, leading the league.
Okay, they are setting out the stall. They are setting out the stall for sure. And in head-to-head games this season, it's 2-1 to London. In December, though, Caledonia, they inflicted an overtime loss on London, just their 3rd defeat of the season. And you could say that Gareth Murray's men won by a whisker. We'll be back after this. Welcome back to the British Basketball League Trophy Final Four, whether you're watching in the UK or in the USA. We are live from the Utilita Arena, Birmingham, and it is the hottest ticket in town. Later today, it's the second semi-final between the Cheshire Phoenix and the Leicester Riders. That tips off at 6 o'clock. But before that, it's London Lions against the Caledonia Gladiators. They get underway in around 10 minutes, and the players are ready. Here with the team announcements is Tahir Hajaz.
Wearing number 3, Mike Bothwell. In at number 10, Princeton Onwas. Wearing number 12, Patrick Whelan. In at number 23, Lucas Paliza. Wearing number 25, and Captain Faro Alejandro. And their roster ball today wearing number 5, Kyle Johnson. Wearing number 6, Kyle Jimenez. And at number 7, Fraser Malcolm. Wearing number 21, Clifton Moore Jr. And their head coach is Gareth Murray, assisted by Darrell Wood. Let's hear it for the Caledonia Gladiators. And now it's time to welcome to the floor the London Lions. And their roster for today, wearing number 1 and captain, Jordan Taylor. In at number 23, Kieran Sandy. Wearing number 10, Luke Nelson. In at number 11, Kareem Quealy. Wearing number 20, Josh Sharma. In at number 31, Bradley Carboza. Wearing number 32, Dante Grantham. And the starting 5 for the London Lions, wearing 0, Gabriel Olasheni. In at number 6, Mo Salawade. Wearing number 9, Connor Morgan. Wearing number 22, Tariq Phillip. And wearing number 30, Matthew Morgan. Their head coach is Peter Bosic, assisted by Ralph Joplin, Chris Caird, Pollen Kaya. Let's make some noise for the Caledonia Gladiators and the London Lions.
Wow, we are nearly ready for this incredible matchup. The excitement surely is building. But let's have a look at Caledonia. No one has played more minutes or scored more points than GB international Pat Whelan. We're going to call him Postman Pat because he always delivers, right, Mike? He is something else.
He definitely is. And, yeah, 33 minutes a game. And that shows that coaches relying on him and trust him to be out there on the floor. And here we see the biggest thing Pat does is move without the ball. And here we see coming off a stagger screen, the guard cheats the screen. He puts up a pump fake and able to beat the man down the middle. So you have to respect his shot from the outside, and he has the ability to finish at the rim as well. And here we see coming off another stagger low screen here. Sees that defenders are helping out. Able to turn the corner, great right hand. And as he drags all the defenders into the paint, he's got options for kickouts here. Great, what a great option to have Clifton Moore Jr. there. Great little dish into the dunker slot. Big finish above the rim.
Yeah, Pat, I had the pleasure of playing with him, and I was pleasantly surprised. I mean, he's a very, very efficient scorer, very intelligent player, and I look for him to make plays in timely fashion today.
Yeah, Mike, you mentioned him, but Clifton Moore Jr. really does offer more, doesn't he? And I guess if Pat doesn't get you, then Clifton definitely will.
Big Cliff. I mean, you know, he's someone who's ready. You know, I saw some of his interviews, and you know, the competitive nature is just in him. He played at Providence, big-time school. He's a big-time player. And his productivity during this trophy phase has been incredible. You know, but this is what he really does. He does an amazing job of moving off the ball. especially with the likes of Bothwell, Patrick Whelan, here doing a great job of finding the ball off a miss and then finishing, finding the ball off a miss and finishing. And playing with guys who have the ability to score like that, I feel like it's such a tool and a privilege for these guys to be able to have someone that they can dump it down to and depend on to make plays, when they need.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, this guy, 14 points, 9.5 rebounds throughout the group stages, almost a double-double, and he's bringing that energy off the bench.
He's going to be a weapon. He's going to be a weapon. But Gladiators, ready at my signal, Drew Lasker. You unleash hell.
Well, in this type of environment, you need an X factor. Bingo, right here. Clifton Moore Jr., he's young, athletic, and he's hungry. He just told me this morning he can't wait to touch the wood. But unfortunately, you need a little bit of experience in this environment. So we got you covered right here with Patrick Whelan right here. Mr. GB International, he's been here before. He's done that. He can get to the rim, or this is where he can stretch the floor right here. And if things get a little bit tight, he's the guy that can rally the troops on the floor. But speaking of leader of men, let's check in with the guys that'll be working the sidelines.
And how has your preparation been? Obviously, you had a huge game on Wednesday. How much time have you been able to invest in this game tonight?
As much as possible. We didn't have so many days, but we maximize our time after Wednesday game. So something that we are used to because of schedule. So that there is no differences, nothing new.
Coach, after 20 years, the pressure is off of winning it, but is there any pressure to defend it?
I think there's always pressure. You want to win trophies for this club. We're coming up against London today, a talented team, but we still put pressure on ourselves.
You think of the Gladiators, what are the major keys?
I mean, the good team. They beat us on our home court once. It's going to be, I think, a lot of half-court offenses, long offenses, and they're a good team, well-coached. They know what they want, and on the other end, we have to try to play our game.
We know who London are. We know what they do. We've played them multiple times this year, but we have to come with that swagger and know that we are current champions right now, and they got to take it from us.
Okay, well, this is going to be great. Number 1 and number 2 in the league. This could potentially even be a final, Obi. And they're going to play it like one. What are your predictions today?
I mean, my predictions is it's going to be a closely fought game. I feel like Gladiators, they need to get off to a great start, get off to a strong start, and make it a tough game down the stretch.
And for you too, Mike?
Yeah, I think control the pace of the game, play that first half to get to the second half, give yourselves a good chance to trust the game plan.
Okay, well, after the break, Azania Stewart and Todd Harris will take you through semi-final 1 of 2, London Lions against the Caledonia Gladiators.
Xbox, you can't play me. Money in the text box, I get paid. There ain't no rest. For the wicked, I'm bad and I'm blessed. The break goes for the jam. Oh, my goodness. For the rest, there ain't no contest. The fire like I'm possessed. My personnel and my clique is attached to the road.
Well, you knew it was coming. Caledonia starting to flex their muscle. As Yalib. Clifton Moore, are you kidding me?
Wait a minute.
The boss. I kept that one in pound. Are you kidding me?
London takes the court, as does Caledonia. We got orange on blue. London rocking a new kit.
Yes, I haven't seen this uniform on them. A little orange
And I'm really excited. Thank you for everyone who's joining us. The crowd is in. And you know what? All this morning I was just thinking, wow, I feel like I'm playing these semifinals.
First shot goes awry, and it looks like it will stay. No, it'll go the way of the orange. Got to get used to that orange and black. Rocking the Halloween colors of the London Lions. They come in with a record of 22-3 during the championship, 3-1 in Group B. They won their group despite losing that last game, but they had already clinched. Caledonia comes in 2-2, and Jeanette, Ovi, and Mike talked about it. They had to fight to get even into the semifinals. They were down 0-2 in games and had to win the last two to get here.
Yeah, that pressure was on definitely in that group stage, but they managed to just keep chipping away and get those last two dubs versus Sheffield and Surrey.
Both teams testing out the rims early. Brand new court here at Utilita Arena. And the fans continue to make their way inside this fantastic setting. It's great to have basketball back in Birmingham. Faro Olahajic gives it to Mike Bothwell. Deep in there, ball knocked away. Connor Morgan with a beautiful save, and it will go to Caledonia. It'll stay, and a fresh shot clock goes to 14. So we'll educate you along the way. Of course, 4 quarters here in the British Basketball League, 10-minute quarters. Shot clock, 24 seconds. On a turnover, it can be reset back to 14. William thought about it as he came off that screen. He'll drive the lane on Olasheni, and they'll get a reach-in foul on big Gabe Olasheni.
Well, this might be his first, or yeah, his first foul. And here you see, good job by Patrick Whelan. Just getting deep inside the key.
You gave some of your keys before the game got started. For Caledonia, can they afford to run with London? Could they make this an up-tempo game?
Oh, lovely finish and one with Bothwell. I think they would prefer to slow it down, and we even heard Coach talk about a lot of half-court plays and long offense. I think that goes into the style of Caledonia, especially, like I said, Matt Morgan, very, very fast. This is a good start by Caledonia here, putting pressure on the referee's drive to the basket. And there we go, first 3 points.
Mike Bothwell, the 6'3" guard out of Cleveland, Ohio, played college ball in the States at Furman University. We welcome our fans watching across the Atlantic, back in the U.S. and here in the U.K. 8:44 to play here in the first quarter, and here you're going to see a lot of that. Matt Morgan driving. He has got absolute jets. Beautiful kickoff and can't finish, but right back in the hands of Morgan, who dumps it inside to Olasheni amongst the tall trees, and he gets it to fall.
Beautiful finish by Olasheni. Patience, you saw him. He caught that ball, saw where the defense was, and finished.
Olahajic will turn and fire from 10. Easy shot for him. Cannot give him that shot. It's too dangerous. That guy is so consistent on the baseline.
Well, I think Gabe needs to just have a hand.
Yeah. What do you think about the starting lineup for London? This is a different iteration of the London Lions that we've seen with Solowadi and Tariq Phillip in there.
You're so right. Solowade's been struggling with a bit of injuries and is finally coming back into his own. No David will be sitting out. A few tweak soreness he has. And then, I don't know. I kind of like this lineup, but also it's a different look, and this is where I think, London Lions have struggled at times.
So used to seeing Jordan Taylor running the point, but he gives way as he's been a little bit banged up as well. And then big game playing on Wednesday against Istanbul, where that was a raucous crowd in the Copper Box.
Yeah, they're still in the Euro Cup, and they did. That was a wonderful game. Besiktas filled out the London.
Turned out.
Yes, they did.
Inside out game, and the tip ball. It's going to go to London.
But just going back to London Lions, there is some sort of consistency that you do have when you have that same starting five. You play together a lot, and throughout the season, they've had a lot of injuries, a lot of, players in and out.
For head coach Peter Boschitz in his first year here with London Lions, is this a case of maybe too many toys in the toy box? Because he's got so much talent. He can give you so many different looks to an opponent.
Well, what I do love about him, he's so smooth. He's calm, never freaks out, never gets really angry.
Politza, wow. When he gets his feet set, Lucas Politza is dangerous beyond three.
And listen, he's high on the top of the scouting list for shooting the three-point shot. Like you said, when his feet are set, he is hot.
And so, time.
Yeah, London Lions need to make sure they have that under control, but good for him for his first shot.
Yeah, he's got a quick trigger there. Reminds me of a Reggie Miller. Ooh. As soon as he gets the ball in his hands, feet are set, it's going up. 8-2, Caledonia on top here early in period number 1 of 4. Nice drive to the lane. And Tariq Phillip able to drive the baseline and get it to fall. A much bigger guard than sometimes London puts out there when they've got Solowati and Tariq Phillip in the backcourt.
Yeah, and he's just so strong, but he loves it. He's such a competitor, you can see. He talks, talks a lot of trash sometimes, but also on the offensive end, always talking.
In deep into Alahajets. He turns to his left, fires, can't get it a little too hard. Olusheni gets it. Here comes the speedster, Matt Morgan, puts it into 5th gear and kicks it back out to Solowati, and he'll bury it and get the shooter's roll.
And that's London style. Do you see how quick that offense was? Matt Morgan ignites their offense and then down low to Gabe Olusheni.
Gabe Olusheni, right place, right time, takes the assist from Solowati, and now we are 8-6. A lot of orange jerseys surrounding and an easy dunk on the missed pass. Princeton Onwas, 6'6" forward out of Houston, Texas.
Well, Onwas, he's known for his defense, but way to clean that one up and dunk it home.
Maybe the most famous assist in Caledonia history, Princeton Onwas last year, the man who gave the assist to David Sloan to win this very trophy. Can they do it again? Happy to be here, but now, what was that quote you got from Farah Al-Hajic? We got to play like we're the defenders.
Yes, and take that on. They want to take on that responsibility and that pressure. But also, I love what Coach Gareth said at the start. He said, play with swagger, play like we deserve to be here. Listen, you've got to get through London Lions if you want to make it back to the finals and defend that trophy.
Dante Grantham has checked in. He had a big game the other night against Besiktas, where he came off the bench, and in my opinion, he gave them such a sharp shot in the arm that I was just impressed. Dante Grantham comes in 12.6 rebounds on Wednesday night.
I think Dante Grantham is a perfect example of a glue player, but also a role player.
Speed will kill you. Speed kills.
And just going back to Grantham, I just think he never complains,
Yep.
He never moans, he comes in, he gives you solid defense. He usually has to guard, he's a tweener, so he can guard a post player or a faster guard. But then offensively, finding himself, can shoot the three, can spread the floor.
And I think you make a great point because he comes in and does whatever they need. If they need defense at the time, he does that. If they need rebounding, he does that. If they need an offensive shot, he can do that as well. So a great addition. And again, as we talked about, Peter Boschitz has lots of tools in the shed.
And he also brings the energy.
Yeah.
You can see him, he screams, he flexes, he really gets this team up and ready to go.
Matt Morgan at the line, and Matt Morgan, the guard out of Concord, North Carolina, by way of Cornell University, come off a 20.4 assist Wednesday night Euro Cup victory over Besiktas. 10-8, Caledonia on top by 2 as we come up on 5.5 to play in the first period. Down low to CMJ, and Clifton Moore Jr. doesn't miss that shot very often. Inside, Olusheni turns, takes the contact, can't get that shot to fall. So both teams missing at close range. Go back down to CMJ. No, they'll kick it back out. Mike Bothwell now set up the offense. Great interior defense and the hands blocking the passing lanes. Tariq Phillip now with the ball. Grantham drives, sees part, a little too hard off the glass. And they're going to get Dante Grantham, not one but two, and Grantham want to make sure if you're going to call the foul, I'm going to get my money's worth.
Yeah, he's going to get his money worth for sure, Todd. But that's what you want, right? You're not giving anything easy. He just takes it off.
4:53 to play in semi number 1 here in Birmingham. Caledonia has a 2-point lead trying to get that title back in Caledonia.
Please welcome to the floor, the British Basketball League.
Back in Birmingham, we got a 2-point ball game, 10-8, Caledonia on top as the defending champions. Todd Harris alongside Azania Stewart, off to a quick pace, and I got to think this favors Caledonia.
Well, first of all, we have to talk about the best seats in-house. We're sitting right here, but you're right, this pace does favor Caledonia. A good start from them too. Well-executed plays, but tough defense, making it really hard for London Lions to get easy, quick offense. They're getting back in transition defense.
And more substitutions coming for the Lions as Josh Sharma checks in. Sharma is a great spark plug off the bench, 7 feet tall out of Newton, Mass. Played his college ball in the States in California on one of the most beautiful campuses you'll find, Stanford University. Oh, in and out for Polizzi. Hit a big 3 to start off his campaign. Saves that ball to Mike Bothwell. Bothwell can't get it to fall.
I always think that's brand new rims. You know, they need to be dunked on a little bit when the ball just rims in and out like that, bounces out.
Captain Jordan Taylor's now checked into the game for London. Grantham going to work. Baseline spins up and in. Can't get it to fall. Great defense there by Patrick Whelan not to commit a foul.
Well done. Patrick Whelan stood his stand on that defense.
Good matchup here. Whelan's got the burst. He drives the lane. Not many guys are going to drive on Grantham, Morgan, and Sharma and live to tell about it.
And
Prince Anwas fouled and down on the court.
I think both just kind of hit where the sun doesn't shine, and just going to have to take a minute to walk that one off. Here it goes. Here's the block from Sharma. And that's what Sharma does, just affects shots. He didn't block it exactly, but he made Patrick Whelan have to change in the air.
And that'll send Connor Morgan to the line, the 6'9" forward out of Victoria, Canada, Canadian national team member, coming off a 3 rebound performance, against Besiktas on Saturday. He really didn't get going, but they didn't need him to get going because so many other people contributed.
Oh, Connor Morgan. Connor Morgan, yes.
Yeah.
You know what? I had a little chat with him at the beginning as they were warming up, and I said, you know what? I'm really enjoying your play, and I'm going to call you the silent assassin. You know, he has a nice quiet 50 points, and 8 rebounds, does his job solidly. I really like him for this London Lions team. I've enjoyed his play.
Bothwell driving, Sharma there. Jordan Taylor fills up, and CMJ, Clifton Moore Jr., gets an easy one with the left.
And Clifton Moore Jr. really coming into his own. He comes off of the bench, but gives them solid minutes. He shoots a little mid-range jump shot, finishes around the rim and also can guard Josh Sharma very well.
Morgan feeding to Sharma. Sharma drives, clean off the glass. Love a big man that can use the glass.
Well, usually he's known for his highlights,
yeah.
Right? His flying dunks. But a nice little layup works too.
Nice pace now, 12-11, coming up on 3:20 to play here in the first period. This is semi number 1. We've got Leicester and Cheshire coming up for you after this one.
Well, he must have heard me. There's his little 15-footer. Thank you.
Look at that burst.
Wow.
Look at that burst.
Wow.
I mean, you can't give him a step.
Listen, he just needs that split second. He sees a seam and gets right to it.
Got to make sure that you've got someone guarding the paint when Matt Morgan's got the ball in his hands. Give him just a little bit of daylight. He'll take it. Bothwell, he'll drive, go to the right hand, and he gets it off the glass.
It's a lovely finish.
Like Bothwell, what a great pickup for Caledonia, young man out of Cleveland, Ohio, seeing more minutes as the season progresses. A little Canada on Scotland, and Scotland getting the better of Connor Morgan. Fraser Malcolm checking in for the Gladiators. JT rushed that one, trying to get it to Dante Grantham in the corner. As more substitutions come for the Lions, the best point man in the business, Luke Nelson, now checking into the game, and he'll also bring back Mo Solowati.
That's great defense from Malcolm, really standing firm and blocking that shot from Connor Morgan. That's a great job.
Head coach Gareth Murray, in his 4th year as the head man for Caledonia. Sitting second, as Zania pointed out, on the table. Lions number 1 with 22-3 record. Gladiators coming in 13-8. Caledonia, I think the issue that I've seen throughout the season is consistency. Gareth Murray, they string together 2 or 3 really good games, and you're thinking, okay, they might threaten, and then they might have 2 bad where you're like, what is that?
Yeah, and I think it's just them staying focused, right? I think they come in sometime a bit complacent if a team at the lower end of the table comes in. But for me, what I'm starting to see with the British Basketball League is anyone can win on every given night. So you've got to respect your opponent and come in. But I love Gareth. I think obviously he comes from a playing background.
Sure.
So when you have a player coach, they understand. They understand the ups and downs and the grinds. And I really like him as a guy. And that beard, obviously, top tier.
Bothwell, a 73% shooter on the year. Varies them both. 18-13, Caledonia on top. Winner facing either Leicester or Cheshire in the second semifinal coming up. Now with Luke Nelson in the game, this gives London a different, maybe a more, I don't say a consistent point guard distributor kind of thing, because he's always looking to pass first, but he can score. Almost on cue with Sharma on the putback.
Well, there you go. We call him the General, don't we? He's
Lord Nelson.
Lord Nelson. He's a Great Britain point guard, very experienced, comes from a family of greatness. His father and him also have won this tournament. So, and a foul.
Nelson a little outmatched there as he got the mismatch there, and that'll send Clifton Moore Jr. to the line. And we need to point out, Luke Nelson's sister is going to be helping out the broadcast this weekend. How about that?
Yes, a family of greats. Yes, she will be doing the women's final tomorrow. We've got a full weekend of greatness. If you love basketball, this is where it is at.
Clifton Moore Jr. will go to the line. Good to see Ian DeBose checking into the game, the 6'4" guard out of Durham, North Carolina. Plays some college ball at Wake Forest. Anytime you're playing ball on Tobacco Row, you know as a former SEC player, it's they play some serious ball in that state.
Yeah, they do. And just talking about the women's team, the London Lions are in the building. I've just seen them walk in. They're here to support the men, so both London Lions, women and men, are going for the trophy.
Talk about a powerful team. Lord Nelson scores. Luke Nelson with a great drive using the left hand. We'll see the Lions and the Essex Rebels tomorrow in the women's championship, the Betty Cardona Trophy up for grabs. Ooh, and that foul, deep range. Nelson probably wanted that one back as Kyle Johnson, KJ5, just checked into the game, and he's going to go to the line and shoot 3.
I love that nickname you give him. Here it is. That little tap of that shooting hand, maybe a bit of a flop. But, you know, for me, the referees have really locked in this season. The shooter must be protected. He must be able to, one, land without any, feet or anyone under him, and then no contact to his shooting hand.
Johnson, a Canadian product. Team GB from 2012 Olympics, same year you were playing the Olympic Games. He's an 83% free throw shooter.
He's one of my Olympic brothers.
From the line. 23-17, just over a minute to play here in period number 1. Gareth Murray, he's got to be pretty happy at this point. You know London's going to make a run. You know London's going to come at you in some spurts, but right now his team is certainly playing well in this first period of 4.
There's some fans. Look at that. Love this. That's a little mini Caledonia jersey. Love that. Didn't know they come in kid sizes. There she is.
There you go.
Thank you, cameraman. Beautiful. She's got her drum.
Here come the Lions now, looking for the open man. It's JT in the corner. Comes up just a little bit short. Caledonia looking to run. Mike Bothwell will drop it back down to CMJ. Clifton Moore Jr. and Sharma. Great matchup. Goes to his right. Gets a step on him and uses the class. David Robinson-esque.
Well, there you have it. It's Saturday, so the bank is open. Really like the energy that Caledonia's come out with. Aren't backing down, right underneath London Lions.
Ian DeBose picks up his first foul. Good to have him back on. He has been injured for the past few games, and he brings a lot of international experience playing in Denmark, Germany, the States, and now in the UK.
Huge. At one point, the boss was one of the leading scorers in the regular season. Knows how to score, doesn't need any offense, can create his shot. So it's really good. They said he was kind of up in the air. This is his first game back, so really happy for him to be back out here for Caledonia. Huge for them, in fact.
Tariq Phillip hitting the first of 2, a 79% free throw shooter. Tariq Phillip, native of Brooklyn, New York, played his ball in West Virginia and part of that NBA G League in 2019 when he played for the Memphis Hustle. I can't decide whether the fans here are pro-London or pro-Caledonia.
I think they're pro-basketball. Because we're on a neutral site, not too far away from London, a little bit further for Scotland team. But I think this is great. When you can play in a neutral site, all your home fans can come down, support, but also just basketball fans in the country can just come and support.
5 seconds. DeBose will do it himself with a high arching teardrop, and he gets it to fall. And what a way to finish for the defenders of the trophy. Caledonia stretches their lead out to 9, 28-19 here after 1 period of play in Birmingham. It's the British Basketball League on Sky Sports. We've completed 1 period of play here in semi-number 1 trophy competition with Caledonia, the defenders of the trophy, up 28-19. Todd Harris, Xenia Stewart, and Drew Lasker with you here in Birmingham. On site, front row, and ready to go. And now it's the Lions that have to find a way to answer back. Xenia, we know they have the firepower, no question about it. The question is, how do they find their mojo? How do they find that same rhythm they had on Wednesday in the Euro Cup game?
Well, not to panic, right? It's only into the second quarter, but I love the energy that Caledonia have come out with. They've executed. They've made London Lions have to defend them. But, you know, we've still got a long time to go. But to put up 28 points in the first quarter, I know Coach Bojic is not going to be happy with that. That's way too many.
Yep. Foul called on Josh Sharma, some 30 feet away from the basket. And we see the arrival of those participating in semi-number 2. It'll be Cheshire, the Phoenix. They'll be facing off against the Leicester Riders. And I think Leicester right now, Azania, for my money, one of the hottest teams in the league.
Oh, for sure. I love that. Here they are, the Leicester Riders, coached by Rob Paternostro, one of our fellow commentators and hosts. Lovely rebound.
KJ5 with the assist from CMJ.
I'm really excited for that second semi-final. Phoenix is one of my favorite teams. I feel like they're a complete team, but don't you count out Leicester Riders. They're well coached and they're ready, and they got a new kid on the block.
No time to panic, especially when you got a handle like Tariq Phillip as he drives to the lane. Thought he had an and one, but he'll take the 2, and that cuts the lead back to 30-21. Not very often you see London getting down in the first half by 11 points.
No, you don't. But like I said, I've loved the energy. We knew, and Coach Gareth spoke about that swagger, that they belong here. They are the defending champions, so they're definitely playing like it.
Whelan gives the head fake to Connor Morgan, kicks it out to Ian DeBose. He opts for a tough fadeaway baseline, 10-footer, finds nothing but net.
Man, that was really nice. Turned down a good shot for a better shot.
Connor Morgan now, he drives, gets the step. He goes teardrop over Clifton Moore Jr., and that is not easy to do as Clifton Moore Jr. stands at 6'11", and the crazy Canadian drives the lane, has no fear.
Well, that's what I was talking about. The glue, the silent assassin, comes down, takes that dribble and the contact, and goes to the line.
Should say the crazy Canuck. That's the name. Oh, Josh Sharma's going to get a rebound cleanup. So just like that, the London Lions go on a nice little 4-0 run, get themselves back in the game, now down by 7 with 8:15 to play in the half.
A rebound on the free throw line is, not acceptable.
Fraser Malcolm hanging in the air, gets that one to fall. So back and forth they go. It's a regular track meet here in Birmingham. If it does get into a really quick, fast, up-tempo game, I gotta think I like the potential of London. It just seems like they have a few more bullets in the gun.
Great defense. Patrick Whelan sacrificing his body. Really a pest under Josh Sharma. He brought that ball down, Todd, and when you bring the ball down, you let all the little ones come and get it.
The littles getting involved in the defensive play. Matt Morgan gets called for the foul.
Yeah, good energy, and that's what I'm talking about. If Caledonia want to get back to the finals, those are the plays that are very important.
We got timeout on the court, and the shot clock had not advanced as Caledonia had it across the timeline. So 7:41 to play on the game clock as the officials will confer back and they'll take a look at this. Petar Bosic now working the water bottle a little bit. Remember Jerry Tarkanian when UNLV worked the towel?
There you go.
Coach Bosic got the water bottle going.
Got to stay hydrated.
Yes. Good turnout for the fans here in Birmingham. Coach Murray on his side of the court. Brand new court installed too. Watching that on time lapse yesterday. They did a great job. It looks fantastic.
Yeah, you got to shout out that crew. There's so much that goes into putting such a lovely production and show and, putting on the finals. We've got to give our little production crew a shout out. It's not just us.
Some of the best in the business as we are so happy to be on site here at Utilita Arena. Todd Harris, Zania Stewart. We'll hear from Drew Lasker in a moment. Being with Drew Lasker kind of changes the equation. He's the man.
Yeah, he's the man. He's the insight. He's been telling all of us about, the upcoming and just the little bits and bobs about different teams. I love him to bits because we're usually in the studio.
Yeah.
And so that we get to see him. There he is having a chat to one of the assistant coaches for London Lions. A great time.
Yeah, this is great. The fans continue to make their way in because it's 2-for-1 basketball today. Semi-1, semi-2, of course. Leicester and Cheshire coming up. A very entertaining game. Both teams looking to punch their ticket into the trophy final, which you'll see tomorrow. And we've got the women's game as well. So if you love basketball, Birmingham is the place to be this weekend.
It sure is. They do a wonderful job. Just waiting for the referee to figure it out. But I'm just talking about Caledonia right now. I love the energy that they've come out with. You can definitely see they're a team that is focused. And London Lions have answered, though. This is going to be a really good basketball game. This first half has been full of action.
How hard is it, and this is kind of a simple question, how hard is it to adjust to a new arena? None of these players have played here before this year. New court, new arena, fans are a little farther away.
Yes, I think it's quite difficult, actually. One, because there's a lot of the production side of it. The dancers are rehearsing, we're rehearsing. And so there's a lot of stuff of waiting around, and that's kind of, you've got to plan your pre-warm-up beforehand. Make sure it's kind of, it doesn't get you out of rhythm, but there's a lot that goes into it. So, yeah, I think...
Were you always a routine player? You'd like your set routine on every game, home or away?
Yeah, I mean, I knew I always relied on my preparation.
Right.
I rely on preparation prevents piss poor performance. So for me, as long as I knew I had prepped, I had done my scout, I had shot well, I was feeling good, then it was just about having fun, letting the lights...
Executing.
Yeah, just, relaxing. I would have a little dance. I would, because I trusted in that process of the prep that I had done.
Trust the process, folks. You heard it here from Zania Stewart first. We're back to play. The shot clock has been fixed. Set at 20. 7:40 to play here in the half. It is all Caledonia right now as Clifton Moore Jr. goes up high, and he is sandwiched between two orange jerseys. And they're going to get Josh Sharma And I think that is his second, if not third, second personal. So Olasheni and Sharma both with 2 fouls. Nelson also sitting on 2 fouls for the Lions. Something about Clifton Moore Jr.'s game. I was talking to him before tonight's game, and he said, I just feel good. I'm feeling good. And I think he's the kind of player that can give another team problems. He's not a true big man because he runs so well and shoots so well outside.
Yeah.
But he's so quick, and he can play on the low on the blocks.
Yeah, and you can see that confidence that he's been playing with. And I think the last couple of weeks, definitely, he's been a real big factor for them. You know, he's been in their starting lineup sometimes, coming off the bench. He's been key.
Under 7.5 to play. Connor Morgan gets it down low on the blocks. He draws a big crowd, and Sharma flushes it.
Well, there you go. Highlight Sharma. This is what you know London Lions for. Comes down the lane and rocks it.
Can I give a little credit, though, to the Canadian?
Let me hear it.
Connor Morgan recognizes if I've got 3 light blue jerseys around me, someone's wide open.
Yeah. Good
Josh
recognition.
Sharma says, let me come and help you with that pass. I'll get even closer.
You're right. Good recognition. But that's the thing what Connor Morgan does, right? He brings all the defense to him.
36-27, 9-point lead for Caledonia. The lead is as big as 11. Patrick Whelan pulls the trigger from a deep range 3. Can't hit it. And the Lions now want to run. Up. Oh, and almost put down. He was just too far away from the rim, and Clifton Moore Jr. had set up camp down on the block. Dubose. Malcolm. Boom.
Looked good. It sure did look good from this angle. And that's what he's on this team, a great shooter. When he's got his feet set.
So now the biggest lead of the game so far, a 12-point lead, as Caledonia has stretched out to 39 points. Zane, you made a great point. Getting 28 points on London in the first period may not seem like a lot, but that's a big deal.
No, that's huge. You know, the defense isn't locked in enough. It's way too easy. Also, London Lions, there it is, shooting 0 from 5, 0% from the 3-point line right now, and then 2 for 4 for Caledonia.
So Simon Unsworth going to the table, checking on this, and oof, look at that. Right in front of us. How great is it to say that? Right in front of us. Mike Bothwell will check in, and Kyle Johnson will step aside. Pat Whelan's been kind of quiet. I'm kind of waiting for him to start warming up like the microwave.
Well, London Lions won't like that, but I like him. I think he's just been solid for this team. He knows how to get it done.
Easy, pure.
And Patrick Whelan has Matt Morgan getting into his bag also. Comes from Leicester Riders, you know, and really a good move for him in his career. Caledonia played in Europe this season.
Bothwell on the crossover, trying to find space. Whelan now, shot clock at 8. He's feeling it. From Edinburgh, Fraser Malcolm from Falkirk, Scotland. And the London Lions will take a timeout as it is now a 12-point Caledonia lead with 6:10 to play.
Massive. Look how far Matt Morgan is off Malcolm. That's way too far. As a shooter, he's known for a shooter. Clock running down. Nothing but net and splash.
Fraser Malcolm, the 6'6" forward out of Falkirk, Scotland, the Scottish sharpshooter, buries the 3.
Gosh, great energy for Caledonia. Really enjoying their style of play. They're being aggressive, they're being smart, they're being poised. They're really putting the pressure on London Lions to make sure that they get back in defense. Usually, you know, London Lions are the fast out of the blocks, but here's Coach Bozic, probably the most animated that we've seen him, Serbian. And usually Serbians are quite, you know, tough-nailed, and he's more of a relaxed. But I think right now this is where you do need to, you know, amp it up.
He looks like he's asking a lot of rhetorical questions. What are you thinking, kind of things?
No, well, I think his team could be so much better. You know, he knows. Like you said, he's got so many great players, but when you're not clicking and you know, then the pressure starts to come, and then, you know, this is a semi-final. London Lions didn't win it last year and people had them down. Like, you have to come out ready to play, and I think this energy that Caledonia's come out in the first half, I thought is exquisite.
Could this be a problem for the Lions of having too many riches? Trying to find, you get that continuity when you get a set 5 or a group that's used to playing with each other, and then when you mix the ingredients maybe a little bit too much, they're just not used, they aren't cohesive enough?
Yeah, well, it's so difficult for them because they are also...
Look at that hustle. Whelan. Oh, they have 3 blue jerseys under there. Malcolm Frazier will try to go up. His shot blocked away. Sharma keeps it alive, and here comes Dante Grantham. Behind the back, pass. Morgan can't get it to fall. Whelan sees a lot of orange jerseys. He'll back it out. And Ian DeBose, with plenty of time on the shot clock, gives the head fake. CMJ comes up a little bit short. Tariq Phillip got one-on-one situation. He'll drive it, teardrop, and good.
Pretty, real easy. Walk straight up into that. But both teams just struggling a little bit. Went back and forth. No bucket. And then trust Tariq Phillip. Calm everything down.
Dante Grantham just plowing through that screen. He's not having any of it. DuBose, he'll fade away to his left. Good defensive stand by the Lions. Here comes Tariq Phillip. Connor Morgan feeling a deep 3. That one's short. Bothwell looks up, says, all right, fellas, we've sprinted back and forth multiple times. Let's try some set offense there.
Let's slow it down, but good job from Caledonia getting back and still 1 from 8. London Lions struggling at the 3-point line.
Sharma blocks it. They're going to call the goaltend as he took it off the glass. And everyone's talking, we want some VAR. We want to take a look at this. Timeout on the court. 4:36 to play in the first half. Caledonia on top, 44-32.
We get to look at this replay. He's right. He hits it onto the backboard, but sadly, referees don't get a second look.
So a 9-point lead after the first quarter is now a 12-point lead for the defenders of the trophy. It's British Basketball League's in-season tournament. The trophy competition will take all of January, and Gabe Olasheni's going to step around and get the and one as Clifton Moore Jr. just could not handle the big body that Olasheni just seemed determined. The product of the University of Iowa out of Plaistow, UK, gets it done. Watch this. Just muscles his way in.
Well, you can see his leg is right in between Moore Juniors. An instant offense from Gabe Olasheni. And that is what we call, what did you call them? The fun toy box of
just another toy in the toy box.
Yeah, that you can sub out Josh Sharma for Gabe Olasheni.
Clifton Moore Jr. picks up his second personal, and Pharaoh Alhajic, the captain, steps back on for the Gladiators. Olasheni now at the line, 85% free throw shooter, as the Utilita Arena goes quiet. So 3-point play complete. London gets back down to a 9-point advantage, 4:22. Azania, I like your talk of Petar Bosic not panicking, but it's going to be a different kind of talk if his team is down double figures at halftime.
Yeah, definitely that halftime. I just think you've got to, right? This is a semi-final. If you want to come in here and take it from the champions, you've got to step up the energy.
DeBose tried the no-look pass. Bothwell has to kick out a 3 as the shot clock was winding down, and he buries it. Back to a 12-point advantage.
And a nice little fist bump in the air. Big shot by Bothwell.
Olasheni now from the baseline. That one was flat as it came off his hand. DuBose now pushing the pace. Whelan out in front, takes the Euro step. Can't get it to finish, and he's going to get the foul.
See what I mean?
Yep.
Caledonia doing a wonderful job. They're keeping London Lions to one tough shot, getting the rebound, then they're out in transition and then onto the rim, putting pressure on the referees, making them have to get calls. And Patrick Whelan, and you know, usually I've seen.
Yeah, we've got you covered coming up at halftime. The best in the business, Jeanette Kwachi, Ovi Soko, and Mike Tuck. Guys, what do you got coming up for us in about 3:39?
Yeah, well, 12-point lead here for the Gladiators. And Mike, who you been looking at?
Well, I mean, for the Gladiators, I've been looking at Clifton Moore Jr. He's come off the bench and had a great start to the game there, that first quarter for them. And really just kind of attacking from all angles. Great movement inside, great key post-ups, and then a couple of putbacks as well.
Okay, and for you, Ovi?
I mean, Matt Morgan, he's been the bright spot for the London Lions. They've got a little bit of work to do, but, you know, he's been doing what he does.
Okay, we'll be back with you guys at halftime talking all of that.
All right, thank you very much, Jeanette. I know you love being in the studio with the boys, and I love having Azania right next to me, but if I'm a general manager in the league, I'm looking to get Mike Tuck, Ovi Soko, and Azania Stewart back into uniform. I think there's still double-doubles in them.
Stop it.
Come on.
Don't start that. You're going to start
coming out of retirement rumors?
Yes. Twitter's going to go crazy on us.
Yeah.
We're enjoying our retirement life.
The glory days.
Yep.
Mike Bothwell now stepping to the line. He's been a huge addition as he's come into the starting lineup and giving more points to Gareth Murray. Just moments ago, a great block on Matt Morgan, who's had a wide-open 3. It was swatted. So now 49-35. We talked about double digits, and it's going to be a 15-point lead now with 3:16 to play in the first half. Jordan Taylor now the captain, checking back in for the Lions. Like to christen these new orange uniforms with a victory. They got some work to do. Olasheni turns to his right. Can't get it to fall too hard. Ali Hodgetz holds his ground, and Bothwell once again finds himself with the rock in his hand. Change of pace from the Caledonia Gladiators. It seems like they'll run with them for a minute or two, and then they will go to set offense. That time, a little too hard. Dante Grantham, now he's pushing it. Connor Morgan from the wing, dumps it underneath Gabe Olasheni. Probably a smart foul. Patrick Whelan tied up Olasheni. They'll send him to the line to shoot 2.
Great. Great foul. Really made him have to, yeah, making sure that he's not going to score it. He's got to get it from the free throw line.
So Olasheni will step to the line. 85% coming off a 12.6 rebound performance on Wednesday night in that win against Besiktas. Try to get my Turkish correct. It's the first of 2 with 2:37 to play now. 14-point lead, and it's just a change of pace. Caledonia, you knew, Azania, they were going to have to do something different. Now they have beaten, as you pointed out, they've beaten London this year once. Beating them twice is a whole different proposition, and they didn't have Matt Morgan in that go-around. So now it's a different team, and they are throwing a little bit of everything. I think this is great coaching on the part of Gareth Murray.
Yeah, well, both of these coaches are wonderful, but what I love is that they do have the boss back. You know, having that extra scorer that London Lions have to guard just changes it up.
Alhajic in deep, fakes left, goes right. Olasheni holds his ground, kicks it out now. Jordan Taylor, Lions looking for some opening. Not a lot of openings down low, and the passing lanes have been clogged up. Matt Morgan drives, real quick. I mean, lightning quick, and Palissa, before he could blink, his arm was out there, and Matt Morgan was going past him.
Yeah, and Onwaz hits Matt Morgan also and just apologizes. Great sportsmanship.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I think that's where Caledonia's done really well, making sure one tough shot. Here is the foul. Ooh. How many fouls? And then this last one.
So Morgan at the line with 2:10 to play, 13-point lead. Xenia, I think maybe what the biggest surprise is, normally with London, we see them when they are down, like we saw on Wednesday, they go on these patented 6-0, 7-0 runs. Yep. It changes the dynamic completely.
Well, I mean, especially when you've got a player like a Matt Morgan who, you know, he played in France last year, was pretty much, other than Victor Wembanyama, who was the #1 scorer, Matt Morgan was #2. He knows how to get it done. What they've got to do is figure out how to slow down Caledonia.
Oh, and they're going to get Ian DeBose on the push-off. Jordan Taylor had some strong defense on him, and DeBose just extended that arm a little bit, a la Michael Jordan back in the playoffs on Byron Russell. Caledonia will take a timeout with 2 minutes exactly to play. 12-point lead for the Gladiators, and they want to make sure Gareth Murray and his squad, they want to make sure they finish the first half strong.
Well, what I love about Caledonia so far, they're getting production from everyone, people who are coming off the bench. They've got 28 bench points, Todd. I think that's really big from them, that they can go deep into their bench and help. So I just think a really good game. I'm just so happy. The dance camera's on. I'm going to have a little dance. Join me if you would like with the rest of the crowd. But jokes aside, I think this last 2 minutes, if Caledonia can lock in, can keep this 12-point lead, I think Gareth would be really happy. There he is. Like, if I'm Coach Bozic, I need to chip away. This last 2 minutes here, get something easy, get a solid start. They got that stop from JT. And get into halftime.
On the line, a trip to the final. That'll be coming up tomorrow after the women's championship game. And coming up next tonight on Sky Sports, 6 p.m., it'll be Cheshire taking on Leicester, the Phoenix, and the Riders. And this will be an absolute classic.
Well, we've got a lot of basketball today. And not just any old basketball, champion trophy basketball. The style changed, the format changed this season. The league went on pause for January, and I loved it because we did see teams like Plymouth, who are at the bottom, who sit at the bottom of the table, you know, beat Caledonia in their first game. It gave everyone a clean sheet and come out and give themselves a run. So I really like the change-up for the format this season.
Yeah, and it gives teams that maybe didn't have a chance of winning the championship with a chance for some hard work, as Leicester comes in 7th place, Phoenix in 3rd, and now they're battling for an opportunity to win an in-season trophy. So, you're welcome, NBA. Jordan Taylor decides to drive, take things in his own hands, and good things happen when JT asserts himself offensively. He's not going to go off for massive points, but he's such a great spark plug and a team leader on the court.
And solid.
Yep.
You know exactly what he's going to give you. He's tough on defense. Here he is against the boss, but that floating little jumper, pretty.
DeBose trying to back down JT. He spent time in the gym, and DeBose gets it to fall. So back-to-back one-on-one crime. Nelson now back into the game. Beautiful bounce pass. Olasheni inside. Too many hands blocking the passing lanes. And back come the Gladiators. And as Zany, we talked about this, they change up the pace. They'll run on you, and then they'll set up the offense.
Yeah, really good job. But that defense there, they just kind of crowded the paint, made it difficult.
Solowati looking for the help. Princeton Onwa sets up down below. Can't get it to fall. Jordan Taylor comes away with it. JT finding Solowati on the baseline for 3. Can't get it to fall, but Olasheni is there. And almost an and one. He'll go to the line and shoot 2. 44.1 seconds to play, and it's a 12-point lead. Psychologically, Z, how important is it for the Lions to get this to single digits at half?
I think it's huge. You know, this is a huge rebound, and this is what Gabe is known for, right? He's a double-double king. He works hard. He's got that moustache. He talked about cutting it off in the summer that he was bored. So for me, I do think this is important. I said that last 2 minutes, breaking it down, but they haven't got it under 12.
Olasheni hits the first one, pretty consistent from the line, 85%, averaging 11 points and 6 boards on the season. One of those guys that can step up, can be an absolute monster in a game, go off for 18 to 20. Other nights, he'll go 8 and 8, still gets his contribution.
Solid. Yep. Yeah, and that's a great percentage for a big man at the free throw line. The free throws are going to be really huge, especially as we come down to the end of the game.
So it's down to 10. Jordan Taylor now guarding Bothwell. He switches over, takes on Malcolm. London kind of switching off to a 2-3 zone, deep range 3 off the mark. So a good defensive stand. And now the shot clock and the game clock just about 3 seconds apart. So London could, with a 3, get it down to 7. With a bucket, get it down to 8. Not sure if JT's calling a shot here, if he's just spreading out the floor. Olasheni comes and sets the high screen. Jordan finds him, can't get it to finish. Olasheni with an easy putback with just 4 seconds left. And that's how the first half will end as Paliza launches a beauty. 52-44. We got ourselves a ball game here in Birmingham. Well, Z, we said we wanted to see London get it into single digits, and they did just that. They cut it to 8.
Yes, good 2 minutes there for them. Definitely chipped away, managed to get stopped. And there's Gareth who puts his hands in his pockets. What is he going to do in the second half? But a fantastic first half for Caledonia.
A little bit of a Scottish scowl there as he makes his way into the locker room here in Birmingham. We send it over to Drew Lasker, who's with Clifton Moore Jr.
Clifton, not many people saw this coming in. What was said pregame to give you the confidence that you can put this first half together?
I think it was really, like you said, confidence. We said, everybody play your game. Every shot that you take, we trust in you. And I think that's how we're playing right now. You see it.
And I saw you at breakfast. You said you couldn't wait for this moment. What was your mindset coming off the bench today?
My mindset was just winning attitude, and everything will take care of itself, just that competitive spirit, for real.
Thanks for your time. Good luck in the second half. All right, thank you. Yep. Good luck. Back to you, Jeanette.
Thank you very much, Drew, and of course to Todd and Azania. Competitive spirit it is. London 44, Caledonia 52. We'll be back with halftime analysis right after this. Well, welcome back to Birmingham, where we are in semi-final 1 of the trophy playoffs, and the defending champions are playing like it. 28 points and a 9-point lead in the first quarter for Caledonia. Clifton Moore Jr. racking up the points for the Gladiators, along with some sensational three-pointers in the second. London using their speed, picking up a few fast break points, but not enough to hold them off or slow down the offensive attack from Caledonia. Smart, patient play from the Scots to take an 8-point lead into half-time. And we could take a look at these stats. Mike Tuck, Ovi Soko alongside me. And Ovi, when we look at that 3-point field goal percentage for London, not good.
Yeah, I mean, they're struggling from behind the arc. And I think a big reason for that is, you see 5 assists over there. London is a team that, they're known for sharing the ball. They play off each other. But what that's showing me, is that they seem a bit tense, a little bit tight, which you don't expect from the big bad bully.
Well, then this is it. It's championship mentality. It's crunch time, and the Gladiators are doing a great job showing that, Mike.
They definitely are. You saw the interview with Clifton Moore Jr. They're having fun out there. They're playing loose, and you can see by the assists, 11 assists. They're sharing the ball. They're getting the open guy open and getting good shots.
Well, let's talk about Clifton Moore Jr. A significant amount of impact in those first 2 quarters today, and what they are able to do is sensational, really.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about him coming off the bench and the spark that he needed to come with, and he didn't disappoint. Right off the jump, they were finding him on quick steals on the inside. Really good matchup there with Sharma. We saw as soon as Sharma subbed in, he started excelling, at that spot. And here, great pass here. We see an up screen from Whelan here. And this is just goes to show how well and how smart Caledonia are playing right here. The switch off here. We've got a big on Whelan. Whelan recognizes this. Quick little hesitation play to the basket, drags in all 5 defenders from London, sees Sharma protecting the rim, quick kick out here, and Dubose, nice little sidestep in the game, easy 2 points. Yeah. Caledonia are playing next level.
And it's smart, isn't it? It's so smart. And that's going to frustrate London, isn't it? And someone like Matt Morgan's going to have to really rally the troops, get the game up, and say to them, right, guys, I'm playing well enough. We all need to make sure we're doing the same, Ovi.
100%. He's the league leading scorer. He's the leading scorer for these guys, and there's someone that they look to in every aspect. And I think he was a bright spot here. You see him in transition, and his ability to put the defense on the back heel and draw attention, from the other team. It opens so much up for his other guys. Here, kicking out to Mo, and Mo doing a great job of punching it into the big man for an easy 2. But Matt Morgan, he done this, and I think he got these guys, or kept them in the game early, rather. Here again, the ball, before it even gets swung to him, you see there's no one under the hoop. And when there's no one behind, no one under the basket waiting for him, he's going to get downhill, and he's going to draw attention, draw fouls, and just create something out of nothing, really.
Yeah, and here, just like Ovi talked about here, able to see the floor. The key is wide open right here, so kind of slows down, playing 2 speeds, denies the screen, and beats his defender. His first step, his quickness, he's hard to stay in front of.
Yeah, 100%. It's an 8-point game, isn't it, over here? And the difference is, I think some of those 3-pointers that the Gladiators were able to bucket earlier, and it is key, isn't it, to get that accuracy?
I mean, the accuracy is key, but you talk about them being relaxed. I think they came into this game, and Clifton Moore Jr., he spoke about it just before, we went on a break, and he said that those guys came in wanting to play their own game. And I think all the guys are playing very comfortable. On the other side, the London Lions, I think they've struggled a little bit to play comfortable. They look a little bit uptight. They're trying to get to the finals in one play, and that's not what's going to cut it.
Yeah, well, let's just see what happens after halftime, what kind of thing they're going to be speaking about in that halftime dressing room, in the call room, and what a gripping semi-final it is. Remember, the winner goes through to the trophy final tomorrow. The score is London 44, Caledonia 52. We'll be back with the second half right after this. Welcome back to the British Basketball League Trophy Final Four, whether you're watching in the UK or in the USA. In today's first semi-final, the score is London 44, Caledonia 52. The second semi-final between Cheshire Phoenix and Leicester Riders tips off at 6 p.m. and the winners go through to Sunday's final. Now, before the men's final tomorrow, it's the Betty Cardona women's final between the London Lions and the Essex Rebels. And trust me, it will be epic.
Lions on 3. It's a great day to be a Rebel. Let's take care of business. Up the Rebs. London Lions versus Essex Rebels. For us to come out on top with our first ever finals win, it would just be insane. We're going to have to be ready. We're going to have to be firing on all cylinders. Pick your strength. We've got loads of them. What makes the London Lions winners? We play every game like it's our last.
Togetherness to me is everything. So we've got to be a team.
3, 2, 1.
It's game time.
It's game time indeed. It's going to be so, so good. Courtside, of course, former London Lion, Azania Stewart. And Azania, you've had a bit of history in this tournament. I know you're excited for tomorrow.
I really am, Jeanette. Thank you. Yes, I've been in this tournament twice and won it twice. I'll just, throw that out there. But this is wonderful, especially for the women to be showcased before the men. They've taken a break also in the regular season. A little bit of a different setup. Teams haven't played as many games, but well done for Essex and London Lions to make the final.
Azania, London have been so dominant in the league, haven't they? How do you see this one going tomorrow?
Well, they've been huge. They've got some really great experienced WNBA players, but, they're still in Europe. I think they've played very well in the regular season. They're undefeated, but Essex, they're playing great basketball right now. They're focused, they're locked in. This is their first time in the trophy, so they're going to come out hard.
And Z, there are so many British players on the biggest stage tomorrow. Really encouraging. Who should we be looking out for?
I think one person that you need to look out for is Temi Fagbenle. She's for the London Lions. She is so elegant, but for me, in my opinion, one of the best post players in the world, not just in the British Basketball League, in the world. She's won a WNBA championship. She's played all over in Europe, and she was my teammate in London Olympics 2012. But man, she is so fierce around the hoop. So look out for number 14, Temi Fagbenle.
Just very, very quickly, Azania, I know you've won it twice, and I'm sure you're probably regretting taking off that jersey, putting on those heels.
Not you too, Jeanette, in the rumours. I love retirement. I get to work with you every week. It's the best time. Obviously, I fell out of love for the game, and when you don't love it, you start to cheat it. So I'm still getting able to be in the game firsthand. I'm happy to be retirement. I'm not coming out.
No, we absolutely love having you. So please make sure you tune in tomorrow for both finals. The women tip off at 12:05 and the men at 3:30. And we are seconds away from the start of the second half in the first semi-final. The score is London 44, Caledonia 52. And Drew, he caught up with coach Gareth Murray.
Gareth, the 8-point lead coming out of the half. What was the recipe for success there in the first?
They talked about the details in the first half, right? The pre-game meeting. It's about the details, sharing the basketball, how they're going to play defense, where the ball needs to get to. Again, we got stops, we got out running, we got to the free throw line, we made some shots from the perimeter. But it was about the defense, right? We know London have a lot of talent. We're trying to take away things from them. They're probably going to come out, they're going to make some shots, but can we continue to talk about the small details?
Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
$52-44 is the halftime score. Caledonia, the defenders of the trophy, looking to make it 2 in a row. It'll be difficult because we know what kind of runs London can go on. Azania Stewart, the pride of the Lions, will be on the line here in the second half.
Yeah, that's going to be big. I like just to talk about Coach Gareth right there. Talked about the details, Todd. I think that has been huge. Can they still execute down the line? Because they know London Lions are going to come in with that big roar. And basketball is about momentum, right? Obviously, Caledonia has definitely had a momentum push in that first half.
Alihadjit's making some room there, and he comes up with nothing but Birmingham air as Gabe Olasheni gets the easiest rebound of the day for him. Tariq Phillip now running the point guard for head coach Petar Bosic as they look to make the comeback. They have trailed pretty much the entire game. Morgan quickly off that wing, can't get it to fall. And talking with Drew Lasker at halftime, we both kind of thought that the situation was London has the talent. There's no question about that. Yeah. They just seem to be out of sorts. They can't find their rhythm offensively.
Yeah, but that's what I spoke about. Let's talk about this festival.
Great defense, sharing the ball. Grantham up a little too hard. And just like that, Caledonia stands. They had a 3-on-2, London did, and can't convert.
And we spoke about just the starting lineup, right? Look, now this is a bit different. We saw Mo Salawade starting. They've gone with this starting 5.
Heavy contact there, no foul called. And the shot clock reset at 14. Whelan now. He'll survey the landscape here. Alihadjits loses the handle momentarily, kicks it back out. Anwa shares it. And Paleza, who hit a huge 3 to start the game, can't get that one to fall.
Well, you can definitely see the energy on the defensive end for London Lions has turned up the heat.
Morgan. Too much. Olasheni pumps once, pumps twice, can't get it in. Second time does.
And he knocks his head. He knows he can score that the first time. And maybe a little bit of frustration, but now we can just settle into the game.
He should just go full Azania Stewart and dunk that the first time. Don't even mess around with the layup. Gonna get that retirement rumor going again.
I hate you.
Coming up on 8 minutes to play. Great drive by Whelan and better defense by Morgan. And look at the Lions coming out with a defensive stand. Tariq Phillips stutter step drives. No foul call, so the officials letting him run, letting him work it out. Bothwell.
Beautiful.
One step, crisp.
Beautiful. Love that for Patrick Whelan. That's his bag. A nice little crossover jump shot.
46-54. 8-point Caledonia lead. Remember, the winner moves on to play in tomorrow's championship game. They'll play either Leicester or Cheshire, and that's coming up after this one. Morgan has to rush that one. Shot clock was down to 3. Where's a good place to start if you're Petar Bosic and you need a spark offensively? Who are you looking at?
Oh, good question. I think obviously Matt Morgan's easy, but I felt like Tariq Phillip was huge in that first half.
Bothwell off the mark, the lefty. Matt Morgan was tight on defense. Grantham now coming up running. Grantham spots up for a 3. He can't get it to fall, and there's nothing but blue jerseys underneath the rim.
Yeah, Gabe Olasheni had, what did he have? He's 15 right now, so, you know, he started very well in that first half, and I always like to establish the post players. Sure. There's a foul there, but they also struggle from the 3-point line.
Yeah, mightily.
You know, and only shooting 1 from 11, Todd. Big. Oh, 1 for 13. Thank you.
Do you think there's any kind of, I don't say letdown, but, you know, that game Wednesday against, and let me get this right, Besiktas.
Yes.
Is there a little bit of the legs maybe not quite as crisp as they would have been? Because that game took a lot out of them. That was a huge, full 40-minute battle.
Yeah, you're right. They play a lot of basketball, but this is what this team, London Lions, is built for.
Yeah. Great point. Whelan comes off that. Pure.
Huge. He's feeling it. And we spoke about Patrick Whelan. When is he going to come into his own? This, when the lights are bright, Mr. Patrick Whelan. That's back-to-back jump shots. And oh, so pretty. I like it for him.
Former Leicester Rider. Last time these teams played on December 29th. London got the win, but Whelan had 13, 5 rebounds, 7 assists. So he made his presence felt. And Alihadjits is going to pick up the foul. Gareth Murray says, come on out, let me chat to you. And he wanted to stay on. He said, no. And Clifton Moore is going to, yeah, just a little late, huh?
Yeah, you don't want him to pick up any more fouls. And especially Clifton Moore Jr. is doing really well. You can afford for him to come in.
Alihadjits picks up his 3rd. If you're new to the British Basketball League, it is 5 personal fouls, not 6. And Olasheni, I don't know if Coach Bosic heard you, but Olasheni is now the workhorse over the last 2 or 3 minutes. They are feeding him early and often.
Well, he's the only one with double digits, but what he is a workhorse. You're right, he's strong. But even when he's missing the shot, he's going back up.
Stops the clock, gets them at the line. Time really not an issue at this point with nearly 6 minutes to play in the third and another 10 minutes to go when we get to the fourth period. Cheney's been rock solid from the line, and he is continuing to rack them up. Just a 85% free throw shooter. And I say, you made a good point in the first half. That's a good for the bigs.
Yeah,
somehow the bigs struggle. I know you were 99% free throw shooter, but the bigs usually not as good. And there you go, the announcer jinx.
Oh, well, that's 16 points for Olasheni, the only one in double digits for London Lions. Coach Bozic, there he is, still pretty calm. We saw a bit of a heated, timeout. There's the free throws. Thank you very much. 6 from 7. Olasheni getting there 7 times.
Whelan handling the pressure inside. Clifton Moore Jr. leaves it just a little bit short, rolls off the side, and back come the Londons looking to run. Dante Grantham splits down the middle, too hard. And it's going to stay with London because Olasheni was in the middle, and we've got ourselves a tee.
Well, Bozic is on the court.
He's coming over to see you. He's halfway here.
Wow. And, and sometimes you need this from your head coach. He's riled up, and he's just got to protect his players. And he gets the technical. He wants them to call a foul, as you can see.
How many times did your coach do that? Take the tee to get your attention and get a little spark on his team?
Yeah, I think everyone needs to answer. They need to step up. They're losing right now. They haven't played their best basketball. And sometimes you've got to pick out all the bags out the trick. Hey, if I need to shout and scream, hey, if I need to get a technical, so be it.
But the Lions are going, man, we don't usually see this side of him. He really must be mad.
Well,
so no harm, no foul, other than the technical that Coach Bozic picked up. Remains 56-47. Morgan cannot get on track. Tariq Phillip goes up strong body. He's going to get fouled.
London Lions need to be careful here because, they're talking to the referees saying, hey, foul call. Let the referees do their job. And I found when I was a player, the more I spoke to the referee, the less I got. So it's best just to, not talk too much. They are human too. You need to, respect them, talk to them kindly. And I felt like the more you did that, the more you got.
Saw Simon Unsworth make a trip over to the Lions bench and have a chat with Coach Bozic. Crew chief tonight, Gavin Williams, Simon Unsworth, and John Paul Heron. I think the officials have done a good job. I think they've been pretty consistent.
Well, you know what? I haven't noticed them, so that means they've done a great job. If you don't notice the referees and they're just silently in the background, hey, we saw them earlier this morning.
Yes, we did.
They
Getting a workout in.
Yeah, they were doing a fitness test for FIBA, so...
Happy to say they all passed?
Yes, they did all pass, and they passed it with flying colors.
Anwa is going to get called on the step out as his foot touched the line. And so an opportunity now for London, sensing a little bit of a shift in the momentum. Can they take advantage of this? They now trail by 7 with 5:50 to play in the third. Winner moving on to the championship tomorrow. For the loser, well, it's going to be a long weekend. That's off the foot.
Well, a lot to lose for both of these teams. Sadly, somebody's got to take it now. But, Caledonia defending the trophy and London Lions, maybe on paper, the better team. But listen, you've got to come out. You've got to execute. You've got to play.
Luke Nelson steps into this one a little too hard. Bothwell had it momentarily knocked away. Phillip gives it up. Grantham, and great defense by Princeton Anwa. Did not give up on the play and said, not this time. Not in Birmingham.
Huge. Grantham didn't even see him. Thought he had a wide open dunk.
And they're going to stop play. Shot clock did not trigger. And they'll call a timeout. 4:56 to play. 56-49. We got the makings of a good one here in Birmingham.
Well, it was so nice. We get to see it twice. Here it is on Waz from behind, a volleyball block on Dante Grantham. So do you like that?
Absolutely spiked it. 56-49. That's exactly the analogy that I was thinking. It was a volleyball spike. So here we go. 4:56 to play in the third. 11 on the shot clock. Quick shot coming there from Tariq Phillip. He can't get it to fall. When do you start worrying if you're a London Lion fan?
3 minutes in the fourth.
Okay. Just checking as a former London Lion. Beautiful backdoor pass and good defense coming the way of the Lions and Olasheni, and it looks like we had contact made, but a great job initially of making sure that that wasn't an easy put down for Clifton Moore Jr.
Well, it's becoming a block party, but the second one is a foul. Good job from Clifton Moore Jr. just sticking with it. And the thing is with a block, right? It either one comes down back to you, or it goes out of bounds.
Sure.
And, you know, I feel like some people get so hyped over a block shot, but most of the time it comes back to you. So stay calm and put it right back up. That's what he did.
Olasheni will take a seat as Josh Sharma checks back into the game. Clifton Moore Jr. goes to the line. This is where he has struggled in his rookie season. Just a 57% free throw shooter. So put that in the back of your mind if this gets down to a free throw situation in the fourth quarter. Hits the second. 57-49, winner moving on to the championship tomorrow to face either Leicester or Cheshire in the trophy final. Jordan Taylor now, captain of the team. Grantham, off. They have not found a consistent outside shooter, have the London Lions. Onwas, he'll try his opportunity, can't get it to fall. Great aggressive rebound, Patrick Whelan. Ball knocked away. Lions with a good stand here. Lord Nelson surveying the field, and a beautiful no-look pass. This time Grantham decides, forget the dunk, I'll go up and under and use the glass and put it in.
Yeah, and the protection of the rim.
Yep.
So nobody can block his shot.
Under 4 to play, it is now a 6-point lead. Is this the point where the London Lions turn up the heat?
Well, I think this third quarter has definitely been all London Lions.
That is pretty.
Yeah,
Mike Bothwell with a floating, I don't even, was that a floating hook shot?
Yeah. Hook shot layup. But yeah, I felt the energy was completely different in this third quarter, which was important for London Lions to come out and chip away at that lead.
Nelson with a bit of a mismatch here, has the quick first step, goes high off the glass, gets it to fall.
Huge. Huge quick step. Unguardable.
Such a smart player. Luke Nelson, the 6'3" guard out of Worthing, UK, played his college ball in UC Irvine in beautiful Orange County, California. And now you see the London Lions starting to get a bit of a momentum shift, starting to flex up a little bit. Gareth Murray decides to change things a bit, so he will bring in Fraser Malcolm, the sharpshooter from Scotland, and number 1, Ian DeBose.
Well, if you're going to chip back at this lead, first of all, there he is, that quick, fast blink, and he's at the rim, and then he's playing both sides of the floor, Todd. He's playing offense, there it was, and then on the defensive end, gets that stop and gets the ball back for London Lions.
How about this? I don't know if this qualifies as small ball, but the London Lions really playing 4 guards right now. You've got Jordan Taylor, you got Luke Nelson, Mo Solowati off on the 3, and Tariq Phillip. The only big man really in there right now is Josh Sharma.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen this lineup at all, really, this season. They've gone, like you said, small ball. All of them can bring the ball up, and then they've gone Sharma big. So they're going to spread the floor, let Sharma go to work down the middle, but really make Caledonia have to guard the guards.
Worth noting that London is not playing one of their big pickups shortly. David Nwaba, the young man out of Los Angeles, California, he is an absolute baller, and he creates all kinds of problems for the defense.
Oh, he's been huge for them, right? A nice little pickup before the February closing window. He played in that Besiktas game.
Ball taken away midair. Tariq Phillip leads it to Solowati and stripped from behind. Great defense by the Gladiators as Bothwell knocks the ball out.
Well, the bench are calling for a foul, but I didn't think that was great defense. You know what I am enjoying about Caledonia? They're not giving up. Here would have been an easy layup for Mo on any given day, but Bothwell sticks with it. It's not
Plenty of time on the shot clock. Jordan Taylor surveys, kicks it around. Nelson thinks about the 3, looks at the space, takes the screen from Sharma, lobs it up there. Sharma can't handle it, dumps it back in. Wrong color jersey. off the head of Clifton Moore Jr., and he handles it, gives it over to Bothwell. Bothwell now driving back to that patent hook, can't get that to fall. And we're off and running again in orange.
They've got numbers, so a good foul, smart foul. It was 5 on 4.
And it was KJ5 that's called for it. Kyle Johnson picks up the foul. And as you said, a great foul because Tariq Phillip was going to probably turn the corner and get an easy layup, if not more.
Yeah, you do that foul just to slow the offense and then make sure all your men are back on defense.
15 seconds now on the shot clock. Nelson, the curl. Solowati, he'll drive it. Puts it in easy. So if the outside shot's not working, the line's showing you, we got these quick guards. We're running 4 guards at you. And that first step, all of them can get to the lane, to the paint anytime they want.
Well, you would hope so, right? If you're going 4 quick guards, get to the rim. You're right. So the 3-point shot hasn't been good for London Lions at all. But sometimes when you go small, the rebounding can be an issue, but they're going hard to the boards.
They got it down to a 4-point lead. Solowati there trying to get, Phillip, trying to get it up to Sharma, and the pass is broken up. Caledonia doing a great job breaking down those passing lanes. How does Caledonia answer from this Lion run? Frazier Malcolm kicks out. That shot heavy. Dubose stripped away. Now Solowati doesn't have the numbers. It's a 3-on-1 situation. Plays it back out to JT. He leaves it for Sharma, and count it, and 1.
I love that.
Usually does his damage above the rim, but showing us that he's capable of a nice off-the-glass layup.
Look at this behind his head. Huge pass.
I'm checking JT. He may be an alien. Eyes in the back of his head as Jordan Taylor somehow finds the trailing Josh Sharma.
Josh Taylor.
Buries it.
Yeah, excuse me, Josh Sharma. And then Jordan Taylor with the wonderful over the head, behind the back, whatever you want to call it.
So how do you feel about a 1-point ball game with 1:05 to play in the third? Remember, folks, it was a 15-point Caledonia lead in that first half of Xenia. The defenders of the title listening to Pharaoh Al-Hajjats, playing like the defenders, and back come the Lions roaring down by 1.
Well, you knew that energy and that wave was coming. Coach Gareth spoke about it. We have to concentrate on the details.
Ooh, that's clutch. Mike Bothwell backs down the defender and hits that, and they needed that in a big-time way. Back to a 3-point lead.
Well, I definitely think Coach Bodgett had his team at halftime definitely laid into him, because I felt the energy right from the start.
Tariq Phillip, Brooklyn, New York native for the tray.
And he puts up the eye goggles. He's definitely in the zone. You can see he's focused.
And we are all even at 61 in Birmingham, and the defense. As a Coach Z, do you love that? Will you live with that foul because it was aggressive, it was a hustle play?
Yeah, well, they're turning up the heat, and sometimes when that happens, then you get fouls like that.
First foul called on Mo Solowati, so he gambles, and it was worth the gamble. If he came up with that steal, that would have been enormous.
But also they can afford it. They don't have team fouls. That just puts them over the limit now.
11.8 seconds to play in the third. We are set up for a great fourth and final period here in Birmingham. Right now, though, 5 seconds left on the clock. Bothwell backs his man down. Goes to the corner. Quick shot coming up, and just off the back of the rim as Kyle Johnson had a good look at it. Couldn't get it to fall. And we are set up for a beauty here in Birmingham. All even at 61 and a spot in the final on the line. just the way they planned it. The Lions come roaring back, outscoring Caledonia 17-9 in the third period to set up the fourth and final period with a spot in the final on the line, all even at 61. Nelson goes to the left. Beautiful spin as he uses the glass.
He's focused, isn't he? You can tell when Lord Nelson is focused when he's playing the defense on the other side, but then easy. Nobody can stop him right
I'm
now.
telling you what, Z,
Let me hear it.
this four-guard rotation that Coach Borges has gone with, call him a mad scientist or what, but he's trying to find something to get some rhythm going, get a spark. He went 4 guards, put big Josh Sharma in the middle, said, boys, go to work.
Yeah, and I liked it.
Oh, beautiful shot there. Kyle Johnson.
And he stares down London Lions bench as he hits that shot in their face.
Tariq Phillip now free-flowing to the London Lions. That shot goes awry, all even at 63. Just moments ago, the Lions had that 2-point lead. Their first lead of the game. It only lasted for 20 seconds. Now it's time for the defenders of the trophy to answer. Whelan drives off the glass. Beautiful kiss as Sharma was trying to avoid the foul.
I love it. Another flex moment. That's a big finish as he goes and finishes against Sharma.
We got players all over the court here in Birmingham. JT misses his shot, gets his own rebound. Lord Nelson for 3. Too much iron. Tell you what, if you're Leicester and Cheshire and you're watching this game, you're like, wait, what? Caledonia was up by 15. Wait, what? It's all tied. Wait, what? Caledonia now up by 2. They get ready to play in our second semifinal. Johnson can't get it to fall. Ball kept alive by Sharma into the hands of number 22, Tariq Phillip. Four-guard rotation for the Lions. Nelson, kind of the straw that stirs the drink, and he finds Sharma. He sends the big man out of Stanford from UC Irvine just up the coast to NorCal, and they combine for the 2.
Oh, that's exactly what you want if you're the post player, right? Your guard puts it on a plate for you, so you've just got to finish at the rim.
Stellar defense there. That is Mo Solowade all over the dangerous Patrick Whelan, not even giving him a chance to breathe. Well, tell you what, let's go to a substitution. You gonna bring in a big man? No, bring in Matt Morgan, another guard.
Who's even faster.
Even faster. So Gareth Murray now, he is turned to answer, and he's going to come back with one of the best in the business, Ian DuBose, and their sharpshooter in Lucas Palitza. All even at 65. 7:41 to play here on Sky Sports. Coming up next, we'll have the second semifinal. Will it be London waiting in the wings, or will the Gladiators go back to the second championship in a row? Whelan, beautiful head fake. Scottish sharpshooter off the mark. Fraser Malcolm had a great look at it. Here comes Jordan Taylor. Solowade left wide open. A little too heavy. And it'll go to Caledonia. Woo! Back and forth they go. I'm telling you what, 7:24 to go in the ball game. All even at 65. You couldn't ask for much better.
And there it is, that 3-point shot not falling for London Lions. 2 from 20, 10%. That's tough. When you're going to shoot that low of percentage, you're going to have a long day at the office. But this is where I think brand new rims are involved. You know, they're not a bad shooting team. Either London Lion only Gladiating making 4 3-pointers.
Whelan off the mark as Matt Morgan, the shortest player on the court at 6'2", comes away with it. He's off and running. And the foul's going to be called on Lucas Palitza. And another big coming in. They'll sub out a guard in Mo Solowade, and Dante Grantham comes in, another Energizer Bunny. I think this is a critical, I mean critical juncture for Caledonia, Z, because they have been up the whole game. How do they answer?
Yeah, I think you're so right.
Ooh,
especially
double clutch.
For momentum, you know, and just spinning a little bit more pressure.
Dubois puts it up there. I'll tell you what, if you want to watch a great battle, Jordan Taylor and Ian DuBose, they both wear number 1. They're both vocal leaders, chatting away to each other, to the referees.
Yep, and here it is. They're guarding each other. You're right. This is a great battle. Jordan Taylor, though, just that forearm in DeBoss's stomach.
For the fans watching back in the States, that's Wake Forest going up against the University of Wisconsin. You got Demon Deacon on Badger Battle.
There you go. Mascots, love that.
Ian DeBose now at the line, 67% from the line on the year. Remember, he's been out for several games because of injuries, so a little bit of rust there as he steps up. All kinds of international experience for the 6'4" guard out of Durham. Coach Bosic looking on. A little calmer than he was earlier as that 4-guard rotation has got them definitely back into this game. A 1-point ball game, 66-65, 6:40 to play. Someone's playing tomorrow, someone's getting a long weekend. Morgan thought about it, gives it to Sharma. Sharma drives, goes to the left, and Josh Sharma, known for his above-the-rim antics, is given a lesson on using the glass in a layup.
Wow, I love this reaction. Look at this. Matt Morgan waits, beautiful little secret pass. Then loads of hands coming in. And that is what I like to see, the energy. Let's go, Josh Sharma.
As a big, you gotta love a guard that gives you the ball right in the sweet spot on the run.
Yeah, especially when you don't have to do anything, right? Meaning you're not dribbling, you're gonna have to make a move. When you can just catch it and go up, that is perfect.
Mark that down on your calendar at 6:30, a 3-point play for the London Lions, and now they have a 2-point lead. They trailed by as many as 15 in this ball game, and now with 6:20 to play in this one, fighting for their lives, the Lions on top by 2. Whelan drives, leaves it. Ali Hodges gets it knocked away, and he's fouled.
No, foul, okay. Felt like Ali Hodges was in there building a house.
I thought for sure he was going to try to put something up because you pointed out aptly, 3 seconds left on the shot clock. Got grabbed on the left arm. Tariq Phillips going to take a breather. They'll come back with Mo Salawade. And Tariq Phillips will be called for that foul. Sitting on 3 personals now. Oh, Jordan Taylor's going to come out. They're going to put Tariq back in. A little bit of a net malfunction. You talked about new rims, new nets. I always loved it when you were a kid, you got a brand new net. Because you had the old ratty one, it was all wheat, and you put a brand new one in there. It was like, oh, the shot sounded better.
It does, that
yes
sound. I love that. That's my favorite sound.
Nothing but net?
Yes. Nothing but net, and you hear that kind of crunch, that apple crunch.
Okay, now Jordan Taylor back in, so we got musical chairs. JT will come back into the game, ball knocked away, well defended by Solowati, and JT will handle it, the captain. JT directing traffic, says give it back, and look at this. They got something going. Morgan to Sharma.
I'm loving Sharma's energy and what he's in right now. Every single time he's cutting down to the basket. Good hands, and takes the hit. And another flex.
Let the Sharma cook.
It's the Sharma show right now. And I like these running subs that Petar Bojic is doing, just keeping the fresh legs in between, you know, Taylor, Phillip, Matt Morgan, Mo Salawade.
He's got Olasheni and Morgan on the bench, but he's like, you know what? Why am I going to mess with it? This is working.
Yeah, you're right. But that smaller little guard, lineup, right, with the guards definitely works here. I think Caledonia needs to lock in. They've let London get a momentum swing.
Whelan for deep. Grantham skies and rips away, and this is not a good sign as Josh Sharma goes down, grabbing his leg.
Why did they stop play? It's the Vantage London Lions.
At 7 feet tall, I don't blame him. Give me a little help up. Dante Grantham comes over. Palizza saying no intention. Oh yeah, Palizza came across the middle, a little bit out of control, and looks like that elbow made contact with Sharma's neck, and then he took a bit of a tumble.
Neck, hip, thigh. I think
he's not feeling anything right now. The way he's playing, he's not feeling anything.
You got to walk that one off, Josh Sharma. You're not coming out the game.
5-point Lion lead. Solowati now. Matt Morgan isolated. Goes to his man, Josh Sharma. Sharma saying, you know what? I'm feeling so good, I'm going to drive. And maybe not. Shot clock down to 3. Kept alive in a fresh 14 seconds for the Lions.
Unfortunate for Malcolm, literally just had that ball.
Come on, come on.
And this is where Matthew Morgan shines, flexes, show us your muscles. He is incredible, one of the best in this league. Hard to guard, puts the speed on, gets it, and then finishes. Wow, love that.
Such a quick first step for the young man originally from Concord, North Carolina, played his college ball Ivy League. They don't let just anyone into the Ivy League schools. Believe me, I tried. They said, nice try. Coming to us by way of Ithaca, New York, and Cornell. You talked about his exploits in the French League, where he was phenomenal.
Yeah, incredible in the French League. And really has made his stamp in the British Basketball League this first couple of months in the regular season.
We knew the storm was coming, Z, and it came late in the fourth with 6 minutes. Bodies all over, and the three is going to count.
It sure does. And then the foul on 20, Josh Sharma, after the shot. So this is a big possession right here.
Huge swing.
Not only do they get the three-point shot, they get the ball back. Let's have a look at Josh Sharma. He puts both of his hands on Ola Hodgett's waist and pulls him down. That's the right call.
So Josh Sharma will step off the court. They'll replace him with a big, not a bag, substitution. Gabe Olasheni comes in.
Ollie Hodgett's there with 4 fouls. He needs to be careful.
Yeah.
He can't pick up a fifth, especially just under 5 minutes. Cause
5 fouls in the British Basketball League get you a seat on the bench. 69-74. The Lions on top by 5. Under 5 to play with a trip to the title game on the line. No panic in these Lions. And how about Matt Morgan? Oh.
High off the glass.
Unblockable. Caledonia, they've got to answer here. 4:50 to play in the ball game. They find themselves down by 5. Whelan driving. And they're going to call the travel. And the frustration now for the Gladiators starting to show.
Where they're so composed in that first half. And this is it, right? Basketball is a tale of two halves. You can't get too high, you can't get too dramatic, or think you're safe with a 15-point or 12-point. London Lions just chipped away, and I talked about just one possession at a time for both teams, right?
London winning the third period, outscoring Caledonia 17-9, and now more fouls being called and more exasperation on the faces of the Gladiators with their owners sitting on the baseline. Caledonia is seeing this just slip away. Still plenty of ball with 4:40 to play, but it is a 5-point lead, and now the momentum's clearly in favor of the London Lions.
Oh, there we have also Sam Decker and David
and Waba.
in the back. Man, when those two come back.
That's a scary thought.
It's a scary thought, but this team right now, Bozic, I think it was the halftime talk. Whatever he said in that locker room ignited a fire under London Lions.
I get the feeling we probably couldn't broadcast that halftime talk.
I don't think so.
Maybe too many beats, but he certainly got his team's attention. And again, Azania, this is your department, but I'm making my observation. That rotation, when he went small ball, 4 guards, 1 big, it seemed to cause problems for the Gladiators.
Yeah, they went super quick, didn't they? Good, fast on the defensive end.
Whelan just cannot get it to fall, and those were the shots that were falling for the Gladiators in the first half. 4:10 to play in the ball game. 76-69, 7-point lead for the Lions. Now they can space things out. Tariq Phillip on the drive. Ball knocked away. Palizza comes away with it. So a good stand for Caledonia. It's got to start here. And the block.
Well, Matt Morgan just lays down, but good attack from Whelan. Put the pressure on.
Yeah, feet were still moving, weren't they?
That's a nice camera shot. Thank you very much. Right into our camera guy on the baseline.
How good is our production crew here at Sky Sports in the league?
No,
I mean, come on.
We need to shout them out, honestly.
I know they love Queen Z, but you make a mention of something and a stat pops up. You say you want to see this and it pops up. I'm like, this is amazing.
We're all on the same page here at Sky Sports. Our camera guy, stats,
producers,
Viola.
directors, audio.
We got to shout them out.
Yeah.
Obviously, our voice is on air, but it's so important. Our team, we can't do it without you guys.
Some of the best in the business as we come under 4 minutes to play in this game. This is just semi number 1. This is the starter. We've got another one coming up for you, and the next game could be even closer with Leicester and Cheshire looking for their spot in the final. Bothwell left open for a 3. That one came up short. Olasheni rips it away. And now you'll see the Lions possibly start to run a little clock. Not running prevent defense, but running a little clock with a 7-point lead and under 3.5 to play. Luke Nelson back into the ball game. Shot clock at 5. Nelson, quick trigger. Right into the hands of Tariq Phillip, and he'll take the full 14. Loses his step. Ball knocked into the hands of Palizza. Opportunity now for a 3 here. Kick ball, and it'll stay with the Gladiators. So 3:04 to play in this ball game. 76-69. London on top of Caledonia. London, the defending league champions. Caledonia, the trophy champions from last year.
Well, there's still a lot of time. 3 minutes. Do not put the panic button on yet. 7 points. And I spoke about that earlier when you said, when do you panic as London Lions?
Yeah.
Well, Caledonia, this is the time.
Palizza with a deep range 3 goes a la Damian Lillard. Ali Hodgetts, he takes a shot across the bow, and he's going to go to the line and shoot 2. Great box out job on Gabe Olasheni. 2:53 to play in the ball game. 7 points. But the pace now seems to favor the London Lions as Josh Sharma will come back in. Olasheni will step aside as he picks up foul number 4.
Well, I just think Coach Bozic there is just doing a good job. We've spoken about that different lineup that they went. They went a much smaller, shorter, faster lineup. Then they traded out, Olasheni for Josh Sharma. I felt like Josh Sharma was solid.
Yes.
Wasn't he getting those and ones? And then now he subs back in Taylor. It's just a never-ending wave of offense, and this is where it gets them to the finish line if they can get this done.
And for some reason, the Lions always seem to find an unlikely candidate to step up, and I think tonight has been Josh Sharma. Averages 8 points and 5 rebounds on the season. He sits at 19 points right now, and he has been a huge spark for these Lions when they needed it most.
Massive. His energy has just been incredible, but also his hands, right? He's been catching dimes everywhere from his teammates, but also Gabe Olasheni, 16 points. And then also he has 14 huge rebounds. The post players are doing their job. And I spoke about that at the top of the broadcast. I said the post player to define, to make sure you get their touches.
Well, we're happy to be in Birmingham as the trophy takes center stage on the British Basketball League, and it has had quite a history. More than 3 decades of trophy performances.
Wow, what an amazing victory.
Glad to talk about some history.
Amici, nice spin move.
He was unstoppable. There was a shot of Nurse sitting on the sideline. I don't know if I've ever been in that situation for a final play where I'm sitting on the sidelines like this.
Lucas gets himself some space to tie, and he's got it with 6 seconds to go.
Do I need to come and separate you here? But I'm saying no foul.
Yeah. I think it was 20 British players on the court that day.
You couldn't get a more 90s
Curtains, baby. The curtains.
When you look back at the celebrations and everything, there was more to it than just basketball.
And that's what they're playing for, the trophy. And how about that trio of lads? Between those 3, they've seen a lot of ball.
Yes, they have. A wonderful set. Dan Rowledge, obviously a huge part of the commentary team. And then Silver Fox.
Yes.
Attack.
You can see the full version of that piece coming up in between semi 1 and 2. Remember, semifinal 2 coming up shortly. It'll be Leicester taking on Cheshire. But we still got Cheshire. We still have 2:50 to play in this one. Caledonia, the defenders of the trophy, down by 5. You got the steady hands now in for the Lions. Nelson, Morgan. Lord Nelson puts that one up. Luke can't get it to fall. Sharma tried to do what he could to disrupt it, and back comes Mike Bothwell now. He turns the corner and says, I'll back it out. Plenty of time on the shot clock. Under 2.5 to play in the ball game. They had a lead of 15. The Lions came roaring back in the third, and here we are coming up on 2:15 to play. 3 seconds on the shot clock. They got to get something up. Onwas lets it fly, and they're going to call a foul.
Wow.
Jordan Taylor, with all his veteran experience, immediately knew.
That's a big, big mistake by Taylor, because that last offense by Caledonia was an empty possession. Onwas has no choice but to shoot it. It's a foul.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I think of Steph Curry. How many times has Steph Curry got the line shooting threes because people try to close out on him and they make themselves a little wider, where the arm or the elbow comes out of the knee, and there's a little contact made. And to your point, the official has to call it.
They have to call it. They've called it at the beginning of the game,
and
they've called it at the end. Consistency both ways.
JT using that time to have a little chat there with Simon Unsworth, adjudicating the fact that with that very prominent Wisconsin education of his, he was explaining why he was not in the wrong. 4-point ball game.
Well, the free throws are very important. He misses the first, makes the second.
And it was Gavin Williams that he was talking to, the crew chief. So Jordan Taylor knew to go right to the top of the food chain. Hits the second, so a 2-point play. 2:11 now in the ball game, and it's a 3-point game. Come on, Z, we couldn't have asked for anything better than this.
Well, it's exactly what you want. Saturday afternoon hoops, well, going into the evening.
2 best teams in the British Basketball League in the regular season doing battle for an opportunity to play in the trophy final. The defenders playing like it. Taylor now being harassed way out top. Ball finds its way into the hands of Dante Grantham. He has to let it fly, and he buries it.
Wow, tongue out.
DG for 3.
Woo! And the fans love it. London Lions fans in the building. That's huge. That's a dagger.
That is enormous. What could have been a tie game with Caledonia looking for a 3 is now a 6-point game. Bothwell drives, tries to get the and one, and Jordan Taylor has now become a foul magnet as he picks up yet another one.
Look at this. Clock shot running down the step to the side. Look at that. Beautiful cameraman. The splash. Nothing but net.
Meanwhile, JT continuing to argue his case in the Supreme Court of I did not commit my 5th, and he has to take a seat. So the captain on the bench.
You can see the heat coming out of his head, can't you?
Not a good time for me to go to ask him about post-game dinner plans.
No. And that's unfortunate, you know. But you've got to adjust.
So Whelan converts on the bench on the London Lions. So that tee now 79-73, back to 6. And Bothwell, with the clock stopped with under 90 seconds to play, will have 2. Could have cut it to 4. The best he could do is 5.
I spoke about free throws earlier. How important? Why are they important? Because one, obviously you're down, but this clock is stopped.
The lefty, true on the second one. 79-75, 4-point lead. Gabe Olasheni comes back on. Remember, he's playing with 4 fouls. Jordan Taylor's already been eliminated, and Matt Morgan also has 4 fouls. Lions got to play smart over this last 1:18. Morgan, patent drive, up off the glass, can't get it to fall. And the rim was shaking. A goaltend's going to be called. Someone got a hold of either rim or net because the standard was shaking. Gareth Murray's going to call a timeout. Oh, Azania, we're the big winners on this one because we've got a great game.
Whoa. And the technical foul's been called to Gareth. He's on the court.
Yep. Gareth Murray, I don't know if it's the beard or the accent. He scares me. I don't want to get in his doghouse.
Yeah. Well, we've seen a lot of emotions reign here from the head coaches earlier on. We saw Coach Bozic get a technical foul. He was on the court screaming and shouting. Now we see Coach Gareth is out here. Now it's, you know, the reverses and kind of flips the roles, a reverse where his team is now down. Wow. All
right, you've got to calm yourself. If you're Gareth Murray, after this technical foul shot is taken, what do you do? Where do you go?
Well, I think you need something quick, but the clock isn't on your side, so a quick hit, maybe a Patrick Whelan 3, but then you've got maybe go full court defense, try and turn over, try and trap London Lions, get the ball out of their hands.
Does it have to be a 3? Can you? I mean, if the defense lets you, can you take the quick 2?
You could. Okay. You could. You've got enough time.
Okay. 6-point. Matt Morgan will go to the line and shoot the one shot for the technical foul assessed moments ago to Gareth Murray, the head coach of Caledonia. Morgan, an 87% free throw shooter.
Well, and also both teams in team over the limit and team fouls. So any foul from here on out, both teams will go to the free throw line.
Gareth Murray still talking to crew chief Gavin Williams. And Morgan's pure. So that technical foul, Morgan converts. He'll step off. They'll bring Solowati in for his defense. He's one of the best defenders in the league. So you've got Solowati, Phillip, Grantham, Sharma, and of course, Luke Nelson. 14 seconds on the shot clock for the Gladiators. Palizza will trig it, trying to get into Bothwell. Switching D now.
There they go.
Wide open. Whelan. Oh, in and out, and Nelson comes away with the rebound, and he's fouled immediately by Palizza.
You couldn't ask for anything better.
Agreed.
Well executed. That's perfect. Bothwell dribbled it on the other side. Great screen down.
More times than not, Patrick Whelan's going to bury that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and here's the foul from Palizza.
Yeah, steady ball handler is Luke Nelson.
That's so unfortunate.
Yep.
You know, the ball just rims in and out, and now the foul, so Nelson will go down to the free throw line.
Hits it. So it's going to be a quick 3-point swing if he hits the second one, and what was a 5-point ball game has quickly now ballooned to an 8-point lead with 58.5 seconds to play here in semi number 1. Nelson tickles the twine, and just like that, it is back up to 9. London not letting Caledonia have a quick run at the basket. They extend a little bit of pressure on Wasp. Lets the three fly, can't get it to fall. And Sharma saves it. Yes, he does. London will hold on to possession. Knocked out of bounds, last touch by the powder blue of the Gladiators, and it looks like their run as trophy champions is going to come to an end in 2024 unless they can pull off a near miracle with 44 seconds to play. Nelson, maybe one of the best ball handlers, splits away from the defense, and now they're just going to run clock.
Going to foul him.
Bothwell
Gets hit in the eye.
Are they going to get Politza? Yeah, Politza gets it. And Politza is now fouled out of the ball game with 5. Politza started out, I thought he might be a difference maker. He hit that big 3, and I thought, oh boy, this is a guy when he gets warmed up quick, it's trouble for the team.
Yeah.
Just never could find the rhythm.
No, couldn't. It was 6 points for the night and fouled out. Tough. And let's have a look. Nelson just got hit in the eye.
Popped in the eye.
Yeah, so he's just gonna use a towel.
Dante Grantham calling for towels. He's handing up towels. Here it is, right?
Yeah, that little pinky just scratched that eye.
You know how good Luke Nelson is from the line? Well, he needs both eyes. I just gave the announcer jinx. I thought maybe he's seen 2 baskets. Shoot for the one in the middle. A little bit of a nosebleed there.
Yeah, it's been a tough game.
Final 30 seconds of this one. 10-point lead for the London Lions, and the defense continuing to harass them. Long 3-point shot. Tried to sell the foul, not there. Sharma comes away with a rebound, and that'll about do it. So the London Lions now can run out the clock with Tariq Phillip on the line. Down by 15, Azania. And Coach Boschitz pretty much says call off the dogs as the shot clock is off. So the Lions can run this thing out 85-75. They were down by 15, Azania, and they end up winning by 10.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Because Caledonia came out hot, heavy, ready. But London Lions, you know, weathered the storm, chipped away, didn't panic, didn't push the panic button. Hit halftime, Coach Bozic got his team in order, and they came out with the win.
All credit to the Caledonia Gladiators as they have held on to the trophy for a solid year. They look so good, and we got tempers flaring on the handshake line as players have to be separated. We won't focus on that, but Coach Murray, some of his players not quite as happy with the rest of the London Lions. So great sportsmanship until it wasn't.
Well, a lot is on the line, especially for the defending champs, Caledonia.
Caledonia had a 15-point lead, but Azania, if we look back on this one, it's pretty much going to come down to that third period where the Lions outscored them 17-9, and of course the change when they went 4 guards with 1 big.
Well, I think everyone always looks at the last couple of possessions. No, the game was that big momentum swing in that third quarter. You're so right, Todd. I felt like London Lions had, you know, they knew what they were coming out here to do. They knew they hadn't played well enough in the first, and the second half they were just more, you know, focused, and Coach Bozic got his team ready.
And how about Josh Sharma? He did a little bit of everything when he was needed most, whether it was shot blocking, rebounding, scoring. Never thought I'd say this, but the best 7-footer doing layups. He's standing by with Drew Lasker.
Josh, down by as many, by 15 points. What was the turning point in this one?
I think we were just able to stick with it, keep fighting. Obviously, we didn't come out with the best energy, but we were able to pick that up and just, you know, chip by chip, we fought our way back. So,
and speaking of fighting, a season-high 19 points for yourself. How was you able to impose your will on this game?
I mean, a lot of it was just because of my teammates, you know. They're able to put me in positions to succeed, so it's really, that's all credit to them.
Congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow night.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Back over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Drew, and of course to Todd and to Azenia. And what a game that was! What turnaround! Ovi Soko, Mike Tuck alongside me. Ovi, for the London Lions, it really showed what they were about this afternoon.
It did. The shots weren't falling for them. The buckets didn't come from maybe who were accustomed to them coming from for the Lions, but they did a great job, and I think that's what champions do. That's what winners do. They just find a way to win.
They find a way. They did find a way, and I'm fascinated to know what that halftime talk was like, because clearly that was the difference.
Yeah, it definitely was. I think there must have been some effing and jeffing going on in that locker room. They're trying to. I think everybody on that Lions team knew that they might have come into this game a little lackadaisical, and then they showed that in that third quarter. Holding Caledonia to only 9 points in that third quarter, that was key. Under double digits for a team that scored 52 in the first half, that was huge for them. And then guys like Sharma stepped up. Like, what a game he had tonight.
Unbelievable game. But for the Lions now, they've got to be able to go away. They've got to recover and see what they can do tomorrow.
They have to recover, and at the end of the day, we all know, with the budget the Lions have, with the team that they've put together, they're here to win the big games. They're here to win the trophies and win the silverware. So tomorrow we're expecting them to be refreshed and ready to go.
Ready to go, and the man that's going to take them there, hopefully no effing and jeffing, he's with Drew Lasker courtside.
That's right. Congratulations, Coach. Not the start that you envisioned, but you was able to turn it up in the second half. What did you say to these guys in the locker room at halftime?
I mean, we allowed Caledonia a lot of space at the beginning of the game, and then, of course, after that, they felt comfortable. On the other end, we couldn't make shots. Some decisions that we made, probably all of that product of fatigue, but there is no excuse when you play for a trophy like today, getting into finals. So, the guys picked up the second half. The only thing I ask is that to not rush, to go step by step. That's what we did.
And I've spoken to you all season long. You preach defense. What was the tactical adjustment there in the sixth half? Only 23 points you've given up to the Gladiators.
I mean, it was more, physicality, something that we didn't do in the first quarter especially. And then boxing out. After that, we had some good looks from transition, but, 3 didn't go in. Hopefully tomorrow will be different.
Book that hotel for one more night. We'll see you tomorrow, Coach. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Back to you, Jeanette.
Thank you very much, Drew. I'm interested to see what our guests think of that interview. But before we do that, let's take a look at the stats. Mike Tuck, anything else that jumps out at you here? The London Lions really stepped out, didn't they?
Yeah, I mean, well, the first thing is the negative thing is 3 for 23. Obviously, not the best shooting night for them. Both teams kind of looked tentative at the beginning, but at least Caledonia were able to knock a few down. But their second half, they dropped as well. But London Lions able to control the paint, 48 rebounds inside, controlling what was happening on the inside of the 3-point line.
Yeah, but to actually then go ahead, Ovi, and win that by 10 points, that is something, isn't it?
Yeah, I think the stats show it, 11 assists, 48 rebounds. It's a gritty win. They didn't shoot the ball great. They didn't play necessarily a beautiful game on offense, but they just found a way. Yeah. And I think that's what we saw there tonight from the Lions.
Yeah, it's always ugly, but then it gets beautiful. So let's see how this game then played out. It was the London Lions who roared into action in that third quarter, shifting momentum and a smart change in lineup, leaving Josh Sharma the only big guy on the floor rotating with those 4 guards, meaning it was all level going into the fourth. 17-9 to London Lions in that third. So it was game on, and then London were looking to make it game over again. Sharma helping the Lions take a 5-point lead with 5 minutes left on the clock. The stakes were high for the defending champions, and Sharma relentless in the pursuit. 19 points and player of the game, London into that final. And when you think about what someone like Josh Sharma was able to do, it is absolutely critical, wasn't it? And you could see he actually needed it. He wanted it, Mike.
Yeah, he definitely did. And I think he's a guy who'll draw off his experience from last season with the Lions, having success, getting to finals before. So I think he was the guy, and there was a turning point in the play. This is another one of his and-ones here, but it was a big and-one play from him when he rolled down the middle. You could kind of see that was the turning point. He got fired up. His teammates around him got fired up. And here we see, this is in the first half. He dumps it down off the flex screen pass to Connor Morgan. Connor Morgan draws the double. Big finish above the rim there from Sharman. Here again, setting a little flare screen for Matt Morgan here, and they're able to find him on the roll. And that's something that he was doing really well in that second half, is finishing in traffic. Again, we see Clifton Moore Jr., his defender, shifting over for the help side defense. Sharman realizes this right down the middle. And that was the turning point for me, that play right there. Seeing how fired up he got his teammates involved, and that really lunged them into that fourth quarter.
And I mean, there's something really fascinating for me about the way that Coach Bozic actually changed that lineup. As Amy said, something she's not seen before. What was that about? Why did that work for the Lions?
I mean, sometimes when you're in big games like this, it's about just finding something that works. You know, I've been in games where, you know, our go-to guys are having slow nights for whatever the reason, and it happens. But credit to Coach Bozic. That's when, you know, a great coach makes adjustments and, you know, you look down your bench and you see who can bring something different. Because what they had initially went with just wasn't sort of getting the job done.
And I guess at that stage for London Lions as well, Mike, it is about trusting the team. It's about executing the plan. And how challenging can that be sometimes to actually maybe want to run away from that plan, especially when the stakes are that high?
Yeah, well, I think, like Ovi said, I think that's what happened in that first half. They kind of went away from the game plan, and we saw, you know, low assists. They're not sharing the ball. Guys are trying to do it by themselves. Second half, the ball starts moving around. You're going with a little bit of unorthodox lineups. But, I mean, that's the luxury the London Lions have. They've got that deep bench. They've got multiple different players that can do different things at different positions. You can try different things.
Yeah, one of those is Gabe Olasheni. Just chips away, doesn't he? Just keeps chipping away, and eventually just start to see that kind of get a bit closer. What do we make of his game today, Ovi?
I mean, Gabe is one of the leaders on this team. You know, JT's the captain, but they depend on him night in, night out to sort of be an anchor for these guys in the middle. You know, Josh Sharma, he brought, I think, the unexpected punch. But this is what they expect from Gabe night in, night out.
And for you, when you look at a player like Gabe and his importance there, tomorrow he's going to have to try and maybe do the same thing again? Or do you think that maybe Coach Bozic might change up again, depending on the result of this next semi-final?
Well, yeah, I think a lot of that hinges off what happens the second semi-final. Who are we going to see? You know, because with Leicester, you've got a few bigs that he can match up against. With Cheshire, they're more of a run and gun, shorter team, so it all depends. But I think the biggest thing with Gabe is that he slots in and he's Mr. Consistent. You know what you're going to get out of him night in, night out. Tonight, huge double-double really helped them in the first half.
And then he got a little bit tasty at the end there, Ovi. And I know that you two both very well-mannered, got your home training. You wouldn't do what some of the players are doing after that game. But at the same time, the stakes were high. We said it. You know, this is the defending champions. They're out. And I can imagine they're not happy about it.
They're not happy about it. But look, at the end of the day, when the stakes are high, I don't think that, you know, there's anything wrong with, you know, a little bit of rustling. This just shows you what it means to both sides. I'm sure there's, you know, no hard feelings from both sides. JT there, fellow compadre. Oh.
that was captain versus captain there. I like it. Fired up.
But it does go to show that, you know, it is you do get fired up. And you both mentioned when we were looking at Josh, you know, when he went courtside, but I'd never really seen him like that before. It meant a lot to him, Mike.
Oh, yeah, no, it's huge. Like we said, these games are big. This is the first silverware of the season. It's bragging rights. You know, guys are fired up. They want a piece of the action.
Well, courtside, they definitely were not fighting. Always well-behaved, well-mannered. Todd Harris, Xenia Stewart. Your thoughts on today's game this afternoon? Was a busy one for you both.
I'll tell you what, they're so happy to be courtside. I've got the best seat in the entire country, sitting next to royalty, watching a great ball game. Z, that was a chess match. I mean, that was a brilliant game, and I got to give credit to Coach Bozic. He made the adjustments when he needed to.
Huge. I think you're right. It was a coaching match, and but Caledonia, give them big respect. I felt like they came out with the energy that they needed. But for me, the London Lions, and that's where their bench is big for them.
Good news, bad news situation. The good news for the London Lions is David Nwaba, I talked to him before the game, he's going to play tomorrow. The bad news is he's going to play tomorrow. So if they play the Lions, that's another guy you have to participate and look out for. All right, let's look at this next game. Cheshire and Leicester, they're coming out, getting warmed up. This game is the one I think we thought would be even closer than the one we just saw.
I totally agree. The Riders playing wonderful basketball. Since they changed up their lineup, they brought in Teddy Allen, or a.k.a. Teddy Buckets. Has been massive. Rob Paternoster has done a wonderful job. But for me, the best team and my favorite team right now is Cheshire Phoenix. Yeah. They've got Maceo Jack, they've got Rideau, Aaron Rye. We're not sure how much he's going to be playing, but they're a well-rounded, oiled machine.
The keys to this game, if you had to pick one for each team, let's say Cheshire, let's start with them. What is the keys for Cheshire to win this game?
Oh, I think everyone needs to step up and make sure they're ready to play because they have so many weapons on the floor. But you got to make shots and you got to slow down Teddy Buckets on the other side.
And is that the key then for Leicester? Is Teddy Buckets has got to get his shots and get them early?
You know what's funny? Because the last game in the quarterfinals, it was our guy who's the point guard, bald head. His name's gone.
Oh, the Canadian.
Yes.
Your boy, I can just look over here, Kimmel McKenzie.
McKenzie, thank you. All these names in my head.
Kimmel
McKenzie stepped up and was huge. He's a big part of this team. He leads this team. McKenzie, that's who you need to watch out for. Thank you very much. You're my teammate.
As soon as you said bald head, I was like, oh, I know exactly who she's talking about, the Canadian. So that's the situation here. The fans continue to make their way in. The environment here, Jeanette, is awesome. I know you got good digs back there, but it's pretty good right now, rolling with the Queen.
Thanks, guys.
Oh, you might have the atmosphere. I've got the company. And would you look at this? Out they come. The Leicester Riders, the Cheshire Phoenix, they are here for semi-final 2. And I'm so excited to be able to see this game. We will be talking about this. Mike, for you, when you look at Cheshire, when you look at Leicester, this could be the game of the day.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about it earlier. We thought the London Caledonia game was going to be a boring one, and that turns out to be exciting. But this is the game. These are two teams that are very evenly matched. You've got exciting superstars on each side. They both play high-tempo basketball. I can't wait for it.
And for you, Ovi, when you think about this particular semi-final, what's it like watching the first one and then knowing that you've got to come out and show out against that team?
I think it's all about calming nerves. This is where you're going to see experience. This is where you're going to see who's sort of been in the situation before. And this is where, new stars are made. This is where someone's going to rise to the occasion, someone who we're not expecting, a Josh Sharma, who's going to be the Josh Sharma of this game. That's what I'm excited to see. I'm excited to see the chess match between the two coaches. There's so much to look forward to, so much to look out for. I'm looking forward to.
One person we know that will be on the sidelines there, hopefully behave himself, it'll be Coach Rob Paternostro. He gets so excited, doesn't he? But he knows he's so successful in this competition. He knows how to win this trophy. What's he going to be saying to his team to calm those nerves, like Ovi said?
Well, I think you just, it's your approach to the game, right? And you have to, obviously recognize that this is a bigger game than just a normal game, but also, realize that it's just play by play, step by step, quarter by quarter. You just have to have calm. Play one quarter to get to the next one, play one half to get to the second half, play the first game to get to that second game.
It's just step by step, the progression and the journey. But for Ben Thomas as well, what's he going to be saying to the Phoenix?
I mean, when I see both of the coaches, I see Ben Thomas, and I think he gives the guys freedom. And when you give guys the freedom to play and not be afraid to make mistakes, you get innovation, you get amazing plays, you get the unexpected plays. So I think that's what we're going to see from the Cheshire Phoenix, as opposed to the preparation from Rob.
And just one question before we move on. Is it then about making sure that you allow the players to have the freedom but still try and stick to the plan? There's a fine balance there, isn't there, Mike?
Oh, it definitely is. And I think both these coaches, recognized coaches in this league, they will have their game plans ready to go for these teams. But when you've got players like Aaron Rye, when you've got Teddy Buckets out there, you can't keep a leash on that. You got to kind of let them go, let them get free, be creative.
Teddy Buckets. Looking forward to seeing how he gets on, but we can move on now. Massive congratulations to London Lions. They are through to the final in incredible style. Remember, that tips off at 3:30 tomorrow. They'll be joined by the winner of the second semi-final, as we've just been speaking about, Cheshire against Leicester. That gets underway just after 6:20. Whoever wins is crowned champions and will write their names into the history books. Now, we've got a bit of time to have a flick through that history book alongside our very own Mike Tuck and Leicester Riders head coach Rob Paternostro. They're joined by commentator and oracle of all things British basketball, Dan Routledge.
Oh, what an amazing victory! They have won the Memorial Trophy.
So, guys, we're here to talk about some history in the British Basketball League Trophy. Pulled out some of the great games. Let's go back, first of all, to the 97-98 final, which everybody remembers as the Terrell Myers final, but it was really John Amici who dominated.
And that was just like a classic team full of household names, but John Amici kind of stole the day there. Dropped 40 points, 16 rebounds. A big man that just had the size, the speed, the strength, just the perfect kind of mix, and then the soft shooting touch. He was unstoppable.
But everybody remembers the Terrell Myers shot. He hits a three. That really announced him to the British Basketball League.
He was a guy that I knew from Connecticut. We're both from Connecticut. We're a mutual friend. We're a guy, teammate of mine, was a close friend of his. So we had known each other pretty well. And when I had the offer to come to the British Basketball League, he was the first person I called.
And Chris Finch with the old 90, you couldn't get a more 90s.
Curtains, baby, the curtains.
And the London Towers have won the Conference and the Uniborn Trophy final.
So let's go to the 2000. This was another classic final, London against Manchester, and it comes down basically to the final two plays. And these were two star-studded teams. And Danny Lewis at the free throw line, clutch player, making some big shots at the end. What did you think about the foul, first of all, Rob, that's sent in there?
Yeah, you always hate when one of these big games comes down to a reach-in foul on the sideline. I think it was Tony Holly, who reached in on Lewis. Maybe it was a foul, but yeah, when I'm a neutral, I love to see the game decided in open play rather than a free throw line, but take nothing away from Danny. Yeah, those are two big free throws to make. But what will hurt, even to this day, for Manchester was not to get a clean shot off. You know, when you come down to the last few seconds of any of these big games, Mike and I have been in a lot of them, man, it must hurt even to this day to not get a shot off to end it. Yeah, and even you could see there was a shot of Nurse sitting on the sidelines, and he was actually, I don't know if I've ever been in that situation for a final play where I'm sitting on the sidelines like this. He looked pretty composed.
Wow, what an amazing victory.
So let's get to the moment we've been waiting for here. Do I need to come and separate you here for Leicester against Sheffield?
We've had some time to digest it. We knew we were the underdog, and we kind of used that to our advantage heading into this one. And it was a scrappy game. That's what I remember. It was a lot of back and forth, a really tight game all throughout. I think we made some really big plays on the defensive end down the stretch.
Let's get to the play. Rob, foul, no foul?
I'm saying no foul. Like I said before, in a game that wasn't my game as a neutral, I love it for it to be decided not on the free throw line, but give them credit. And you talk about Holmes, he was big time player out of Texas A&M. We knew that coming in. A few of our guys had played against him before, so knew him pretty well. And yeah, he really put the team on his back. That one hurts for us. You know, we were seconds away from getting the job done.
You know, it wasn't like the free throws were the end of the game there, so we struggled to get the ball in bounds. We had turned it over. And
I think for me, coming up with the last play too, you know, we hadn't been in that situation, I don't think, in that season really. You know, we were winning games pretty handily. We didn't come down to it, so it was a little tricky going into the huddle to figure out who to go to.
You guys must have enjoyed that night, because I think Leicester beat you by 30 about 4 days later in the league, didn't it?
Is that happening?
Yeah.
2019 BBL Trophy champions.
So let's get to the All-London final. You've got London City Roars had just come into the league. They were making a lot of noise. They'd signed some unbelievable British talent that we hadn't seen in the league before. And
I think there was 20 British players on the court that day.
They were all from London, representing their hometown.
The trophy is heading back to London, but which corner of London will it sit in?
Ultimately comes down to an overtime game. First time any final had gone to overtime.
Lucas gets himself some space to tie it. He's done it with 6 seconds to go.
This is what we're all tested on here in these big final games. You know, the decisions you make. 3-point game, do you foul? They didn't foul.
It wasn't the buzzer beater, it wasn't right at the end, but that was the shot that kind of sent them into overtime. And that's, I think, the play that kind of gave them that momentum, that edge going into that overtime that really sealed the game for them. So huge play from the Royals and a historic win on the day.
They've won the trophy yet again.
We waited all that time for one overtime and we get 2 in a row. But obviously this was a strange time in life, because this was right before the country shut down for COVID. It was literally one of the last sporting events that was played before everything stopped.
This was a game where, like, were they going to play it, were they not? And they did end up playing it. And like you said, Newcastle, I think 4 of their guys had left. They were on a 6-man rotation against the Solon Kestrels, who obviously the trophy was opened up to all the NBL Division I teams as well.
Solon went up there on the big stage, and, you know, they played really well. And I think they were a team that was a force to be reckoned with in that division. But another one that you look back on, and I'm sure they feel like that they let that one slip away.
I mean, the play for me that stands out for Solon is with Trayvon Wright, obviously former Rider. So, you know, he had already had a little bit of, you know, some championship experience under his belt. And For him to, catch that little dish pass right at the end, big dunk to send it to OT, that was a big driving force for Solon.
So in overtime, you've got Defoe in the Defoe spot. You sort of expect that to go, but I'm guessing the legs have gone at 45 minutes into the game. But there's Drew Lasker in the right place at the right time.
Our guy Drew, big putback to put them up, and that was pretty much it from there. Sealed the game.
When you look back at the celebrations and everything, there was more to it than just basketball. Who knows when you were going to be able to play again or see some of your teammates again. But the one thing that was certain was that they won that game and they were able to celebrate one more time.
Well, we've seen some of the great moments in British Basketball League trophy history over the last few minutes. Hopefully we'll get some more. Hopefully in 20 years' time we'll be looking back on the 2024 final. But guys, it's been great. Thanks for talking to me.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Welcome back. It is Trophy Finals weekend. We've just seen semi-final 1. Time for semi-final 2. It's coming up. And Mike, just before the break, we saw you reflecting on your trophy win. I mean, it must feel so good. 2013, not that long ago. Am I being honest? Or?
Yeah, not that long. I'll tell you what felt good, beating Rob Paternostro in a final. Shout out to our guy Rob, about to step up here to the plate. But yeah, no, those moments are magical. You know, some of you remember for the rest of your life, and just memories and those teams. You remember every single guy on those teams. It just there are moments in life that just stand out.
Can I just ask them, what's the energy like between trophy and league? What's the difference?
Yeah, it's different. This is an in-season tournament, right? Very common in Europe, but not so much in North America. So obviously, first coming over here, it was kind of like, oh, what's this? But I love it. I think it does a great job of breaking up the season. You know, you kind of get into that regular season swing, and things get a little bit boring towards the middle. So having something like this in January to break up the season is perfect. And it's another piece of silverware on the board, right? Who doesn't want that?
Yeah, no, amazing. We're going to see how this goes. Gladiators, and we are one semi-final down and one more to go. London Lions are through to the final, and this is how they did it.
Birmingham takes center stage. Today is semi-final number 1. It will be Caledonia taking on London. An easy dunk.
Great defense. That's what I'm talking about.
And the big crowd and Sharma. And great defense. Let the Sharma cook. Come on. Come on. BG for 3.
Woo!
The Lions can run this thing out 85-75.
Well, congratulations to the London Lions. They will face the winner of semi-final 2. The Cheshire Phoenix are the only team to come through the group stages with a 100% win ratio, and they have trophy pedigree, having won this competition 5 times. Last year, they were beaten in the final by that famous Caledonia buzzer beater, and Coach Ben Thomas has a cohesive roster of players who just seem to enjoy playing with each other. They take on the Leicester Riders, who are coached by the most successful coach in the trophy in the last 10 years, Rob Paternostro. Has lifted the trophy in 3 consecutive years, most recently in 2018. It's been a turbulent season so far for the Riders, but recent roster changes has seen an upturn in form. But there are no roster changes here in the studio. After MVP performances in the semi-final, I've renewed their contracts. Former GB international Ovi Soko and Mr. Sheffield Sharks Mike Tuck. And Ovi, I guess for this particular semi-final, we said it, all the hallmarks of a stone cold classic. We could be in for a treat here.
Oh, it has all the ingredients. You got the superstars, you got the storyline, you got the new superheroes in the league, so to speak. I mean, there's just so many elements, and it ticks every single box. So, you know, I think we all have a lot to be excited about. You know, the last game was terrific. And now, yeah, this is the main course.
I know, we are spoiling you if you're watching this at home. And Mike, when we look at these teams, they're very different teams in how they set up, in how they play, in their approach to things. You know, this is a good style matchup.
Yeah, I think, you know, if you look at the Cheshire Phoenix, obviously unbeaten in group stages, coming into this with a lot of momentum. But they're a team that don't have a really traditional big. They like to play small ball. They pass the ball a lot. They're a volume 3-point shooting team. They're an exciting team to watch. And then you look at the Leicester Riders, on the other hand, a team that kind of struggled early in the season. They're going through a rebuild. You know, Rob sticks with his main core guys. I had to break that up, and I brought in some rookies, made some changes, and now we have Teddy Buckets, you know, coming into the league, player of the month in his first month in the season, and he's really changed this whole team dynamic around.
Yeah, we'll see how he'll get on today. But before we get to that, let's take a look at the starting lineup. The 5 for Cheshire. Ovi, what do you make of this?
Yeah, well, LaQuincy Rideau. I mean, you know, he's the assist guy. He's the head of the snake. Maceo Jack, you know, a very, very capable scorer. They got Shagwa, Rai, and White. I wasn't sure if we were going to see Shagwa out there tonight, but, you know, it's good to see him out there. He is definitely a very versatile big that allows them to play in a lot of different styles.
Okay, and it's interesting, a strong starting 5 as well. And for Leicester, you can take us through, Mike.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, with Leicester, traditional starting lineup that they've gone with, Kimball McKenzie, my fellow Canadian, he's obviously the leader and the heart and soul of this team. Big Mo Walker, another guy from Canada who's been on the team for a while. And then you've got Thomas, Holmes, and the man himself, Teddy Buckets Allen.
Okay, fab. We can send this down now, though, to our commentary team of Todd and Azania. And Azania, I know that you are looking forward to this one.
You know I love good basketball, and this second semi-final tonight is going to be wonderful. Todd, you know, for me, Cheshire has been feeling good. Why? Because they're 4-0 in the group stage. They were incredible. Nobody could stop them, and they're coming in here with confidence.
What do you think, though, for Leicester? Because this is one of the teams, and we talked about this in the first semifinal, this is the team that's getting hot at the right time, and they seem to have a good rhythm with Teddy Buckets in the flow. He doesn't have to score all the night, but he really changes the dynamic.
I think that's a great point that you make. Getting rhythm at the right time. Here it is in the semi-final, and that is, you know, we've got to tip our hat to Rob Paternostro. Yeah. I think he's got his team. He's got out the bits that he didn't like. He's brought in rookies. And I just think they're firing on all cylinders. I think this semi-final is going to be a treat. The first one was a treat, and I thought this was going to be better. So I'm excited.
We are excited, and we're excited to be here in Birmingham and being close to our courtside reporter, Drew Lasker, a winner of this trophy 3 times.
Well, Todd, there's a lot of mouths to feed. That's why they got LaQuincy Rideau. He has on the white coat. He's the chef. He'll be in charge of delivering the basketball to this team so they can just set their feet and bombs away from the three. But also defensively, he's a disruptor. Been straight up punking people and taking their lunch money all season long. That's why he leads the league in steals. But the anomaly right here, Aaron Rye. He's the biggest puzzle in the British Basketball League. What do? You put a big guy on him? Sorry, blow by. Or if you put a smaller guy on him, then look at his frame. He can just body guys and get to the rim because he's elite at slowing down.
Really making Drew work today. He's running in and out. He's getting right in there on those boards.
Earning his bucks.
He's earning his bucks today. But let's talk about LaQuincy Rideau. You mentioned him, of course, so eye-catching this season. He's playing so well. What stands out about him for you, Ovi?
I mean, he does multiple things. He's an incredible lead guard. You know, whenever you have a point guard in this tournament who's leading them in rebounds, he's leading them in steals. He's one of the top assist guys. I mean, he's just an incredible. Here you go. You see him getting a steal, but then he makes more than one play every single time, pushing it out in transition, and then he is their lead assist guy. So, you know, he makes the job easier for the guys around him.
Yeah, and definitely. I mean, Quincy Rideau averaging 3.3 steals a game. But here we see on the offensive end, you know, not giving up on a play here. Another steal there for him, keeping the play alive, seeing where all the defense is here. His court vision is incredible. And seeing a couple of guys falling asleep on the help side, able to get to the basket. Easy finish. He's a guy who does it all. 3.3 steals a game, over 6 assists a game. So crucial to this Cheshire Phoenix team.
And you can look at his stats there, you know, and how impressive those stats for you in this particular trophy competition, Ovi?
I just feel like it shows that he can step up in multiple different ways, you know, and he's done that in the season when, you know, Rye went down and a couple of the other guys sort of had stints where they were injured. I mean, this guy has just stepped up in scoring, in assists, and rebounds. Wherever his team needs him, he always just seems to produce.
And he's going to have to be someone today that has an understanding of exactly what needs to happen on this court, Mike. And do the players trust him? Is he somebody that they look to in this squad and say, right, we know that if he's on form, we can all follow through?
Yeah, he's a floor general. You know, he's the guy out there with the ball in his hand for the majority of the time. He's setting guys up. So I think everybody on this team trusts him to make the right decision, to get guys into it. And I think the biggest guy that trusts him is Coach Ben Thomas. You know, he's leaving him out there a lot. He's giving him the reins. He's saying, you know, we got to structure the offense, but I trust you to make the right decision out there.
Okay, I'm going to stay with you, Mike, because I want to talk about Aaron Rye. Wow, he's so efficient. I've got this stat here, and I want to make sure I get it right. 63% of the two-pointers that he makes, he attempts, he actually makes them. And this is somebody who was injured in the league at the start of the season. He's come back, and he just shows what great form he's in.
I mean, this guy's got a special place in my heart. We're both from the same town, Markham, Ontario, Canada. He went to Markham District High School. I went to Markham District High School. What a guy here. It's great to see a fellow alumni coming into the league doing big things, and big things this guy has done. You know, he was Player of the Year in the NBL last season, first year in the British Basketball League, and we were expecting big things from him, and he has not disappointed. And here we see able to get a little deflection out here, and this is where he excels. He's great at getting downhill in the open court, big frame, big body. And like Drew was saying, it's hard to know where to play, how to play this guy, who to put him on defense on him. And here we see, you know, he's a big frame, big body, but he has the ability to blow by defenders here, drags in the defense, and able to finish in traffic. It's been a pleasure watching this guy ball out this season.
And it's also mentally, he's had to come back and get ready and be ready. And how difficult do you think that was for him, especially because he started his season so well?
I mean, it's typically a sign of a player that's aged a little bit. It's a sign of maturity. But that's what's been so impressive about him, because he's a young guy. It's his first year in the league. And he shows the maturity of someone who's been around forever. So I think that is one of the most impressive elements of his game. It's just the cerebral factor.
Well, let's just see how he's able to bring that to this game, because Cheshire have beaten Leicester 3 times so far this season. But that was before Coach Rob refreshed his roster. The nickname of one of his new additions is Buckets, because when Teddy Allen gets hold of the rock, it rains buckets. We'll be back after this. Welcome back to the British Basketball League Trophy Final Four. Whether you're watching in the UK or the USA, we already know that the London Lions are through to tomorrow's final. They'll be joined by either the Cheshire Phoenix or Leicester Riders, and tip-off is just around the corner. But we can hear from Ben Thomas, coach of Cheshire Phoenix. He is with Drew.
Hey, Coach, what have you liked about your team during this trophy competition?
We've played as a team. I mean, you know, any given night, it's anyone's night. EJ last time, Cam Christen the night before. I think the Surrey game we had 3 guys on 17 points, so just like the way we're sharing the ball.
Unfortunately, no Shar go out tonight. What adjustments does your team need to play with in his absence?
Yeah, he's going to be a big miss. Obviously, a huge part of our team, a huge part of our success. But, you know, there's times where he's been off the floor and we've done well. So we're going to have confidence in ourselves and, you know, we'll get the job done.
And everybody knows about Teddy Buckets Allen. What does it say on your scouting report?
Don't let them get going. I mean, we're going to try our best. Obviously, it's difficult. We don't want to help off other guys too much because there's a lot more efficient scorers out there. But we just need to make his night as hard as possible.
Good luck tonight, Coach.
Thanks, Drew.
Ooh, news to us. No Chargois. We teed him up in that starting 5. How much of a difference do you think that'll make, Ovi?
Yeah, that was a surprise. You know, I know he had a little hand injury from what I've heard, but I think he completely changes things for these guys because he's the only real big man that they have, and he's a sort of big, he's very versatile. He's not a traditional big man, so I think he really, really fits into their style of play. So now who's going to step up and fill in in his absence? I think it's going to have to be a collective effort.
Well, a collective effort, and it's all about what they can do, knowing that now is the case, Mike.
Yeah, Shargar going down with a dislocated finger, and I think he had to have emergency surgery after the game versus the Sharks. And he's a guy who's really stepped up in that group stage. You know, he's kind of really like elevated them at that big spot. Not your traditional kind of big. He can play inside out. So now you're kind of looking at the rest of the bench, and you have David Alf, who's a great player, hustle player, but a little bit undersized at the big position. You know, have to match up against guys like Mo Walker and Duke Shelton. Could be a bit of a problem for them on the interior.
Okay, it's going to be interesting, but the teams are about to head out onto the court, and Tahir Hajat can introduce you to all of them.
Blake Bowman! In number 8, TJ Law! Wearing number 10, Samuel Inowu! In number 11, Connor Washington! Wearing number 15, Duke Shelton. And the starting 5 for the Leicester Riders today, wearing number 1 as captain, Kimball McKenzie. Wearing number 3, Myron Thomas. And at number 6, Teddy Allen. Wearing number 9, Mo Walker. And wearing number 13, Jaron Holmes. Their head coach is Rob Paternostro, assisted by Pablo Vasquez, the Leicester Riders. And now it's time to welcome their opponent's roster to the floor. Let's hear it for the Cheshire Phoenix. Will be elated. And their roster for today, please welcome number 3, LaQuincy Renault. In number 5, Greg Wild. We're in number 6, Jack Hudson. In number 10, David Alm. Wearing number 14 and captain, Maceo John. And their starting 5 for today, wearing number 1, Cam Christen. In at number 20, EJ Stevens. Wearing number 21, Aaron Wright. In at number 52, Cam Holden. And wearing number 99, Skylar White. Their head coach is Ben Thomas, assisted by Mark Rangley and James Bright. Give it up, make some noise for the Leicester Riders and the Cheshire Phoenix.
We're so pumped for this semi-final, aren't we? So pumped. We've mentioned already about Teddy Allen's introduction to this Leicester Riders team. You and I were sat here during his league debut, and we could not believe what was going on. What a player.
Oh, he's the guy, you know. But, you know, you really got to take your hat off to him because there's been so much expectation. You know, there's expectation from the coach, from his teammates, from the fans. And I'm sure the expectation he puts on himself, but he's delivered. And he's delivered in a big way. I feel like he's brought such a different dynamic element to, you know, to the league this year. And here it is. Here it is. Teddy buckets, and it's for a reason. He sees no one in the paint, and he attacks. He gets downhill, you know. He scores in such a variety of ways. So I feel like, you know, the one thing that you can be certain of is that he always sees an open basket. Here, you know, he gets the ball, and Luke does a great job of contesting. That's a great contest. But Teddy Buckets doesn't see the defender. All he sees is the bucket. An absolutely incredible job. And I'm looking forward to seeing some plays like this tonight.
And there's something about a player like that, Mike, where you actually think, right, how are we going to defend against this guy? You know, then he becomes the talk of the squad. Like, how are we going to deal with him, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can talk about his toughness and everything, but also he's a guard that's 6'6", and he's solid. You know, he doesn't back down from anybody. He played for Winnipeg in the CEBL past summer, and there was another guy on that team named Jelani Watson-Gale, and if Bristol Flyers fans are watching, they know him from last season. I reached out to him and asked him about Teddy Buckets, and he was saying that this guy was one of the most fierce competitors and relentless guys he's ever played with, and one of the best shot creators in the game.
Well, he's got teammates that match up with him. Kimball McKenzie for the Riders, he's the floor general, right? Everything pretty much goes through him, Mike. And tonight, his role, it just cannot be overstated about what he can do for this team.
Yeah, I mean, you know, this is a guy that's been around this Riders organization now for years. He knows through his experience with this team what it takes to win, what it takes to get to the next level. And if there's any guy I want on my team in a semifinal, it's this guy right here. Look at those stats, you know, over 12 points a game, 3 rebounds a game. The assists are there. This guy not only has the physical, but the mental. And here we see ball in his hand. You know, he is the floor general, bringing the ball up the court, seeing where the 3 defenders are, where the gaps in the defense are. The corner cannot help off. And a great little mid-range shot. And I would say that's probably one of his, if not his biggest strength, is his mid-range game right here. We see again here, seeing no help side defense, able to draw in the defenders on his drive, and then finding the guy in the open floor. So not only is he important in putting the ball in the basket, but he's also important in getting the other guys involved.
Well, what a team Leicester Riders have got. And we can find out a little bit more about them. We can head down once again to Drew Lasker. He's the Riders Insider.
Well, I've been in this environment many times, and Kimball McKenzie has that look in his eye right here. He's focused, he's locked in, and he's used to this stage. Just go look at the tape at last year. So these bright lights aren't too bright for this fella, and he has a sidekick right over here, cameraman. Teddy Buckets Allen. And no, we didn't just give him the nickname. He deserves it because this is what he does right here. And he comes from a rough upbringing. So these moments, these opportunities that he gets to play on this stage, trust me, he's not going to take it for granted. Look out for these two here tonight. Coach, welcome home. How does it feel to play in this building again?
Great. I love being here. It's an exciting day. Atmosphere is great. We had a really good week of practice, so everybody's pretty fired up. Now it's time to throw the ball up.
We know this building is a little bit tricky. What's most key when you're playing in this type of environment?
Get good looks, attack the basket. Sometimes it can be hard on the three-point line to make shots, but also a lot of long rebounds. Make sure that you're aware of that and you don't allow that to be a problem.
0-3 against the Phoenix so far this season. What did you address this week?
Transition defense. They're really fast in the open floor. Taking care of the basketball is going to be huge. And then second chance opportunities. They're unique because their wings and guards really rebound well. So you can't let them get by you. You got to put a body on them and not give them second chance opportunities.
Thanks for your time, Coach.
Thank you.
Well, semi-final 2 of 2, the Cheshire Phoenix against the Leicester Riders. And quick predictions from you both. Over, you go first.
I mean, without Chargois, I think it's going to be difficult for those guys to match up on the inside, so I'm going to go Riders.
Mike?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to have to agree there. You're without Chargois and with the addition of Teddy Buckets, we're going Riders.
Well, let's see how they go.
We going to give them what they came for. We going to take it up from last year. Taking the wealth, yeah, I got to win. Watch me kick out that door, they won't let me in. Jump that one in. Phoenix fans will be
Leicester have come here. Oh, he leaves for Glasgow on the floor and knocks down the mid-range.
Oh, and he's into three.
Semi-final 2 of 2 in this trophy competition. We are locked and loaded. Cheshire Phoenix against the Leicester Riders. And I've got the pleasure of handing you over to your commentary team of Azania Stewart and Todd Harris.
And then there were three teams remaining, and we'll punch one more ticket with the London Lions waiting. Kate Unsworth, Rob Hickman, and Christopher Dodds will be in control of the action. And Azania, it'll either be Cheshire or Leicester that face the Lions. We'll have a new champion of the trophy in 2024.
Well, the boys in the studio, Tuck and Ovi, they said the Riders. I love that, but I'm going to go against the grain and say Phoenix.
You like the Phoenix?
Yes.
Even without Ethan Chargois?
Yep. I think Coach said that they've stepped up even with players down.
Well, we'll see what they can do. If you're just joining us, wow, you missed a good one in semifinal number 1. It was the London Lions down by 15. They came back and got the win 85-75 over the defending champions, the Caledonia Gladiators. So the London Lions sit and wait, and they will find out in about 2 hours' time who they'll be playing tomorrow in the championship. Starting lineups, of course, Kristen gets the nod. Aaron Rye, you expect him to be there. Cam Holden, EJ Stevens, and Skylar White. So what do you make of Ben Thomas's lineup without Ethan Chargois? And Azania, what do you think they're going to have to focus on the most, especially in the first half?
Well, I think he also spoke about, multiple guys being able to score. He said 3 of them have scored 17 points. With the Aaron Rye, I'm not sure how healthy he is, but EJ Stefan's also a big part of this team.
You got to look at Cheshire, though, and one glaring fact is that they are not a huge team. They are not a big team. They are very athletic. They are very skilled, but they don't have a lot of size down the middle. So you wonder if Skylar White, who launches a 3 to get things going, is going to have to play some huge minutes. I mean, we're talking probably mid-30s. Kimball McKenzie now opens things up with a big 3 for the Riders.
And that's the energy we spoke about at the top of the show. Thank you very much. He knows how to step up big, doesn't he?
Skylar White thought about a second trip to 3 land, decided not, hands it off to LaQuincy Rideau.
For me, Skylar White, usually a matchup headache as he misses that, but he's going to have to guard Mo Walker. I think that's going to wear him down.
Offensive foul called on big Mo Walker, the 6'10" center out of Scarborough, Ontario, Canada. 4th year at Leicester out of the University of Minnesota, the Golden Gophers.
Yeah, that's a big hit. Well done, Skylar White, for taking that on. Hey, look at Rob. He looks fantastic.
Yeah, he picked up a tie, little pocket square.
Little haircut, but you know what's always the same with him?
Pack of gum.
Chewing that chewing gum like nobody's business.
We're in for a great night. Remember, the winner faces off with London tomorrow. We got a great doubleheader for you tomorrow as the women's championship will take place, and that'll be London versus Essex. Aaron Rye thought about the 3, drives in, has to kick it back out. Shot clock at 5. Nice delay and well done by LaQuincy Rideau.
Oh, that was really nice. That big, long striding step gets him to the rim.
Teddy Allen leaves it down below, and a nice bucket as Mo Walker able to avoid the travel call and get it to go.
Good job by Mo establishing himself down low.
Aaron Rye, big man, going 3. Why not?
Well, there we go. Mr. Skylar White is in the building, and this is what the problem with Mo, because he wants to run back and protect the paint, you can't forget about White because he can light up the three-point line.
Yeah, he's a three-point specialist, no question, coming over from Norway last year. The young man out of Seattle, Washington in the Pacific Northwest, very active, not shying away from the three. And wow, what work put in by Mo Walker. 4 quick points for Big Mo.
Yeah, and that's going to be the problem on the other end, on the defensive end. Are you going to box him out?
Great defense there. Jaron Holmes, the product of Iowa State and St. Bonaventure, gets the defense and the one.
Wow. Here comes the Riders. Huge energy. And we haven't spoken about the fans.
Yep.
Both fans are in the building. Leicester Riders have a huge group that have traveled. And then also Phoenix from Ellesmere Port in the orange there to the left of your screen. But massive from Holmes. That block shot then comes down on the other end, takes the foul and the finish, doing it on both ends.
Jaron Holmes, an 83% free throw shooter, and he completes the three, coming off a 16.6 rebound performance in their loss on December 3rd to Cheshire. Jeanette made the point in the pregame show about Cheshire having their problems with Leicester. Cheshire 3-0, though, against the Riders this year, so they've always found a way, but close games. December 3rd, it was a 4-point win. November 12th, it was a 6-point win. And then, of course, the big blowout back in September when they beat him by, what, plus 14?
Yeah, that
24,
was
excuse me. Oh, my! Myron Thomas trying to get in the highlight reel early. Leave it for LaQuincy Rideau. Almost a perfect Euro step. Can't get it to fall. Riders looking to run again.
Much different intensity from that first game. We watched real fast pace, up and down. But just going back to that, you're right. Riders have lost to Phoenix three times, but it doesn't matter because this is the semi-finals. That was months ago, and it's a new game. And this is what's so lovely about the trophy. It doesn't matter.
Cheshire's never faced this man. Teddy Buckets gets the shooter's roll.
Man, oh man, you don't want him seeing the ball go through the net. Once you see it go through one time, that's all you need.
Teddy Allen, a huge addition. Head coach Rob Paternostro's squad. Aaron Rye left open for a three. Trying to keep him healthy will be huge. Kimball McKenzie takes the outlet pass, and look at the Riders, always looking to run. Allen, way out. Thomas with the head fake. He'll drive in, Euro step to his right, and he'll get the roll. He might have been fouled twice.
Massive, big, huge Thomas. He's so much bigger in person.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Real long and lean, rookie right out. Not playing like it, stepping up into this team and really playing like a grown-ass man. And this move takes the hit and the finish. Well done, him.
Coming out of Ball State and Kent State, the product of Cleveland, Ohio, coming off a 7-point performance, so his numbers were down the last time these two teams met back on December 3rd. Real dynamic player is Myron Thomas. He goes 6'8", just 24 years of age. Man, he's explosive.
Huge. And, you know, he was player of the game versus the Manchester win. He had 16 points and 9 rebounds and 8 assists. He was wonderful in that win.
He's going to be sticking to Aaron Rye like glue. Quincy Rideau, quick step, good battle of the speedsters, and that time it goes the way of Rideau as Kimball McKenzie can't stay with him.
We can't forget about Rideau either, can we, Todd? He was a player of the game, actually. There's a bunch of player of the games in the group stage versus Caledonia. Listen to the stat line. 19 points, 11 rebounds, and 5 assists. That man at the free throw line was wild on that game.
Man, the last time these teams played, LaQuincy Rideau's line was even more impressive. 22 points, 10 rebounds, 10 assists, and 3 steals. Teddy Allen has to give up his dribble. Oh, I'll tell you, that man has come with a hard hat on as Mo Walker is doing work.
He's working because, listen, White isn't putting a body to box him out, so he's just putting in a shift on the glass.
Right, on the spin, saw it coming, the help was there, and he'll get the and one.
Wow. Aaron Wright in a spin cycle. He's been struggling with a few injuries, but this don't look like he's a hurt man.
I think Kimball McKenzie looked like he played it perfectly. It was just the size difference, 6'1" against 6'6", And oh, by the way, Aaron Rye has a neuroscience degree from Dartmouth.
Oh yeah, no big deal. And you know, basketball wasn't his first choice.
No. September League Player of the Month, Aaron Rye. You talked about it, trying to stay healthy.
Yeah, but you know, he was Player of the Month, and Coach Ben Thomas also has had a good box out.
Yep, Maceo Jacks checked into the game.
Aaron
Rye's roommate.
He's had a Coach of the Month, Ben Thomas.
Oh, crafty move. Aaron Rye up and under.
Yeah. I think crafty has his face in the dictionary.
If you Google it, it'll pull up Aaron Rye.
Yes.
Teddy Allen's been a little bit quiet. That shot off the mark. Here we go. Cam Holding looking to run. Cross court, Maceo Jack. Great rebound by Holden. Back to Jack. Wow, you don't see him miss two that open very often.
That's all right. That's the right shot to take in the offense.
Quick pace in this game, Zany. Who do you like if it's a track meet?
Well, I kind of like both of these teams. I think it suits their style, and obviously as you're seeing it slip Thomas, it's going to be a jump ball.
Yep, possession.
I think both of these teams love to go fast. Definitely Phoenix love it.
4:08 to play in the first period. Who's moving on to face the Lions? The Riders with a 3-point lead. Back in Birmingham, Cheshire Phoenix have brought their fans, and right now they trail it by 3. Looking to punch a ticket into tomorrow's championship for the trophy here in the British Basketball League. Todd Harris, Azania Stewart, Drew Lasker with you, and we've got a good one. Quick start, under 4 to play here. Aaron Rye picked up 5 quick points. Nice Euro step across the middle. Can't get that one to fall. And look who's just checked in, coming off a great performance. Samuel Idoa out of New York, a spark plug. 17 points off the bench in their last game against the Eagles.
Yeah, he was huge. Idoa was just massive. I felt like he came with the energy, and he does that right off the bench.
Yep.
Spark plug, I think that's a perfect way to describe him.
Jaron Holmes throws that one away right into the hands of Cam Holden. No look pass. Aaron Rye underneath, perfectly situated as Rye gets an easy bucket for the Knicks.
He's so smooth, isn't he? He just
smart.
He's the king of the Euro step.
Picks that one off. Read it the whole way. Look at that. Bounces off Kimball McKenzie. Riders. Do they have the numbers? Yes, they do. Samuel Idoa checks in and immediately sees a bit of a spark. The young man out of New York went to St. Peter's University. Do you know the mascot of St. Peter's University? I will buy you dinner tonight and tomorrow night if you get that right.
It's not Peacock, is it?
Oh my gosh, I'm buying dinner. How'd you pull that out? You look at my notes.
No, I
St.
didn't.
Peter's Peacocks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that in New Jersey? Where is that?
Yes, it's in the general, they call the tri-state area. Big run a year or two ago in the NCAA tournament.
Yeah, Joanna Leiden, Warner.
Man, I got to stop doubting your knowledge of mascots.
She's a head coach there, legend in the GB game.
Florida education for you right there, folks.
Oh, thank you very much.
18-15, Riders on top. Idoa thought about the pass, decided to do it himself, spinning around, and he's just pushing off Maceo Jack. Goes to the right hand, can't get it to fall. Teddy Buckets can't retrieve the rebound.
Aaron Rye working a shift.
It's a great matchup with Teddy Allen on Aaron Rye, and they're going to get Teddy Allen as he kind of ran right through the screen that was set, and David Olf takes the shot. Connor Washington's going to check in for Coach Rob.
Yep. Well, McKenzie with a full head of hair. Well, here's the foul. First of all, slap to the neck. And then Washington comes in. We need a real close-up of that new hair. His braids are fire.
That's some work. Look good from our angle. Doesn't fall. Teddy Allen with the rebound. Connor Washington, 11th year with Leicester. He is Mr. Rider so far. And they're going to call the travel or the foul? They're going to call the foul. Teddy Allen's such an interesting story. The 6'6" guard originally out of Phoenix, Arizona. He has not played against the Phoenix this year. Young man out of New Mexico State. That kind of split it. Someone you definitely like to root for. Everyone's got an opinion for all the officials. Every one of the officials is getting an earful from someone, either a red or a black jersey, saying why it should be a foul, why it shouldn't have been a foul, continuation. I think Teddy Buckets, he's going to go to the line.
That's interesting, because I thought he was definitely passing the ball.
I did as well. So Teddy Allen gets himself to the line where he is an exceptional free throw shooter at 92%.
And there's the horns blown of the Rider fans. Made the trip. Rolling deep down to Birmingham.
Teddy Allen's journey to Birmingham has been a long and circuitous one through West Virginia, Wichita State, New Mexico State, and he's now found a home. We've got a timeout on the court as Kate Unsworth takes control. There's a substitution coming. So Jack Hudson's going to step on, and Cam Holden, the product of Towson State in Maryland, will step off. So no timeout situation, just Kate Unsworth allowing these substitutions to take place before play resumes.
And Unsworth is married to one of the twins.
Yes.
And her brother-in-law refereed the first game. Simon, that's pretty cool.
Hudson. Ooh, beautiful three coming from Cam Kristen.
Yeah.
Former Grambling Tiger out of Allen, Texas, which always makes Drew Lasker happy when a Texas player scores.
His feet was set. That trigger was quick.
Pace has slowed down just a little bit. Duke Shelton now into the game, finds Adoa. Nothing doing there. 2-point ball game. Cheshire hanging around. Aaron Rye went for the spin, gets his own near turnover. Hudson left open for three. Idoa. Different look, isn't it, when Connor Washington comes in and Kimball McKenzie goes out, not only because Connor Washington is not as follically challenged as Kimball McKenzie, but he brings more of a distributor floor general, whereas in Kimball McKenzie, he can shoot, he can penetrate, does a little bit of everything.
You're so right, but right now, Leicester Riders killing Phoenix on the offensive board, getting multiple possessions. 1, 2, they're doing very well on the boards.
Final 30 seconds of this first period and a turnover. And Leicester with an opportunity now up by 4 to push it to 6 or 7 with a 3. Teddy Allen will space the floor. TJ Law also is checked in, another great player coming out of Canada, a young man out of Cambridge, Ontario. Washington having some problem collecting the ball. Hudson wanted the double dribble. 10 seconds on the shot clock. Teddy Allen. Big body, can't get it to fall. Final 7 seconds. Aaron Rice sets his feet, steps back, takes the 3. And that'll end the first period. A fast-paced showdown as both teams looking to try to get into the final to face London. 22-18, Leicester on top of Cheshire. Head coach Ben Thomas in his 7th year as the coach of the Cheshire Phoenix. Their record currently in season at 12-8. The only 4-0 winners in the trophy playoff here in January. Interesting how the British Basketball League puts a pause on the season. January becomes trophy month, and Cheshire, one of the best teams, just consistent, and Azania rebounding, certainly a big part of that.
Huge for the Riders in that first quarter, Todd. They had 17 rebounds, and 5 of those 17s were the offensive rebounds. To Phoenix's only 9 rebounds in total, but only a 1 offensive in that.
Legs tied up there, and they're going to call a foul. Nice piece of sportsmanship there by LaQuincy Rideau. He got tangled up with the feet of Duke Shelton. LaQuincy Rideau, a former USF Bull, South Florida. We talked about his performance last time these teams met. Very talented, explosive guard. This league is full of talented, explosive guards.
Well, I like the energy of Rideau, in my opinion. You know, last game he didn't come out with a lot of energy. There's a foul on the floor. You know, he was more a facilitator, but today, especially with a guy like Chargois that's out, he's got to step up. He's got to be more aggressive, which I feel like he's definitely come out in that first quarter.
Big loss for the Phoenix with Ethan Chargois not going tonight. Young man out of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Averages around 14 points and 5 boards a game. Had 15 points against these same Riders. just over a month ago, so he will be a big offensive miss. Nice leave there for Ulf.
Yeah, and yet again, there he is. Rideau, he had 5 points in that first quarter, but he is tacking the rim and then handed that one off to Ulf. Great offense.
9 minutes to play in the first half. We got a 4-point ball game. The London Lions won the first semifinals over the defending champion Caledonia Gladiators by 10. And there's a turnover. Josh Sharma, player of the game. How about his game? He did a little bit of everything.
Yeah, he showered off and he's cooled off. There he is. I gave him player of the game. He's saying, why are you filming me? There's all of London Lions. Great smiles as they know they're into the finals tomorrow.
TJ Law with a huge Canadian version of the Euro step. Nice finish.
Lovely. Great defense into easy offense out of the blocks. They had numbers and they finished.
All even at 24, under 8:20 to play in the first half. Jaron Holmes accelerates. Connor Washington on the wing, lets it fly. His shot comes up short. And now Cheshire finding a little bit of rhythm. Two good defensive stands. And they're going to give him the continuation.
Whoa. And the rock the baby, we love it, Rideau, in his bag. Wow, God, that was fast.
Just like that, down by 6, now with a lead by 2, and they can push it to 3. Cheshire Phoenix playing for a spot in tomorrow's final.
Well, here it is. Takes the bump, elbows, chicken wings, Washington out the way, and the finish, and the rocket. To sleep, baby.
What's your best post bucket maneuver? The goggles, the rock the baby, the too small?
Yeah, there's a lot. I also like the ice in the vein.
Ice in the vein, that's a good one.
They tap their arm. I like that one too.
So Ben Thomas's crew responds after that last timeout, looking extremely spry and doing all that with Aaron Wright on the bench. And again, no Ethan Chargois tonight.
Yeah, I think what the injury report is, he hurt his finger in that last game. But Ben Thomas, wonderful. I've really enjoyed Ben Thomas's coaching and a great guy on and off the court. But what I love is that he's able to teach in the timeout. He's telling them what to do in multiple, on offense and defense. It's a very intricate timeout. You've got to be listening because you'll miss a lot if you don't lock in.
Caleb McKenzie checks back in for the Riders, as does Myron Thomas. Teddy Allen takes a well-deserved break. TJ Law will stay in with Duke Shelton and Jaron Holmes. Quincy Rideau now, as the Utilita Arena goes quiet here in Birmingham. Thomas skies for the rebound, and back comes Kibble McKenzie. So we'll see how things shift with the Canadian running the show. Shelton. Ooh, full head of steam. His man went flying in the form of David Ulf. No foul called. Cam Holden, and he's going to get the 4-point play, possibly.
Wow. Huge. Had enough time. Step back into that shot. Here it is. Look. Kind of plays with the ball. Has a lot of time to lock and load that shot. And splashes it.
And that, as Zania clarified, that is the officials' emphasis this year, and you've got to let the shooter come down in a natural fashion.
Yeah, and we saw that in the first game, right? They protected the shooters, and they've come into this second game refereeing it the exact same way.
That's not stopping Coach Rob from letting crew chief Kate Unsworth know that he had a different view of that. Discussion complete. 7:31 to play. Phoenix on top, 29-24. And completes the 4-point play, excuse me, as we set it down baseline. Drew Lasker with VIP in the house.
That's right, Todd. I'm here with MVP of the first game, Josh Sharma. Josh, you eyes on game 2. What do you see out there so far?
I mean, I think Cheshire's been on a 9-0 run right now. They're competing, both teams fighting. I think this is my first look at, I think Leicester's got a couple new guys. So it's my first look at them. So it's been, I mean, it's good to, get a good look, little sneak peek of your future opponent for tomorrow.
Speaking of future opponent, is there an opponent that you prefer? And don't give me a PC answer now. Come on.
I mean, I think just with the recent history between us and Leicester, it's always fun playing them in these championship games. And we've been pretty successful, so probably I'll go with them.
Well, finally, obviously, the championship game is less than 24 hours. What have you learned that worked best for yourself where you can recover with such less recovery time?
Yeah, I mean, we've got a pretty jam-packed schedule the first few months of the season, so back-to-backs aren't new to us. We've been here before, so I think everyone knows what they got to do to be locked in mentally and physically.
All right, enough airtime for this guy. We'll see him tomorrow. Back to Zaina and Todd.
All right, thank you very much, Drew. Josh Sharma taking in the second half of the double feature here today with the London Lions already into the final. Great opportunity, Zania, to scout these teams.
And I think nothing like a live scout is the best scout. To see a team that you're going to play the next day, live in action is a great way, especially when you've got to turn it around so quickly. Obviously, these teams play each other 4 times in regular season, but Riders have changed up a few things. And you can just see, because sometimes in a trophy, I've had coaches that put in new offenses because you're into your flow, you've got new teammates, new stuff gets put in, so it's nice to look at.
How hard is that to do on such a quick turnaround?
It's pretty difficult, but also you're a professional, right? It's your job to know all the plays. Yeah, you got to know all the plays, and I've been on teams that sometimes there's 40+ plays in one game, so you've got to learn the playbook, that's for sure.
Myron Thomas being harassed, shot clock at 10, no problem. Aaron Rye back on the court. Thomas goes to the left-hand side, throws it right into the arms of Skylar White, who plays for the other team. Good hustle back by Jaron Holmes. It'll stay with Cheshire. So 5:30 to play here in the first half. 30-26, Cheshire on top. Quickly, Azania, which of these teams do you think gives London more problems?
Oh, that's a good question. I really like Phoenix. I think they've played them very well. But the kind of rhythm that the Riders have right now, I think they'll be good as well.
Skylar White lets one sail from the Pacific Northwest. Can't get it to connect. Already has one on the day, and it'll be a backcourt foul as Cameron Kristen caught putting his hand in the cookie jar.
That's a really good question, Todd.
I'm just wondering because, you think, well, London Lions on paper, probably the strongest team in the league. No question about it. But there's some teams that just give you fits. And I'm just wondering the way the Leicester Riders and Coach Rob Paternostro, the way they're playing with the addition of Teddy Allen, could be some problems. Not to take it away from Ben Thomas and his Cheshire Phoenix because they're a stellar squad. McKenzie.
Wow. Love it, McKenzie. Step up, step in. I forgot his name earlier, but not right now.
You'll never forget it now.
I'll never forget it again, McKenzie.
And the next time you tell me, when you say bald and Canadian, I'm going to immediately go to Kimball McKenzie.
Yeah, but I told you about him, that he will be a big part of this, especially with, I think Ben Thomas spoke about it. He said, we don't want to put too much emphasis on Allen because there's such great pieces, and McKenzie's one of them. You can't worry too much about Allen and sag off other players and let them get hot.
Yep. Aaron Rye will go to the line. He'll be shooting 2. We already talked about just how smart a player is. I look at this, and from you're the professional, but the Cheshire Phoenix seem to play their best when it's free-flowing.
Yeah.
When it's, transition basketball, guys are moving. They're not as effective when they go to the set offense with one guy handling the ball and everyone kind of just standing.
Yeah, and you asked me earlier, which does the speedy kind of set of offense it goes into Phoenix. Ben Thomas hardly coaches. He's sitting on that sideline where Rob Paternostro, you see him right there on the sideline.
Don't need to draw up many plays for that as Kimball McKenzie just streaks to the left-hand side and gets an easy layup. Skylar, and he'll get it. They're going to call the block.
And
So McKenzie gets a bucket, comes back, defending. He's going to be called for the block. So it'll be bucket and the harm for big Mr. Skylar White. 6'8" forward out of Seattle. We got a good one going on. 4:32 to play in the first half. It's a 3-point ball game here in Birmingham. Separated by a 3 at this point with 4:32 to play in the first half, with the winner moving on to tomorrow's championship in the trophy in the British Basketball League. Skylar White completes the 3-point play, so a 4-point Phoenix lead.
Well, a problem is that McKenzie picks up that third foul and that blocking charge.
TJ Law
Picks up his third foul, and he was in a groove. Todd, he's going to have to head to the bench.
Too valuable a player to risk getting that 4th foul. Remember, in the British Basketball League, it is 5 fouls and you're out. Nice Euro step by Aaron Rye. A little too hard off the glass. Teddy Allen now. He just bulldogs his way to the glass.
Huge. Incredible. That's why we've given him the nickname here in the British Basketball League, Teddy Bucket.
He is not a small guard, and he's not a big forward. He's just a big ball player, and he can get his shots pretty much anywhere. Beyond the 3, underneath. Beautiful up and under by LaQuincy Rideau.
He's playing incredible.
Yes,
Todd.
he is.
You can see it. You can see the confidence and the way he's driving to the rim. And when you're playing like that, the basket just opens wider and wider and wider.
So Rideau able to get to the glass, as is Kimball McKenzie at will. Teddy Bucket's thought about the shot, gives it up. Shot is blocked as Mo Walker's looking for the foul. He's like, there's no way someone's blocking my shot that cleanly without getting something. And he gets the foul. That ultimate insult. You thought you got fouled, and then you get called for a foul.
Well, just discipline, in my opinion. You can't turn a mistake into another mistake, and so he's going to have to head to the bench, and he's frustrated.
Compound the problem. 3:08 to play in the first half. London Lions, as we just heard from Josh Sharma, speaking with our Drew Lasker, wait to see who they will play. So Aaron Wright stepped to the line.
He rushed that free throw, in my opinion. What's his percentage?
60%. Not the strongest part of his game. Like I said, not the strongest part of his game.
He was 0% on that one.
With an opportunity to push the lead to 6, it stays at 4. 3 minutes to play in the first half. Steal coming. Great job by LaQuincy Rideau Seen the big man way out front, wasn't paying attention, tried to pick his pocket. Thomas. TJ Law. Skylar White on the block out. Here come the Phoenix.
Great defensive possession.
Big man for three. Oh, got a taste of it. And Aaron Rye just, that's the second bucket at close range that he will usually have no problem putting in. Jaron Holmes tries to get fancy behind his back. Skylar White says, not on my watch. Get it back down to Aaron Rye. Keep going back to him. Skylar White says, I'll pull the trigger off the front of the rim. Ooh, no foul there, and then it's the travel.
Yeah, good angle. Referee shows it.
I know Aaron Rye is having his offensive difficulties, but here's a guy that, you know, you can count on him for double figures, and he can just get his points. I think you got to keep going back to him, right, Z?
Yeah, he's got 8 points right now.
Well, coming up at the half, our all-star crew with Jeanette Kwachi, Ovo Soko, and Mike Tuck will have some great analysis. Let's check in with them. What do you guys got?
Well, do you know what, Todd? I'm looking at this game, watching it with both of my guests today. And Mike, for you, when we're looking at what Cheshire are doing, they are really spreading it around, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, and they're playing to their strengths. They've got a bunch of different guys on this team. All can go, all can do multiple different things. So we're seeing some shining lights from Aaron Rye and Quincy Rideau, but everybody is contributing.
And I guess also then over when we look at Leicester, those rebounds.
Yeah, they've been doing a great job on the inside. I think that's been one of the focal points of their focus tonight. And they've been doing a great job on the backboard.
Okay, well, but with regards to what we're going to be discussing at halftime as well, Aaron Wright, offensively, he's a bit hit and miss at the minute. He started off proving pretty critical, but then he's a little bit off the kilter now.
Yeah, I mean, he's still got 8 points. He's still doing a good job, but I think his biggest strength is he's picking up on defense. And when the ball isn't dropping on offense, you got to make sure other facets of your games are going, and his defense is there.
Okay, we'll get into a bit more depth around that during halftime, but for now, it's back to you, Todd and Azania.
All right, thank you, Jeanette. That's coming up at the half. Jeanette, Ovi, and Mike will be handling all of that. We look forward to a great second half. If we haven't told you already, we'll tell you again. The London Lions won the first semifinal. They wait and play the winner of this game in the championship, and that's not all we give you tomorrow. If we gave you that, that would be enough. But we give you more here.
Let's hear it.
In the British Basketball League, because we've got the Women's Championship coming up, something near and dear to your heart because you won it, what, once? No, let's call it twice. And it's the London Lions taking on the Essex Rebels. That'll be a great game. I will caution the Essex Rebels because the London Lions, that women's program, 6-0 on the season, average winning margin, 40-plus points.
Yeah, they've got a huge stacked team. Essex are going to have their hands full. They got some WNBA experience on that London Lions team. Temi Fagbenle has played for the Lynx, the Minnesota Lynx, Kayla Samuelson.
Mercury Phoenix. You got a little bit of everything there.
Yeah. Am I okay? She's a free agent. Shake Petty has played for Phoenix, Mercury.
Yep.
And then they also have Megan Gustafson, also with the Mercury WNBA. So lots of experience on that women's team.
We'll see what they can pull off tomorrow as they take on the Essex Rebels. And that will be, of course, for the Betty Cadona Trophy. That'll be coming up before the start of the men's championship. 2-point ruled on that one, so it remains a 4-point lead for the Phoenix, 38-34. Under 90 seconds to play. You want to close out this first half well. Why not go to the well? Teddy Buckets driving. His shot partially blocked by Skylar Walker and Aaron Rye out in front. Plays it smart up and off the glass. He had Myron Thomas closing in quickly. How about the Phoenix? They came out swinging in the first half. Oh, and Aaron Rye is going to be called for the foul. Timed that pass interception almost perfectly, but just got a little too much arm.
Well, I think Aaron Rye heard us here and in the studio. He said, hey, I'll show my consistency. Like we said, he had that 8 points and then scored that lovely bucket. Could have gone either way, really. It's only his first, so he can afford that foul.
Yeah, McKenzie and Walker both with 3 fouls for the Riders. Only ones really that are in any kind of foul trouble as we look to the second half. Holmes on the drive, stripped away. Here he comes, Mr. Excitement. LaQuincy Rideau off the glass for 2 more.
I love that from Rideau. Just that little push off from Thomas to make sure he had clear for takeoff.
Thomas, the rookie, going strong to his left. Can't get it to fall. Aaron Rye has it. 14-second difference on the clock and game clock and the shot clock. Oh, yes. The Ivy League roll for Aaron Rye.
I was literally going to say this game is fun, isn't it? You can really feel the intensity, the energy. Both these teams are locked in. Technical, Rob.
Oh, Coach Rob.
Going to have to put in a new piece of chewing gum.
So Coach Rob Paternostro, in his 14th year at Leicester, said the magic word, and that got him a T.
Well, there you have it.
Coach Rob's having a chat with everyone, and he's not offering gum.
Well, that's the third technical foul. We had 2 for each coach in the first game. Bodzic had 1 first.
Aaron Rye chatting with Coach Rob. So Cam Holden comes out. He gets escorted to the bench. Both coaches trying to keep their composure, keep their players in line. We got a whole another half to play as Skylar White strolls up and buries it. Now he's got his fans. Go Knicks!
Yeah. And Holden, he has to go to the bench, but he's done a pretty good job guarding Teddy Allen.
So timeout on the court, 14.2 seconds. 46-34. It quickly escalated to a 12-point lead for Cheshire, and they're feeling pretty good about themselves. Petr Bosic, head coach of the London Lions.
Well, we spoke about the live scout, especially when you've got under 24 hours to turn it around. A live scout is the best way to get it done.
Talk about fiery coaches. That's the most fired up I've seen Coach Bosic any game, whether it's a Euro Cup game or a British Basketball League game or a trophy game. He was not happy with his squad early in that one.
Well, I think he had every right to go off, right? London Lions came out sluggish in that first half, but boy, they came out in that third and absolutely killed the Gladiators in the third quarter.
His general manager right there with his back to us, and they're chatting about, wow, what did you say, Coach? He goes, I'm going to bottle that up and save it for another day. So the London Lions will play in the championship tomorrow with an opportunity to take home the trophy as they defeated the Caledonia Gladiators, the winners of the trophy last year. Coach Rob Paternostro, been there before. He'd like to get there again, but right now his Riders find themselves on the losing end by 12 with 14 seconds to play. This would be huge if they could end on a bucket and a 3 to get it down to 9.
Yeah, big offensive play right here, you're right, and a stop.
Jaron Holmes now. 1 second differential between game and shot clock, and they're going to get a foul. Maybe not the worst foul to take.
Yeah, they can afford it. Only 2 team fouls, that makes it the third. So nobody going to the free throw line.
Jack Hudson, the former Manchester Giant out of Liverpool, called for that. 7.2 seconds now. Shot clock is off. Teddy Allen on the spin with a 3. In and out. And Aaron Rye comes away with it. He'll hoist it. It'll go short, but the damage has already been done as the Cheshire Phoenix were down and now up big. 46-34 at the half as Ben Thomas, in his 7th year as the head man of the Phoenix, they will stroll into the locker room and feel pretty good about what they were able to accomplish here in Birmingham. Tremendous performance by all his players as they all chipped in, but no one chipped in and sparked this team quite like LaQuincy Rideau when he's standing by with our Drew Lasker.
LaQuincy, this game is electric. Describe what it feels like out there on the floor.
I wouldn't say, I'd say no pressure, honestly. I just came into the game. They're just another opponent, honestly. Just Leicester Riders to me.
You guys won that second quarter by 16 points. What changed?
And intensity, I picked up my intensity on defense, you know, getting the loose rebounds off the rim and stuff like that. So that's what changed. We got in transition. That's what really changed, really, pretty much.
You got 20 minutes left. Good luck.
Thank you. Defensive player of the year, though.
Back to you, Jeanette.
Well, what a game we have on our hands. We'll be back with halftime analysis right after this. Well, welcome back. We are in the second semi-final of the trophy competition. Cheshire 46, Leicester 34. Tricky one to judge as both teams set the pace in the first half. Aaron Wright proving critical for the Phoenix for the most part. Smart move, smart positioning, along with LaQuincy Rideau, 11 points, 5 assists, 2 steals. Leicester sweeping up some fast break points. Kimball McKenzie, the standout for the Riders, but has to be mindful of his fouls. The Phoenix with a 12-point lead in the first half, 10 of those points unanswered towards the end. Let's have a look at these stats because the momentum is clearly shifting towards Cheshire. Mike Tuck alongside me. What can Leicester do to change those stats in the second half?
Yeah, I mean, well, the three-point percentage has not been good for many teams this afternoon, this evening, let's be honest. But the biggest stat for me is the assists. Leicester Riders are known as a team that usually make the right play. They can share the ball and find the right guy to take the shot. And only 3 assists there, 0 steals. They've got to pick up the teamwork.
They're going to have to do that. And like we say, pick up the teamwork. We know what Coach Rob can be like. He's not going to be happy with some of the performances he's seen. He needs a little bit more consistency from his team.
Yeah, he does. You know, he's going to lean on his vets. He's going to lean on Kimball. He's going to lean on Mo Walker on the inside. But I feel like the guys just need to calm down. I feel like we saw a little bit of this in the first game with the Lions. Coach Bozic done a great job of calming those guys down at the half and getting them to come out and sort of turn it up a couple of notches.
Yeah, we have seen the half-time turnarounds and they're more than capable of doing it. But LaQuincy Rideau, that's the man that has to be stopped if they're going to want to do that. Mike, he's playing such a game today. He
is indeed. I mean, he's been the guy with the ball in his hands a lot. Here we see him in a screen and roll pitch situation with Skylar White, able to get downhill towards the basket, Tough to stay in front of this guy when he's got a full head of steam. Great little Euro step here with a drop-off pass to Ulf. Again, a little bit of an isolation on the wing. Calls off the screen, sees the open lane down the baseline. Great drive from him there. And again, when he has space and time, he's able to make great decisions, and finishing here with a nice little reverse layup. Again here, able to pick up a little steal, and we all know, we heard him at the halftime there, making his case for Defensive Player of the Year. Great player to watch, exciting, averaging over 3 steals a game. I mean, he's making a case for himself.
Yeah, definitely making a case for himself. Another man making a case for himself. Aaron Wright, another player that we spoke about at the top of the show. He's really moving smart, isn't he? But at the minute, I don't know, there's a little bit of inconsistency going on towards the end of that half.
I mean, there's a little bit of inconsistency. We saw him pick it up close to the end. Here you see him changing pace, which isn't very normal for someone of his size. He's a 6'6" guy, bigger wing, but, you know, he seems to be able to do things that other guys his size can't do. Here, just showing his IQ, cutting to the basket in transition. He's lost his guy. Ido, don't know what he was doing, playing around on the other end of the floor. And then here, I feel like we saw a highlight that looked just like this in the pregame. His court awareness of what's going on around him, and then there to sort of try and make the right play. Couldn't come up with the finish there, Rideau. But this is just a guy that plays with an extremely, extremely high IQ. You know, keeping this guy in front of him, and you know, he just plays that cerebral game. Plays the game at another level, a different depth.
We're going to talk about Leicester now in terms of their rebounds, Mo Walker in particular. Tell us what you think here, how this could help them moving forward into this second half.
Yeah, well, we saw it from the beginning of the game. I think their game plan definitely was to attack inside early. The first couple of possessions definitely going towards Mo Walker here, and we're seeing he's definitely got the size advantage inside, right? You know, we've got Chargois out with injury, so they're trying to find some players to guard him. Skylar White, David Ulf. But here we see Cheshire really coming up on that end, taking shots, but, you know, coming up with rebounds on the other end of the Riders.
Just a quick one on Teddy Allen. He's been kept a bit quiet during this game, and sometimes that does happen, doesn't it? When you've got the star player, everybody kind of goes for them, keeps them quiet. Hopefully for a second half, we might start to see something a bit different, Ovi.
I feel like Teddy Allen is someone who you can never write off. His ability to score in bunches very, very quickly is incredible. Second to none in the league. And I just feel like they're going to have to continue to do a good job, Cheshire that is, of keeping a body on him, being physical with him, and just making his shots as difficult as possible. He'll make some, but, hey, they're doing a great job thus far.
They are doing a great job. And like I say, it's half-time in today's second semi-final, and the score is Cheshire 46, Leicester 34. Find out who will face London in tomorrow's final right after this. Welcome back to the British Basketball League Trophy competition. London have already booked their spot in tomorrow's final, but who will join them? The score is currently Cheshire 46, Leicester 34. It's all to play for. In a few weeks' time, and making a very welcome return to British Basketball League is the All-Star Game. And here's what to expect.
The game of basketball requires a high level of concentration, advanced physical skills, and a deep knowledge of strategy.
It's also an unbeatable fun. Nothing beats unbeatable basketball. Get it, boys. Nothing beats high-flying dunks. Nothing beats three-pointer from deep. Wow! Woo. Nice. Nothing beats selecting your favourite players from the north and south. Nothing beats the best basketball entertainment. Watching the UK's best ballers, the sickest skills in the UK. It's the All-Star Game, baby. Unbeatable All-Stars. March 17th, London Copperbox. Woo!
I am so excited about the All-Star Game, but who plays in the All-Star Game is up to you. So you visit the British Basketball League website to cast your vote. I know that you guys are looking forward to it. It's going to be an incredible, incredible night. And I know that you've been picking your teams as well. Like, let me just get this right now. Ovi, you've picked the South team.
Yep.
Why? We should have given him the North team. He's so biased towards the London Lions. Like, who's in the... Okay, fine. Let's go. Who's in your team?
Got Trajan Jacobs
Yep.
from Bristol. I think he's done an incredible job. Matt Morgan, leading scorer. Have to have him in there. Who else but Teddy Buckets?
Teddy Buckets.
We see him tonight. He's having a little bit of a slow one tonight, but Teddy Buckets. I got Dante Graham. Grantham. Sorry,
So, yeah,
sorry,
Grantham,
Dante. Got Dante Grantham, and then Josh Sharma, our MVP from earlier on.
Okay, it's a solid team. Okay, 3 out of 5 of those happen to be London Lions, I'm just saying. Mike, what about yourself for the North?
For me, for the North, I went with Jordan Johnson from the Newcastle Eagles. I went with my guy, Aaron Rye, Cheshire Phoenix, doing his thing out there tonight. Had to go with a homebody, the Sheffield Sharks. Jalon Pipkins, I mean, come on, most explosive guy in the league. At the 4 spot, Taj Green, another Newcastle Eagle, exciting player to watch. And at the 5 spot, Lob City, Clifton Moore Jr. from Caledonia.
Oh, wow. It's good. It's a welcome return, isn't it, to bring this back to the league. Now, what should people expect? Because these are guys that haven't played together before. You know, it might be a bit difficult, but it should be fun, right?
It's the best. It's the best. It's the best of the British Basketball League. I mean, it's going to be exciting. It's going to be fun. The guys are going to have, that's what it's all about. It's about the fans being able to see the best guys playing together on one floor at the same time, high-flying action, three-pointers. I mean, what's not to love?
What is not what to love? I'm looking forward to it. That's March the 17th in London. But let's get back to this game. Semi-final 2. And our very own Drew Lasker has caught up with Ben Thomas courtside.
Ben, you're known for your three-point shooting, only 4 for 18. So what's contributed to this sizable lead?
Getting downhill. They're the worst team, or one of the worst teams in the league. Defensive points per possession down in the paint. So we're just trying to attack any chance we get. Got a couple of their key guys in foul trouble, so we're going to continue to do that this half.
Thanks for your time, Coach.
Cheers, thank you.
Well, we have a game on our hands. Semi-final 2 is on its way, and we can hand to your commentators this evening, Todd Harris and Azania Stewart.
All right, thank you very much, Jeanette. No one asked me about my all-star selection. Do you know what I'd do? I'd put Azania Stewart at the 5. I'd put Mike Tuck at the 4. My 3 would be Ovi Soko. Point guard, Jeanette Kwachi. And the 2, I'd put Drew Lasker. You tell me who's going to beat that team.
That's fire right there, Todd.
Quality
and you're the
team
coach?
right there. No, they won't even let me in the building. Off and running
that.
here in Birmingham, second half, and it will be a big test. Remember, Leicester came out in the first period, and they had a 4-point lead. That quickly turned into a 12-point deficit at the half. What has Cheshire done so right to get them in this position, Azania?
Well, that's a huge 3, and I love the energy. Ben Thomas right there spoke about getting downhill. Their 3-point shot wasn't falling, but they got to the paint. But right now, hot start for my guy. Skylar White starts the 3-point shooting off.
And he is a sharpshooter from beyond the arc, so you have to defend the big man when he goes out there. Speaking of defending the big man, this is Teddy Allen. He can get his buckets in bunches, as Ovi pointed out at the halftime. So that's got to be some kind of priority as Skylar White reloads. Can't get that one to hit. Knew it right his way as he was trying to get his own rebound. And the ball will go back over to the Riders. What I was saying was Teddy Buckets. This is a guy that he's like the Microwave. It doesn't take long for him to heat up, but they've got to find a way to get him in there. And Skylar White feeling it.
Well, you know, we've talked about inconsistency up and down, but really, that is basketball,
Yep.
right? You're going to miss more shots than you make. And so it's just how you react from that. And I think Aaron Rye's done a really good job at that. But Mackenzie, he's got 3 fouls. He has to be careful. He cannot afford to pick up that 4th.
Teddy Allen fires off the mark there, and it'll go out of bounds harmlessly as the Cheshire Phoenix will take over yet again. So, at what point, and I asked you this in the first game, at what point, if you're Rob Paternoster on the Leicester Riders, do you panic? Because they can score, but I don't think they can score in bunches the way the London Lions can score in bunches.
Yeah. Well, I always talk about the 3rd quarter.
Okay.
Make sure you're focused, make sure you execute the game plan, you come out with the right energy, especially when you're down. We saw London Lions in the 3rd come out with that energy.
Well, they are happy to go back to their big man, Skylar White. He's 1 out of 3 for 3-point attempts here in the second half. Teddy Allen now pushing the pace. Kimmel McKenzie on the wing, and he's gone cold as well. You talk about the 3rd quarter in our first semifinal. It was the London Lions who were down 52-44 at the half. They came out and outscored Caledonia 17-9 in the 3rd, and that really was a huge difference. Shooter's going to shoot, and Skylar White's going to keep firing. 50% now from beyond the arc here in the second half.
Well, there you go. He missed. He made one, missed 2, and he shot again.
Not afraid to keep firing.
Yeah.
Myron Thomas defended by Aaron Rye. Jaron Holmes. Not a lot of movement coming from the Riders away from the ball. Nice way to start things. Walker.
I like that move from Mo. Real deep, under the basket, tough to guard. He did his work early. Good job him. Little zone from Rob Paternoster's team. Changing up the defense. It's got Phoenix a little bit confused. Look how long it's taken them. They've got 5.
Shot clock down to 3, and it doesn't matter. Cam Christian, right place, right time, puts it in. So just trading buckets right now. Wow, that's a good way to trade buckets as Mo Walker answers back his version of Skylar White.
Well, there you go. He doesn't shoot many, but why not? He's wide open because Skylar White is sagging right off of him.
Apologies for a few technical difficulties as we're getting the feed all synced up, and that's a foul on LaQuincy Rideau. Jaron Holmes taking it hard to the rim, and he'll go to the line. So LaQuincy Rideau now goes to the line as a 62% free throw shooter. No, Jaron Holmes, I'm sorry. LaQuincy Rideau is the one with the foul. Jaron is an 83% free throw shooter. I remember watching him play in the States when he played at St. Bonaventure. Upstate New York, quiet little campus, but man, they had a back on the road and went to Iowa State.
It's important. And Rideau points at the ball, maybe saying the ball don't lie. That's only Rideau's 2nd foul, so we can afford that one.
Kimmel McKenzie letting Rideau know he doesn't really appreciate it.
Little full court press in, maybe just slow down.
So they go to a zone, they go to a full court press. Skylar White continues to fire 3s. Holmes driving and laid it in clean. So maybe it's going to be Jaron Holmes that sparks the Riders' comeback.
No, I love that. Skylar White is having a heat check, shot that way too early. Fence, and then the Riders capitalize on that.
Beautiful pass underneath. Aaron Rye lost his man in that zone defense, and that's a good look for him. Close shot, get him rolling.
He's so nifty, isn't he?
Yeah.
He just back cut.
And oh my goodness!
Huge. I told you, Thomas playing like a grown man.
Myron Thomas from the land, he threw that one down on the follow-up. Cam Christian will try to put it in. He'll be fouled.
That's nice.
Oh, I would love to see that again. I know Azania always gets what she wants, but can you ask them nicely? Can we see that again? Oof.
Well, we'll just have to wait till later because that was incredible. And that's the energy that can spark a team. You know, a huge play like that, a big dunk can just get you going. They need to find themselves because they're just getting in a bit of a hole here.
Cam Kristen knocks down the first one. 6'6" forward out of Allen, Texas, by way of Grambling. Former Tiger looking to make a mark here. He's had some big games this year, averaging close to 20 points, 4 boards for head coach Ben Thomas.
Yeah, 14-point game.
Kimball McKenzie will always test your defense. You better get back because he's going to try to find a seam. Teddy Allen now. Beautiful feed. Oh, Byron Thomas was going for a second put-back dunk, but Teddy Allen's assist, and that will send Mo Walker to the line.
Great pick-and-roll action there with Mo and Allen. Mo Walker just comes over, sets the pick, textbook, rolls to the basket because Skylar White is so afraid and worried about Allen coming off of that pick. He's wide open on the roll.
Only the third free throw Mo Walker's taken during the trophy competition here in January, and he's now 3 for 4. 58-45, Cheshire on top. London Lions wait in the wings for tomorrow's championship for the British Basketball League trophy. Rush that shot. Skylar White there to save the day. Goes right back to Kristen. He fires again, short again. This is one thing I think the Cheshire Phoenix can't do. Get out of character and put up shots that they, I don't say they don't need to take, but Azania, they plenty of time on the shot clock, and they're rushing big threes, looking for the knockout punch.
Yeah, I think that's such a great point. Cam Kristen just comes out, he's limping. But you're right, I think you can get the three-point shot whenever you want. I think what they were doing so well was driving. You know, Aaron Rye was doing wonderful. Rideau putting pressure on the rim. Get back to that.
And we've seen Cheshire dominate teams before in the past from beyond the arc, but when that shot's not falling, is it a live by the sword, die by the sword situation for Cheshire?
Well, they love the three-point shot, you know, but I've seen Ben Thomas look, as that's a lovely drive, looked Skylar White dead in the face and said, don't you dare shoot that too early.
Maceo Jack, and that is a hustle play that won't show up on a stat sheet from LaQuincy Rideau. He makes the steal and gives it up to Maceo Jack. Beautiful play there, and it results in 3 points. And now it is a 61-45 lead. Cheshire Phoenix on top, 4:36 to play in the third. The lead now 16 points for the Phoenix, 61-45, 4:36 to play in the third period. We play 10-minute quarters here in the British Basketball League as both these teams trying to fight their way to a victory and a spot in tomorrow's trophy championship where the London Lions await. Teddy Allen got a good look at that three and buckets, gets his first triple.
Huge. You know, lovely offense, well executed, and when his feet are set, and then they've been loving this zone, this kind of 2-3 zone.
A little too tight a defense played on Aaron Rye. Jaron Holmes caught there as Aaron Rye did a masterful job of back cutting on him, and he had to grab to avoid. Coach Rob looking on, working the gum, looking for his team to get a spark wherever he can find it.
I like that little combo with the purple tie and the pocket handkerchief.
Ball kept alive, and it's going to be a 3-second violation. A little chippy down below. .355 to play in the third, 61-48. Cheshire lead Leicester. Cheshire coming in on a 4-game winning streak, won all 4 games in the trophy by a 20-point average. McKenzie left open, he stepped on the line.
And he scratches his head. He was wide open. That happens at least, you know, one time, maybe sometimes twice a game where as the three-point shot's been lengthened out over the years. A lot of big feet stepping over the line.
Then Thomas staying calm, loving the way his team is playing. Maceo Jack now back in the game. Aaron Rye buries the three.
I wonder how long Leicester's going to stay in that 2-3 zone. Really baiting Cheshire into shooting the three.
Teddy Allen, we saw him moments ago, hit a huge three. Wheeling and dealing, trying to get another shot off, and he does indeed. And now he's going to get a three the old-fashioned way if he can convert.
Well done. Holden's got his hands full. Look at this, but it's true. He just kicks his feet and doesn't let the shooter land safely. Holden, that's going to be his second foul.
Teddy Allen had a nice visit with Coach Rob Paternostro just a short time ago, and he was looking like he was a little bit exasperated. But what I got from it, and this is just speculation, was give me the ball, let me go to work. And he's now 6 points, a 6-0 run for Teddy Allen.
I love that Rideau just tried to put Teddy Allen off at the free throw line. They had a little chat there. Back into the zone, still staying in it. It's something.
3 minutes to play. Skyler not afraid to keep firing up threes, and Aaron Rye gets tangled up.
Well, that's what's so difficult about the zone, right? Is rebounding out of the zone. But what they're doing is baiting Phoenix into keep shooting the threes. They keep doing it, but guess what? Aaron Rye on the boards, extra possession. Well done him.
It's 2 Canadians fighting for the ball. One from Ontario, the other one from Cambridge in Ontario, Canada. Aaron Rye again on the drive. He'll get another foul. 64-51, 2:52 to play in the third. And the all-important fourth coming up. And there you see the assist. Wow, sharing 17. The ball.
17 assists for Phoenix.
What's that saying? Teamwork makes the dream work? Aaron Rye says, not this time. I can do it all on my own. I don't need an assist. That was just defense just left too big of a hole.
Wow. And then the Euro step in the dictionary also needs Aaron Rye's face underneath it.
66-51, just when it looks like the Riders are getting close. Cheshire answers back, and that's what great teams do, foul.
Here it is. That is perfection. That is a Euro step if you haven't seen one. Real slow move, slows it down, takes his time, and he's fantastic at that move. There it is, 20 points for Aaron Rai.
The definition of the Euro from a Canadian who was educated in the States, now playing in the UK. 66-52, Coach Rob trying to find an answer. Trying to find a way to slow down Cheshire because they are coming at him in all kinds of different directions. If it's not Skylar White, it's Aaron Rai. If it's not Aaron Rai, it's LaQuincy Rideau. Rai, 5 seconds on the shot clock. Step. He's got men cutting. White on the baseline. Can't get this one to fall, and here come the Riders looking for a big bucket. Big spark. Oh, and Teddy Allen threw it right in. He had his man TJ Law waiting for it on the baseline, but a great job there by Jack Hudson to hustle back.
Incredible job by Hudson.
Quincy Rideau thought he was fouled. Back come the Riders, and a foul. So 66-52 is the score. 93 seconds to play in the third. And this is an opportunity for the Riders as Jaron Holmes takes a seat. They're going to check. Duke Shelton will come into the game. Jaron Holmes will have to sit back down, so that changes the dynamics. At what point do you say Rob Paternostro try a different lineup, or maybe do like we saw Petar Bosic do in the first game, try something crazy, go 4 guards, go small ball?
Yeah, that was kind of cool, him doing that. They're down 14, and there's still no stress. There's no, rush on hitting the panic button right now. Just stay solid. There's still a lot of basketball to play, and that means a lot of chewed gum, as he likes to get going. But I really like Phoenix, what they're doing. They're staying patient. They've played against the zone. They've played against the man-to-man. And they're just looking for their shots. They're letting the offense come to them.
So they get a stop there. Teddy Allen sees a gap, and he'll attack it. Teddy buckets starting to warm up here in Birmingham.
That makes it 15 points for him, leading all scorers on Leicester Riders.
And more importantly, it's down to an 11-point lead for Cheshire. Under a minute to play here in the third. Shot clock at 3. Aaron Rai. Wow. Ball don't lie.
Whoa! I love it. And the crowd, he had the crowd saying, ooh, look at this. Takes his time with the clock running down, Todd.
How demoralizing does that for their defense? You played 23 seconds of excellent defense only to see Aaron Rai get the bucket and the harm.
That was fun. That was a lovely move.
And the fans clad in orange are very happy right now with 47.3 seconds to play. It is 69-55. So just when the Riders get it down, do you think, okay, maybe it's time to get it into single digits, a 9 and 8? Cheshire comes back and answers. Woo, deep range. Connor Washington let it fly. TJ Law crashed the boards, and I think someone put a body on him when they shouldn't have. And Duke Shelton and David Olf talking about post-game dinner reservations.
Well, I don't know if I like that shot from Washington, if you ask me, Todd. You've just come off the bench, and you walk straight into that shot. Nobody's touched the ball. No defense has moved.
Ooh. And you'll see some frustration starting to boil over from the Riders as Duke Shelton gets that one to rattle home.
Yeah, Washington's lucky he was able. His other guys were ready for the rebound.
Same on the second one. So Shelton gets both of them. 69-57, back to a 12-point lead. Get a stop here and a possible bucket before the end of the third period would be ideal for Coach Rob Paternostro. Rye, Maceo. And Captain Jack can't get it to fall, and a great job by David Ulf down there on the box out, and TJ Law thought he had it clean, and he's called for the foul. So 17 seconds, and the ball will stay with Cheshire.
Well, in the first half, we saw Leicester hit the boards heavy. Now, Phoenix doing the opposite. They're starting to get multiple possessions, multiple looks, and with that rebound, he now goes to the free throw line.
So Coach Ben says, you know what, guys, we don't need you to rebound. Come over here, let's have a chat.
Well, Cheshire is known for their rebounding and their guards. They're very good. They like to, slash and dice in and crash the boards. McKenzie there.
Sitting on 4 fouls.
Yeah, that's huge. That's a massive hit as Ulf
misses both of them.
Yeah.
So the final 12 seconds here. Shot clock is off. Leicester's got to get a great bucket here. Speaking of buckets, TJ Law, and his shot is blocked at the buzzer. Great work by Aaron Rye as he takes a calculated risk and comes up money with a great defensive stand. 69-57, Phoenix on top, 1 period to play. Back in Birmingham for the final period here, semi number 2. It is Cheshire and Leicester. Todd Harris, Azania Stewart. All right, this is a sign of a great team. Cheshire had a 12-point lead at halftime. They maintained the 12-point lead going into the third. What does Coach Rob and Leicester have to throw at them?
I think you don't hold back, right? There's 10 minutes left of this basketball game. If you want to make a real step into this final, you got to let the leashes go. I think also McKenzie having 4 fouls. How long do you keep him on the bench? He's huge for your team.
And there's no tomorrow as far as the trophy goes. And they're going to get a foul as LaQuincy Rideau was surrounded by red jerseys, but he still comes away with it. Connor Washington's going to get hit with that foul, and that will send LaQuincy Rideau to the line where he is a 62% free throw shooter. Young man out of West Palm Beach, Florida. Not bad digs. You're a former Florida girl.
Yeah, I like a bit of West Palm. It's better than Gainesville, I'm going to say.
Oh.
I did love Gainesville, obviously. It's a college town, but West Palm is
better than
nice.
Tallahassee?
Look at that. The chomps.
Spoken like a true Gator.
Yeah.
No,
we don't like those.
No problem with the Seminoles. Just seems like the ebb and flow of this game, Azania, has favored the Cheshire Phoenix. It has been fast, it has been slow, it's been what we like to say a little herky-jerky, and the Riders just have not found their rhythm.
Yeah, I mean, they started out great.
Yeah.
But Phoenix just settled in.
Ooh, up and under. Well done there by number 15, Duke Shelton. Speaking of Florida, 6'10" forward out of Ocala, Florida.
Ocala, not far from Gainesville.
Yeah, that's your neck of the woods.
Yeah, around the corner.
Is that still considered Panhandle, Florida? East Coast?
No, I don't think so.
Shot clock at 4. Nice lead, up and under. Well finished by David Olf.
And this is the thing, right? You stop Aaron Rye, and then somebody else steps up into that spot.
Rye's got his hands full right now with Myron Thomas. Washington's going to let this one fly again. This time it is true. Absolutely touching nothing but nylon.
See, I don't mind that one. It goes inside, then
you like
it comes back out.
Because it went in?
No. I like it because other people touch the ball in the offensive possession.
Ball works around the horn. Captain Jack for 3.
You see the difference? You know, multiple players feel the ball, touch the ball, the defense has to move, and then you get a wide open shot by Jack.
Sharing is caring.
Sharing is caring.
76-62, still 14 points. TJ Law, Canadian, gets the roll. At this point, though, Z, 8 minutes to play, they're just trading buckets.
Yeah, they are. They've got to get stopped. And now here, Phoenix slow it down. Cheshire slow the offense down. They do. You're right. That herky-jerky, fast break, or now let's run the clock. Let's execute our play.
I'm sure Leicester would love to get a run with them. Cheshire's not going to do it. They're going to play their game. Turnover forced by Aaron Rye. Teddy Bucket stands in the way. Teddy Allen thought about a 3, step back, gives it off to Shelton. Shelton, big body, pivots to his left, stutter step, gets it to fall.
And that's an energy finish.
Energy play, down to 10. How about this last 7.5?
I told you, lots of time to play some really good basketball. And I wonder how long does Phoenix slow it down?
Oh, crafty move. Behind the back, Maceo Jack, and somehow he found David Olf cutting to the rim. Probably should have been a turnover.
Let me see who she calls this foul. Number 3.
Oh.
Rideau.
So LaQuincy Rideau with a nifty pass and then the harm.
Yeah, that will be his 3rd foul.
Ooh, so.
There's a double-double, but not in the rebounding column, in the assist column.
But 13, 5, and 10 from your 6'1" guard, that's pretty good if you get that out of a point guard.
He's pushing for a triple-double here.
You got to start thinking about player of the game, Xavier Stewart, under 7 minutes to go. Wow, that is a beautiful move. Myron Thomas going to work on Aaron Rye.
Oh, I love that change of direction, but in the air around his finish. Yeah, right, for me, but it's still a long time.
Ooh, just when you get it to single digits, the big man from the Pacific Northwest buries another 3.
Surely that's at the top of the scouting report, no?
And who answers right back? Buckets.
And that's also at the top of the scouting report.
TB6.
Wowee. Trading 3-point shots.
TJ Law with a feisty rebound. Get into the hands of Teddy Allen. Teddy, go to work. That's short. Partially blocked. Good defense. And look at this, Cheshire. We could run with you. Why don't we run a little clock? 5:50 to play in this one. 79-71.
Turnover. See, I don't know how long they can play that game. Timeout.
Yeah, Ben Thomas has seen enough.
Well, that's it. I think now this slower type of game has played in to Leicester Riders, where before they were getting out in transition, moving fast, moving quick. Here we go, but there's the three-point shot wide open. That's way too much time for Skylar White to knock it down. But here, let's have a look at this. Good patience. We call them Teddy Buckets for a reason.
So clutch. And you said this in a flattering way when we got here. You said Teddy Bucket's a lot bigger athlete than I thought watching him on TV. You see him in person, he could be playing American football. Yeah. I mean, he is a well put together young man.
Well, he's really broad across the shoulders. Do you know what I mean? He's strong, he's poised, he finishes, he's got the long range, he's got a bit of a weird hitch in his shot, but who cares when that thing goes in? But yeah, right now, I was looking at the score sheet and I was like, man, who do the Riders go to? Of course, you go to Allen. 20.6 rebounds and a nice 3 assists sharing the ball.
So the Cheshire Phoenix getting their first look at Teddy Allen, the 6'6" guard originally from Phoenix, Arizona, did not play in the first 3 games when these teams met during the championship. Here we are in the trophy, and they're getting a full dose of Teddy Allen late in the ball game. 5:41 to play, 6-point lead for Cheshire. It was as high as 16, and the winner of this game will take on the London Lions. So what you need to know is, what does Leicester Riders and Rob Paternostro have over this final 5:40? Full court pressure coming. Foul committed.
Pressure's on, and we spoke about it as we looked dead down the camera barrel and said, unleash it, Coach Rob Paternostro. You've got nothing to lose. And they've definitely done that in the first 5 minutes of this fourth quarter.
We saw in the first game, Jeanette Quachi and Drew Lasker quoting a famous Gladiator movie, and I think it's time to unleash the Kraken. Oh, wow. You don't see that very often.
It's a jump ball arrow. If that happens, we call that a wedgie.
Yep, wedgie. Cheshire has possession arrows.
If
so
the ball gets stuck.
That's like once a year you see that.
Yeah.
Once a year.
Yeah, but you go to the possession arrow if that happens.
Skylar White going to be a little more judicious if he pulls the 3, although he has the green light from Ben Thomas. Aaron Rye, Euro steps across and gets it to roll.
Wonderful.
Can't stop him. You can only hope to contain him.
Oh, it's really lovely basketball to watch. Multiple defenders being thrown at him. Still stays calm, composed, and finishes at the rim.
8-point lead now. Riders, every possession has got to count. Oh, Washington with a beautiful feed inside. Was going to go to the top of the key where TJ Law was waiting and found Big Duke Shelton cutting down the lane.
Wonderful pass by Washington. Textbook pick and roll.
4:40 to play in the ball game. Aaron Rye hits the deck, no travel called. Shot clock at 2. And Rye comes away with it. Reset the shot clock, 14. He goes right back to the well and is denied.
And that's completely fine, but Rye doing a good job on the boards, but blocked at the rim.
6-point lead, and the Riders are coming on strong. Who's going to finish the best with 4:21 to play in Birmingham with a spot in the championship on the line? Moments ago, Connor Washington with a beautiful feed into Duke Shelton. 6-point game. 4:21 to play with a spot in the championship on the line tomorrow. Azania, this is go time. This is when you call in your big dogs and say, go to work.
I really do think so. I love that replay that we just got to see.
Oh!
Well, there's a big dog for you.
Skylar White, 3-point specialist
19
at
points for
6'8".
him.
Yeah. So now, coming up on 4 minutes to play. Shelton, lane was open, foul was called, and they're going to call it offensive. Duke Shelton not happy with that. The elbow was extended. Ooh.
Well, Phoenix get the stop that they need. Skylar White hits that 3 huge. He's 5 from 15. Listen, he hasn't seen a shot that he's shy about. He's definitely got the green light.
Kimball McKenzie back into the game now. 4 minutes to play. Playing with 4 fouls. Plenty of time. McKenzie knocks the ball free. Shot clock at 6. He goes down. And Myron Thomas leads the charge. Okay. Okay.
I
Rookie.
like him.
Rookie.
I like him. I told you, ain't no rookie. Don't call him no rookie. Tonight, he showed that he's a grown man.
Yeah, absolutely.
Listen, he's playing with the big boys.
Oh, come on. Talk about education. Aaron Rye.
He's going for a 30-piece.
And Rye's going to be called on the charge, so that's going to give Aaron Rye his third.
Yeah.
Still on 27 points, leading score.
Really, that could have been an and one to me. That first part, Thomas just riding him.
Not I wouldn't say a flashy player. Not a highlight reel. He just goes to work and is so fundamentally sound.
I think the flash is taken off because he's so slow in his movements.
Kimball McKenzie, I'm going to let him tell you. You tell him that.
You know what I mean?
I know exactly what you mean.
But I love it. He's quite an original style of play. It's not just a one-time thing. It's how he plays. That real slow, methodical vibe.
Skylar White is absolutely feeling it here in Birmingham.
Listen, I'm not sagging off of him. And McKenzie is telling him, listen, that's all he's done. He's only shot 1 2-pointer this evening. Do not come off of Skylar White. He's 6 from 16. Look at this. Big man.
Yeah, they're chasing down LaQuincy Rideau, who's going to drive to the lane, and look what he does.
Yeah,
wait, you're going to leave our big shooter out? Oof, TJ Law just could not get there quick enough. McKenzie trying to save time. Ooh, Ben Thomas was arguing that it had gone off the leg of Teddy Allen. He loses that one, but he is still holding on to a 12-point lead. Remember, it got down to 6, and the Cheshire Phoenix showing their mettle, not backing down. Thomas up and under, strong. That's a grown man move right there.
Lovely finish. That puts him on 10 points.
2:30 to play in the ball game, and Coach Rob Paternoster and the Leicester Riders are running out of time. This is almost a must-have stop. They've got to have something here. They got it. Looking to run. McKenzie. Thomas. Back-to-back buckets for Myron Thomas.
I like him. He's doing a really good job.
Under 2 to play. 7-point ball game. Aaron Rye. Rideau trying to break down, and he's going to get called for the offensive.
And that's lucky because he's on his 4th. Huge step up from McKenzie. Wow, look at this. Moves his feet, takes the hit. It's the right call. And they get the turnover.
99 seconds to play in this game. If we haven't said it before, well, we have. We'll say it again. The winner plays the London Lions tomorrow for the Trophy Championship in the British Basketball League. Shelton. Back to Kimball McKenzie for a triple.
And that's why you need him in the game. You know, down on the defensive end. Huge.
And Maceo Jack had 3 red jerseys back. He pushes the pace, and now it's a 6-point ball game. They can cut it in half with a 3. Thomas keeps it alive. Holds for 3. Why not?
Huge, huge. Here come the Riders. They've got to take a timeout. They're falling apart at the seams. It's a 1-point game, John. Wow.
Hold those dinner reservations for the party of Stewart. We got some more ball to play here. It is a 1-point game, 57.5 Azania, and the Riders are cooking.
Here we go. Holmes dials one up, strings it. But for me, I just felt like these last couple of possessions, Phoenix have slowed down their offense, obviously to play the clock, but they haven't scored on some of those. And then the Riders have just come down, executed, and players have stepped up. And their fans love it.
I'm telling you, 2 minutes ago, it was a 12-point left for dead Riders on the side of the road, and then they come alive. You touched on it perfectly. Energy plays, and it sparks everyone else.
Yeah, and that man there, McKenzie, had the charge, played the defensively perfectly, and then came down on the other end. Multiple guys stepping up. McKenzie with 10, Thomas with 13, Allen with 20. Holmes with that massive 3 puts him on 13. Multiple guys. Walker with 12. Huge play by the Riders. They put themselves in with a chance. We've got ourselves a game. 57.5 seconds left.
All the Riders fans are on their feet. Opportunity now for them to shock the world, as pretty much everyone in the arena thought, well, it's going to be Cheshire and London for the championship. And Coach Rob and his Riders said, not so fast, my friend. And Duke Shelton commits a foul in the backcourt.
Well, luckily, it's not free throws.
Had one to give, yep.
Got to be careful.
Here we go. And I got to think the one thing Coach Rob said is do not let Skylar White alone. Don't let him just camp out there and get a free look. Huge rebound.
Massive.
Cam Holden.
Well,
Teddy Allen.
Well, now they'll go to the free throw line.
Yep. You want to know what Skylar White shoots from the free throw line, don't you?
I do.
80.
80%.
An even 80.
I'm fine. 80%.
Look at the fans from the Cheshire
Stressed
Phoenix.
out.
I can't tell if they're happy or sad or checking in to the hospital. Oh, that's the announcer jinx. You state their free throw percentage as a positive, and
well, he's still got one more to go.
But what that means is Cheshire with a 3 can take the lead.
Leicester.
I mean Leicester, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you for the correction.
No, we're a team too.
So Leicester in red, Cheshire in black. That is head coach Ben Thomas in his 7th year with the Phoenix. He has seen a huge lead evaporate in the matter of minutes. The Leicester Riders now. Kimball McKenzie with the ball. 2-second differential between the shot and the game clock. Kimball McKenzie goes right at it. Give him the and one.
Big, big, big finish. McKenzie, we were concerned that he had that foul trouble. They needed him. Ice in the veins. Cool, look at this. takes on both players. He does get fouled multiple times. Yep, it's the right call.
And Kimball McKenzie will stroll to the line with an identical free throw percentage from what we just saw from Skylar White.
18%.
80. Clutch. 1 point lead. So the shot clock will be off. Cheshire can play for the win.
Whoa.
How about this? The league living up to the hype.
Well, we knew this game was going to be fun, didn't we? These teams match up really well. They play hard. They're well coached. But for me, McKenzie was huge. I was a bit worried when he picked up that 4th foul. How long do you leave him on? But that's great coaching. Rob Paternostro puts him in around that, what was that, 4-minute mark?
4 minutes exactly.
He put him in.
And it was a game changer.
Massive. But
okay,
now
what do you anticipate coming from Ben Thomas and the Cheshire Phoenix?
Something that has multiple looks at it, you know, because you're going to be worried about Skylar White.
Right.
You've got to defend Aaron Wright. There's got to be some sort of misdirection between them two. But then also Rideau has been playing great. I think something that looks either a screen down and a pick and roll, a high pick and roll with White, because he loves that pick and pop.
Don't need a 3, and getting to the foul line can get him the win.
Yeah, they don't need a 3 at all. They just
need
a layup.
Thinking. Yeah, I like your thinking, but they will have to go the length.
Yeah. Well, my heart rate has definitely gone up a few beats, and a full court press is put on by Leicester Riders.
So if you get across the foul line, do you call another timeout if you're Cheshire?
Yeah, why not? You could do.
They're going to let it run. Here we go. Rideau with the ball. Step up and under. Count it.
Wow. I've said wow a bunch of times today because it's just incredible basketball. I told you something on the lines of that, but Rideau, he has been just wonderful. 15 points.
All right, here we go. I got to set this up. If he hits this, it's a 2-point game. But Leicester can still win it with a 3 and almost 5 seconds on the clock. So you got to imagine that Cheshire's going to come with a full court press.
I feel like that woman right there, having palpitations, stressed out. I love these shots. This is exactly what I look like right now. What a great moment. This is exactly what you want for a semi-final.
Misses it. Thomas has to let it fly. Can't get it to fall. And the Cheshire Phoenix survive.
That is a wonderful game of basketball. It's so disappointing and obviously sad that a team has to lose. The Riders did a wonderful job coming back, but Phoenix gets the job done, Todd.
There are 4 or 5 players that you could make a case for player of the game, and I'm talking about on the winning and losing team. I mean, Jaron Holmes was huge. TJ Law stepped up. You had Mo Walker, Teddy Buckets, Kimball McKenzie. That's on the losing side.
Yeah.
You look to the winning side, take your pick.
Yeah. And I think I'm going to pick Aaron Wright.
Okay.
I just think he was so solid. I could go with White, was wonderful.
You could go with Quincy Rideau.
With Rideau.
Yeah.
Multiple players stepped up, but for me, Aaron Wright, he was intense. He was laser focused, and also that lovely slow-mo. He took his time, finished around the rim. Great game from him.
Coach Rob Paternostro and his squad, it's disappointing. They're frustrated. They applaud their fans, but they gave us a show. With 4 minutes to go, they looked to be dead and forgotten, and they rally back to not only tie the game, but take the lead. And if it wasn't for LaQuincy Rideau, baller move at the end, they're moving on to the championship.
Yeah, it could have gone either way. But I just think Aaron Rice, 27 points, he's the player of the game.
Well, let's send it down to Drew Lasker, who is with 2 big-time ballers.
That's right, Todd. 12 seconds to go. Ball in your hands. Take us through that last possession.
Man, we went through the timeout. Coach said it's in your hands, and I just executed the play. That's it.
Aaron, I need you to describe your emotions.
Yeah, I mean, like, we thought we blew it. I thought we blew it, but
ugly second half. Ugly second half, but we finished strong and focus on tomorrow. We can't relive the past. We got to focus on tomorrow. That's the main thing right now.
You were the best player in Division I, best player on the floor tonight. How did you prepare for this moment?
We say it all the time. Sometimes it's my day, sometimes it's Q, sometimes it's Scott. Down the line, we just try to play good team basketball, and whoever finds the ball is hot at the time is going to have a good game. But as long as we get the dub, it don't really matter who goes. You know what I mean? So.
Congratulations, fellas. Go get some rest. We'll see you guys tomorrow in the championship game. The underdogs, as he just said. Back to you, Jeanette.
Wow. How do you even pick yourself up off the floor after a finish like that? Congratulations to Cheshire Phoenix winning that by just a point. There's so much high drama in that game. Mike Tuck, Ovi Soko alongside me. I'm laughing because I can't believe what we just witnessed, Mike.
I mean, first ever Final Four for the trophy, and that did not disappoint. We were in here jumping around this studio, bouncing off walls. Oh, my Lord. Just when we thought Leicester were done and dusted, they come back with a performance like that. Wow.
And look at those Phoenix fans. They couldn't even look. They couldn't watch. There were tears. They were watching behind their hands. And understandably, Ovi.
I mean, I think both sets of fans should be super proud of their team.
Yeah.
Leicester fought back hard. Cheshire almost threw it away there, but yeah, I'm lost for words at the moment.
Well, let's see who else might be lost for words. Hopefully he isn't. It's Ben Thomas. He's down there with Drew Lasker.
Ben, you're up by 12 at halftime. 3 minutes to go. We're making the graphic for tomorrow finals, but you lose the lead. What did you tell your guys in that final possession? Timeout.
I mean, obviously that was probably the first time we'd been down in the game at that point, apart from the first quarter, of course. So we just had to relax. There was a lot of time on the clock. We knew what action we wanted to get to. We know we wanted to get Quincy downhill. We talked about it at half-time, and he did just that. Okay, he slowed the ball down. Probably went a little bit too early for my liking, but we got the result that we wanted. And big players make big plays.
What an effort! What a game! But these guys right here brought it all night long. Give a word on the fans.
Look, we say it every time we get a chance to talk about them. Okay, these are the best fans in the BBL. There's 4 other teams here, and there's no one like this. Okay, don't know how. That's the evidence of this. The league needs to see. Okay, we got the best fans.
Go get that game plan ready. We'll see you here in 24 hours. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Back to you, Jeanette.
Yeah, thank you so much, Drew. Well, let's take a look at some of these stats. Mike Tuck, wowee, 92-91. We actually thought that this was dead and buried for Leicester Riders, but that comeback was remarkable.
Yeah, I mean, the Leicester Riders really picking up the shooting and toward down the stretch there, the Kimball McKenzie charge and then the three-point shooting towards the end. But Cheshire Phoenix, I mean, just 12 three-pointers right there, able to hold on, 44 rebounds, 22 assists, sharing the ball. Some great stats from them.
And it was something that we're going to look towards the end of this game now, Ovi, but looking at those stats here, you can clearly see that Leicester Riders had to pick it up. They had to really show why they were in this Final Four.
They did, and I think they had a chance to give up. And that's why I think they need to be proud of themselves, and it's a sign of good things to come. A 15 assist half after having only 3 in the first half, I think that shows the mindset. They could have given up on each other, given up on the game plan, and tried to do things themselves, but they didn't. And they stuck with it, and that's why they gave themselves a chance.
Definitely. Let's have a look at that incredible end to that fourth quarter, starting with this, Myron Thomas and this three-pointer.
Yeah, huge three-pointer there. And then obviously Kimball McKenzie following it up there with about a minute and a half to go. Big rebound here. Another kick out. The three-point shooting's what kept them in it. Holmes got to be happy with that one. He's calling home on that shot right there. Able to put them ahead by 1. On this play right here, the and one, Kimball McKenzie, early foul trouble for him, but able to stick around.
but Rideau, big-time players show up in big-time situations, and this was a huge play right here from Rideau. Able to finish with the M1.
Incredible high drama, and the accuracy when it mattered, Ovi, really stood out for me.
It was amazing, you know. I think that showed the character on both sides of the ball. I think there's players that stepped up in big moments, unexpected players that came off the bench for Leicester Riders and done a terrific job. I mean, I'm still out of breath from running around the studio. So.
I'm out of breath from running around the studio, but there is a man who is courtside with Drew Lasker now that should be, hopefully, is proud of his players today.
Coach, you guys weren't able to get yourself going, but when it was said and done, you put yourself in a position to win. What are you feeling at this moment?
That hurts. You know, we just needed one stop. Kid made a great play. Rideau had a really nice game. He's really tough to guard, initiating that contact, and what a heck of a finish. We had TJ on him, which is a good defender. Took us a while, like you said. We really struggled to shoot the ball in here today, but we got going and put ourselves in an incredible position. But give them credit, no doubt. I thought they played well today, shot it well at times, and came up with a big play.
And this is a team that's had your number this season. What's the struggle in regards to this matchup?
Well, I mean, I thought, you know, when they shoot the ball like that, it's going to be tough, especially Skyler. And Rye is a really tough matchup. Heck of a player. I mean, 20-plus going into the fourth. So he's been a trouble for us. But, again, you know, we're a bounce away there from walking away with a W.
Coach, we know one thing about you is you'll be back. Hold your head up high. Congratulations.
Thanks. Congratulations to Cheshire, though. Excellent ball game from them. Big-time play at the end.
Thanks, Rob. Back over to you, Jeanette.
Thank you very much, Drew. Thank you so much. I'm just looking at them. I didn't realize they were dressed the same. They must have texted each other earlier on today. But, you know, Coach Rob, Ovi, listen, he, as always, incredibly respectful, gracious in defeat. But he's right, that's going to hurt. That's only a point. And what a comeback from his team. He knows that they had it in them, but just left it a little bit too late.
He's a competitor. One thing I know about Coach Rob, you know, I love it when, you know, he's here next to me in the studio, but I've competed against him. And he hates to lose. Nothing he hates more than to lose. And, you know, it's really going to be no consolation. There are no consolation prizes at this level, but they do have takeaways. You know, they know how they have to play and they know how, you know, they can't play if they want to move forward in the championship. Absolutely.
And Coach Rob, in that interview with Drew, he mentioned about Aaron Rye. What a player today, player of the game. And for someone who we spoke about him at the top, we spoke about him at halftime, he really proved why he's so critical to that team.
Yeah, there's a reason we were talking about him before the game, because he can come up with performances like this. We see attacking it from all angles, able to get it done from the three-point line. What a beautiful play. You know, the ability to get downhill towards the basket and that slow Euro step is absolutely incredible. But here, great just in a one-on-one situation. His handle is so tight, able to draw in all the defense here and still finish with a smooth finger roll over the top of a bigger defender. Again, here we talked about Rye in defensive situations. This is towards the end of the first half here. A big block to get the stop, giving Leicester no momentum going into the second half.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Rye is just a high IQ player. He seems to make the right play every single time there again, getting downhill. And it's just a pleasure to play with guys like that. It's such a treat to be able to play with someone who can score, who can be the man, but is more than willing to make the right play and get his teammates involved.
Well, got his teammates involved. They've got to go back, rest up, get in the ice basket. They do it all again tomorrow. Big day of basketball, the British Basketball League. 2 huge games coming up tomorrow. 11:45. You can meet us here. London Lions against the Essex Rebels. It's the women's playoff final. London Lions so dominant in the league. What can they do against the Essex Rebels tomorrow? And then look at that, London Lions again against the Cheshire Phoenix. We've seen both of them in action today, and they will be back here 3 p.m. tomorrow. We're in for such a treat, especially after what we saw today. Well, I mean, you've seen it now. They've shown what they've got. Very quickly, who are your picks for tomorrow?
Tomorrow, well, I think it's going to be a London and London.
London?
A London day for me.
A London day for me. Is it a London day for you? We'll see you there tomorrow. Thanks.